Welcome to the pre-draft show, to the live watch. I love these live watches. We've done a couple at Chalk over the football season. Had a lot of fun doing it. We haven't had a lot of sports to be able to live watch, so there's been a pause. And tonight, we're back at it. A lot of sports this week. Last Dance Sunday night, draft tonight. Really excited about it. I think we really could use it. And hopefully everybody's staying safe as they pull this thing off. It's pretty unbelievable. It's probably going to yield for some funny moments, and it's going to challenge, the front office folks making decisions and the TV people broadcasting the decisions that are being made. So should be interesting. No shortage of big moments, unexpected stuff. We got a special guest coming up in Trayvon Diggs, Bama corner. He's going to get ready to hear his name, hopefully get called in the first round. If he doesn't get his name called in the first round, I think people are kind of crazy. I like the kid. He seems like a really good kid. Obviously, his brother plays now for the Bills in Stanford Diggs. I'm going to ask him about their similarities, the draft process and quarantine. I'm going to ask him about the other Alabama, players in the draft this year. So should get some good stuff with Trayvon. And since we're here with Braun in that segment, I'm going to have a special guest join us to counsel us on how to look presentable when it comes to the grooming and the haircuts. Haircuts, I don't know if I'm brave enough to cut my own hair in quarantine. Beard, I can handle that. I'm sure whoever's going to join us, and we'll tell you about him in a little bit, will be able to help me. So the draft tonight, we're going to have live coverage, and we're going to have a lot of great guests. Let's see on my list right now. I got Stanford Steve. I got Charlotte Wilder. I got Anthony Munoz. If anybody's heard of him, he was on the Bengals when they were good, and he's one of the best tackles in the history of the game and a great guy. He's going to join us to talk about the Cincy pick. We're going to talk to Ninko up in Rob Ninkovich in New England. Torrey Smith said he's probably going to pop on. Kyle Long, possibly. I have an in with him. I might be able to get him on. And then Dianna Russini as well. And all I'm doing is relentlessly texting my friends to join as we speak, so we could have special guests throughout the night. A lot of question marks tonight. Some of the biggest storylines that obviously people have stuck to positionally, weak tight end class, really good wide receiver class, possibly historic depth. But the question is, what's the top end really look like? Is there a Calvin Johnson? Is there a Julio? Is that CeeDee Lamb? And who snags him? Is it Jerry Jeudy? And who snags him? Do my Eagles move up to grab somebody from 21? And that'll probably be a wide receiver. It should be. What happens there? When do the tackles come off the board, and who are the tackles? There are a few that could go in the first round, but I don't see a ton that separates any of the prospects at the top. I think Andrew Thomas is the guy that everybody talks about as being the sure thing, and the upside wild card guy in the first round is probably Becton. A lot of people like the Bama kid and Wills as well, and it'll be interesting to see when those guys come off the board. Do the Giants take a tackle? Do the Giants trade out of that spot completely? Them and Detroit, they were two teams that I know were probably working hard to get a deal done and move back. But it looks like the talks there on Detroit have cooled a bit. And when it comes to the Giants, they could go any which way. They could go Isaiah Simmons. They could go Derek Brown. They could go tackle. But then if you take a tackle, which one? They could trade out. So what happens there? And then obviously the quarterbacks. Listen, at the top, there is a debate on who the best player in the draft is. I don't think it's as much of a debate as it seems to be. If you talk to people in circles, Chase Young is the best player in the draft. That's what the consensus is. But the marquee name, because of the position he plays, is Joe Burrow. And obviously Joe Burrow is all but likely going to the Cincinnati Bengals in a few minutes. That's a done deal as we understand it. And then the question is, how far does Tua drop? And how far up does Jordan Love climb? There are a few movers in that quarterback class that make it kind of unpredictable, and it's a flawed class. So we'll see what happens there. A lot to look forward to, a lot of great guests, but it's going to start with Trayvon Diggs. We've talked to somebody who's going to hear their name, hopefully get called in the next few hours here. So let's get Trayvon on, plus a special guest on in partnership with Braun. So joining me now with Braun is going to be one of the stars of tomorrow when it comes to the NFL. Somebody who is obviously looking forward to a big night. Alabama star and future NFL star Trayvon Diggs. How we doing, Trayvon?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing good, man. I don't have as much to think about today as you, so I appreciate the time, man. How nervous are you?
I'm a little bit nervous, honestly. It's just a different experience that I felt before, a different feeling. I've never been in this position, so my life's about to change. It's a great feeling, but I am kind of nervous. I'm anxious to know where I'm gonna end up at.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like you've never in your life. I just remember thinking before the draft, and then if you play well enough in your first contract and whatnot, usually in football, there's no uncertainty where you end up. I mean, through your entire football life, you know where you're going to high school. You get to pick your college, and now you could end up in one of 32 cities. It's kind of crazy. You grew up in the DMV, man. So I wasn't that far south of you. I'm in Charlottesville. I grew up in Charlottesville. So
okay, cool. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I was familiar with the places that you and your brother went to school.
Yeah.
Were you one of those unfortunate DC football fans? Were you one of those Washington Redskins football fans?
It's funny. Like when I was younger, my dad, he always liked the Cowboys. So, I was kind of like a Cowboys fan because of him, and my brothers and stuff. But my mom and my siblings, they all like the Redskins. Like all the girls like the Redskins. But my dad, my brothers, we all like the Cowboys. So every time they play each other, it'd be fun.
Look at the geographic loyalty on the female side of the Diggs family. I mean, that's great. All the dudes jump ship and
exactly.
Dallas. Very smart, but I know it hasn't been that easy being a Cowboys fan either.
Yeah.
You're at Avalon High School, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're all that stuff, all Metro up there, all that stuff. And you were a great player in high school. You had probably your pick in college. You end up at Bama. What took you down there, and what was the school that you were really close to pulling the trigger on, but didn't end up going to?
LSU.
Really?
Yeah, but I was like, Alabama was just different. I just loved being there. I feel like they set me up for success and bring the best out of me because it's a lot of competition out there. Getting 5-star recruits every year. It was a bunch of people up there. I probably played with like 10 first-round draft picks probably, but maybe more. But it's been a good experience. I'm glad I went. I'm glad I picked that school. It really did bring the best out of me. So, I'm thankful.
And a reminder, I'm here with Trayvon Diggs, and we're going to talk about and get more info on how we keep ourselves looking presentable, personal grooming in the time of quarantine, especially this guy here. He's probably got to do a bunch of interviews later. He's probably going to get drafted tonight. So this is an important thing. We're going to talk to a very special guest on that front with Braun. So you're down at Bama. You guys have a plethora of guys that could go in the first round tonight, 5, 6 guys. And a couple of them were guys that you probably lined up and competed against every single day in practice.
Correct.
I'm going to throw a curveball at you.
All right.
At the pro level, who do you match up better against? Ruggs or Judy, and why?
I like this question. You asked it a little bit different. I like that.
Yeah.
Me personally, either one.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're different type of receivers, so you gotta adjust to how they are. Judy plays in the slot a lot.
Yep.
Ruggs, he plays in the slot too, but he also play outside. They both can play outside, inside, but they just different types of receivers. So you just gotta learn how to cover that type of receiver, and you'll be okay. So I win against them every day in practice, both of them. So matchup wise, we always compete. It's like about even. We compete every day.
Give me one thing that you think makes each one really different and good.
All right, Judy's juke moves is crazy. Like, you can't tackle him. It's hard to tackle him. Like, when he wants to make a play and score, he's going to. When he wants to get open and really, like, try to run a route, he's going to run a route. He's going to do exactly what his mind tells you. I remember one time in practice, he faked like a comeback, but ran a curl. I was like, what? So he knows plenty of ways to get open. And Ruggs, when he touches the ball, it's hard to catch it. Like, he's so fast, it's unbelievable. He got unbelievable speed, just fast. And when he catch that ball and just go, it's like, it's hard. You ain't gonna be able to catch him from behind. I've never seen him get caught from behind. I've seen him pull away from everybody, but I've never seen him get caught from behind.
Yeah, with Judy, I just remember watching his games and in slow motion seeing his cuts were just unbelievable. I'm like, his cut leg like nobody else I was watching college football. And he's got all the routes, as you mentioned.
Exactly.
He's got the routes. And then Ruggs, as much as I like him as a football player, and he might end up with my old team, the Eagles, so I'd be excited about that. But that basketball highlight tape.
He's crazy. He can do any dunk. He could shoot. He could dunk. Windmill, 360 between the legs. He do it.
Dude, the guy is unbelievable. Did Saban let y'all play basketball?
I wouldn't say he let us play basketball, but he didn't tell us we couldn't play basketball. So, you know, they play basketball a lot. Ruggs and Devontae Smith, all of them. Jalen Waddle, they played basketball. They like had a little league that they was in. They was just beating everyone. So, you know, they're real good. They're real athletic, like really athletic.
Who's the best ball player when it comes to the hard court at Bama? Is it Ruggs or is it somebody else that we don't
for basketball?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Devontae Smith.
Really?
Yes. He can hoop.
Golly, dude. Well, I got to see him play because I saw Ruggs and that's pretty wild.
They both hoop. They be throwing alley hoops to each other from half court. Like when we play pickup, it's unfair. I remember we played wide receivers versus DBs and they spanked us. No. I'm gonna scratch that. They didn't beat us. We was playing half court at first, and then Ruggs like, nah, let's play full. So of course, he wanted to run.
Yeah, he wants to get out and run. Exactly.
He wants to run and catch alley oops and stuff. And they did. And they ended up beating us. Unfortunately.
Oh well, I mean, you guys are DBs, wide receivers, some of the most competitive guys on the field. Actually, probably the most competitive guys on the field. And I know having a brother in the league. And I had a dad in the league. I had a brother who played in the league. Yeah. It can get annoying to be asked about your brother. Yeah. But he's one of the most competitive guys I've seen play. And I mean that as a compliment. I mean, he just, I'm sure you got that in you too. How are y'all similar and how are y'all different?
Only way we different, I think, honestly, just personality-wise. Like, he's more energetic, more, has a lot of enthusiasm, like, you can see it. You can see it. Yeah. With me, I'm more reserved and more calm, and I'm locked in, but I'm calm. I'm just. I don't know. That's just me. I'm just different. I'm just laid back, chill. But like when we competing on the football field, I turn into a different person. I'm trying to dominate, just like he trying to dominate. So like we ever came to a situation where it's just me versus him, it's just gonna be a dog fight because we just gonna try to dominate each other because that's our mindset. So. Competition
and it might happen. I mean, this is the thing. Like me and my brother played against each other a few times, but because he was in a guard and I was at end, we barely had to touch each other. But like then we played. We had a joint practice when I was in New England. He came up from Chicago, and the sucker broke my ribs, man. Or he cracked a rib, bro. I beat him on an inside move. He whipped his arm around and cracked my rib. So, we're cool. We love each other. We can go out to dinner the night before the game. Yeah. We can hang out after. But, like, on the field, I get it. It's just no holds barred.
Exactly. None at all. It's me versus you.
Yeah, exactly. But have you been spending a lot of time with Stephon leading up to the draft with quarantine and everything?
Yeah, I've been with him every day ever since, I got out since his season. And it's just, ever since I could get out, I've been with him because, we didn't have a lot of time together during my college career because one, he was in season, I'm in season, my other brother in season, so we didn't get a lot of time to spend together. Like we come to probably like 2 games a year, probably see each other like twice maybe. So this has been fun, just spending time with my family.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. A lot of times you think football can bring you closer. It definitely makes you guys understand each other, but in the fall, if you're playing college ball and he's playing in the pros, you're not going to be able to go see him play and vice versa. I don't think some people understand that you don't get to just go to games. As a college athlete, you're not going to go to the game on Sunday.
Exactly.
And vice versa, he can't just fly in for a Bama game. So
exactly.
What was one piece of advice he gave you about the draft?
He was like, you just got to expect the unexpected because you never know what you're going to end up. You never really know where you're going to go. You don't know what's going to happen. It's kind of out of your hands. You just got to, just just stay focused. You know who you are as a person. You know your work ethic. If anything happens, worst come to worst, like you know you can make the best of the situation. So just give me some guidance because he went 5th round and now one of the top receivers. Because we never question our work ethic, never question our competitiveness, never question our abilities. So it's just like if anything happened, worst come to worst, I'm prepared for it.
Absolutely. And how about Bama? Because this is like a pro program. I mean, the way they run things to me, it's one of the few programs that really runs it like a pro program. How much did that get you ready for what's going on next?
No, it got me ready a lot. Like a lot. I can't thank my school and where I came from, all my coaches and stuff enough. But it's just they got me ready. I can honestly say that. Like everything that we've done, I didn't see it before. I didn't see what we was doing these things for, but now I see what we was doing it for. Just having a professional mindset and taking everything serious and holding yourself accountable and being responsible for everything that you do. That really plays a factor in the league because you got to eat right, you got to sleep right, you got to take care of yourself, you got to drink the right fluids, you got to eat the right foods, you got to work out, you got to maintain your body. So all of these things is like responsibilities that you have to do. And if you don't do it, then that's on you. And you got to hold yourself accountable to that because you didn't do and take care of your responsibilities, and it's simply not going to help you on the field. So
yeah.
They help.
I mean, I played with some Bama guys, and I definitely noticed that they all understood within the Saban era what it takes to be a football player, kind of the way you describe it, 24/7, not just when you're in the building, because the job continues after that. So I think that responsibility adjustments seem smaller for guys from college to pros coming from Bama, and I'm sure you notice it. I don't want you to throw shade at any schools, but I'm sure you notice it when you go to combine. You're seeing some guys, and you're like, yeah, they don't know what I know. I can tell. They just don't move the way we move. They don't do the things we do. How about this year? That was a different year for Bama, right? Obviously, for a few reasons, but you had a longer off season than you usually would. You got used to playing deep into the winter.
In January.
Yeah. I mean, so is that? Do you feel more physically rested because of that this year? Is it ironically actually not the worst thing for a guy going into the draft because then you don't have to come right off those big games at the end of the year and go right into training the same way?
Yeah. Honestly, like how I feel about the situation, like I like to win, I like to compete. So it's kind of a bummer that we didn't get all the way and make it all the way. But unfortunately, that's what happened. But it did help a little bit, I guess, because I don't know how they felt before when we go all the way into January, then they go right into the season, right into training. I don't know how that feels, so I can't speak on it. But I do know how it feels right now. To I rested. We got all this time off. Take care of your body, fix your body up. Get your body ready, get prepared, get some more extra work going on. It's a lot of things that I capitalize on because of this break. So I wouldn't necessarily say that I'm happy it happened, but it happened. So I made the best of it.
Yeah, I'm sure you did. And let's hit the combine stuff because this is always the most fascinating stuff for me. It's like a totally different sport. Yeah, it helps football wise. I think you get to showcase some of your skill sets, and people are going to learn things about you that can help you. And the interview process is probably great for you Bama guys because you know what to say, and you guys have been doing this for years. What was the hardest part of training for the combine? What was something that surprised you about it?
It wasn't nothing that surprised me. It was just a different atmosphere. Like I was physically ready, like to do the drills and stuff. But it's just different. Like everything outside of the football is different. Everything outside of the football is it's things you've never done before. So it's like you have to come in with a mindset to like, okay, you're ready for whatever. You're ready to take one thing at a time because it's long. We wake up early and then we're there all day. Like talking to people, talking to coaches, talking to doctors, going to the hospital, getting x-rays. There's a lot of stuff that we do, So, you just have to be mentally prepared because it could get frustrating, but you just have that mental focus to not get frustrated and just take your time and, just do things one step at a time and you'll be okay. So it was just a way different atmosphere. I never done nothing like that, but the football stuff, I could do. The drills I could do, so that stuff wasn't hard.
Yeah. Was there one drill that came easy to you and one that you had to really work at?
No, not necessarily. Like I said before, like drills and stuff like that. They're just drills, just do them. There's not much thinking to them or anything like that. it was just different because the drills that we did this year was different than the drills that they did prior year. So it was just a little adjustment, but we kind of like knew what the drills were before, and you got a kind of an idea of it, so you could practice it and work on it. So that stuff shouldn't have been hard.
Were guys good with the late night workouts? Because that seemed to be a challenge back when I went. I mean, even last year it was way earlier.
Yeah, for sure it was late. We probably got back at like 11 or 12. Late.
I mean, like that's why when I play, I always say like night games are great, but you got to wait all day and sit in that hotel room.
Exactly, just wait. When I was in season, I love the games that was at 11 o'clock, 10 o'clock. Because you wake up, it's time to go. Let's go. Yeah. Get right to it. Yeah, so I like those games. But the games that was later, you waiting all day.
Yeah.
You anxious. I feel like that could be a little draining. But when you wake up, you touch your feet, it's game time. Like, that for sure.
There's no time to think about it. And there's no time to, when I sit in the room all day, I end up in a dark place. I want to go play. I want to go hit somebody. And,
exactly.
I don't need that distance between, me and my objective. So was there any weird question that stood out to you in the interview process at the combine?
It's funny. I didn't get asked no weird questions. I thought they was going to, but they didn't ask me no weird questions. I wonder why. But I didn't get no weird questions. I've heard prior to drafts that it was a lot of like weird questions that try to throw you off. You'd be like, huh? Like
that's the saving. It's the saving plug, man. He's like, this guy's all right, and everybody, bro. Everybody listens. Before we get our special guest on with Braun, that's going to talk to us about staying presentable here in the time of quarantine and social distancing, I want to ask you a couple quick ones. Give me one Bama guy coming out that will surprise people this year in the draft.
I'm going with all my guys. All my guys. All my guys. All my guys. All of them. All of the guys who get drafted, they're going to play. We got something to prove. I feel like so.
Is there one scheme that you prefer playing in? I know that you're not a stranger to playing physical. You're a bigger guy. You like being up on people, and there's some defenses in the league that tend to like that press man stuff.
Yeah.
Is there one scheme that you lean to? I know you probably want to play anything, but what do you look at with that?
I like man. I like man on man. I like man coverage. But I can play zone, but I like man. Like some type of form of man that turn to man. I like to know that I'm got you, I'm locking you up, and you're not gonna catch a pass. I like that. I like that man. But I can play any defense. We had over 100 plays, like different calls, different schemes.
I heard about that playbook down there.
It'd probably take you you need like a good year to learn it. A good year.
Yeah. No, we used to joke with Hightower because, our playbook in New England was thick. And he these two books together, man, you wouldn't believe it. It's unbelievable. So no doubt about it, you can handle any playbook. So tonight, you're not going to have to go into, Vegas or anything like that. You're not going to have any big party at your house. You're probably not going to be dressed up like that. Are you getting dressed up? And if you aren't, what would you wear? Like, what suit would you wear if you had to go to Radio City? Like when I played, we were in New York, so it was a big deal like that. Or Vegas. Like, what would the suit look like?
My suit. I wouldn't know what color, but I definitely wear a suit. I like turtleneck, so I'm a turtleneck guy. Yeah. So I would wear a turtleneck, my suit. I don't know which color though, but I definitely have to throw on the turtleneck.
Who would be the worst dressed out of your Bama class?
Ooh, Raekwon Davis.
not the edge guys, man. Come on, take it easy on us, man.
Raekwon, for sure.
Okay, cool. All right, well, Raekwon Davis, man, shots fired. He's the worst dressed in the draft class, but he's a pretty good football player. I like him. I know he had some injuries, but I think he's going to be just fine.
Yeah, I love him.
Okay, so let's get our special guest on. I want to bring in Ray Santos. He is a dude that cuts a lot of famous ass people's hair. He's a dude that cuts a lot of NBA players' hair. He's a dude with massive responsibilities because if he messes up a cut, everybody sees it. And he's going to help us understand better how to take care of ourselves during quarantine from a standpoint of looking presentable. Ray, welcome to the pod, man, or the chat, or whatever you want to call it.
What's going on, guys?
What's going on?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
I'm good.
I don't want to take my hat off, so that should tell you something. No, I can't do it, man. I can't do it. But so let me ask you this, man. Like, what are you advising people? Because I know you got a lot of people in your phone book, like big names, and they're calling you, and they're probably asking for a cut, maybe, but maybe they're just trying to do something at home. With the way things are and restrictions, people are looking kind of unpresentable. How do you get guys to hone in on the do's and don'ts from home with just them in a mirror?
Right. So this whole situation with this pandemic, it's, people don't want to see their barber, especially in the barber. Well, barbershops are closed, obviously. So guys need to figure out something at home. And I get a lot of text messages saying, hey, bro, what can we do? What product? Could you, this is something I'll tell them to tune into, obviously. But this Braun product right here, the male grooming kit, real good product. It comes with different guards, so you could, figure out what length you want, stuff like that. Chris, looks like you got a nice little like shadow, a little longer than shadow look.
I keep a shadow, dude.
It's normal look. Is this a normal look we go with?
Yeah, this is about it. I mean, like, if I get any shorter than this, I feel super weird. I like to keep a little layer of something there. So.
All right. So this product right here has different guards. I would recommend grabbing this kit for everyone trying to do anything at home. Different guards for different levels. You can figure out what works for you. And most guys who have beards, I mean, both of you guys have beards over here. I'm assuming your beards got really long at one point, and everybody else in the world, every man is going through it. So this has everything you can do, really. So you find what length, you could trim yourself all even. Some guys like the line. You can take off the guard on this, give yourself a nice crispy line. I know Trayvon over there, you got like beard line going on versus all even. So this tool will be great for that, bro. You know what I mean? So you can just give yourself a nice edge on the line, you know what I mean? Trim it down, all that. Most guys don't want to go into their hair, you know what I mean? So most guys are saving that to see their barber. So I would, you know what I mean? So I would recommend that you guys don't do the most in terms of cutting your hair, but for the guys who do have beards, this is great. If you guys do want to go in towards cutting your hair, I would say that try not to do too much, because cutting too much, you end up messing it up and regretting it. So guys,
I've done that before when I was younger.
Right, exactly. I mean, I know you've probably tried doing your lineup at one point, probably messed it up. Right? Yeah.
Dude, that happens to me with my beard, and then I got like a chunk missing, and I got to just shave my face. And I'm 12 years old. It's my worst fear.
Yeah. So, I mean, my highly recommended tip is to not go towards touching the top or the lineup or anything like that. But the beard is definitely doable. I mean, you guys, got to figure it out, because this is.
You got to, or we're going to be looking like Castaway at home. I mean, already some of my friends are, and they're afraid. They're afraid to cut their hair up top. Can you dispel the myth that you can actually push your hairline back, like, permanently?
I mean, hairline goes off genetics, you know what I mean? So if you keep pushing it back, it's going to keep going back, because that's hair you want to keep. And so a big tip for me to let everybody know is to, you don't need to touch it. Don't touch the hairline.
Right.
I mean.
So it's not a myth.
What was that?
So it's not a myth.
It's not. It's case by case. Everybody's different. I mean, we all come from different genetics. So if one guy can mess up, it'll come back. You know what I mean? If I mess up and mine's already going back, who knows it's going to come back, right?
If you're too old and you make that one mistake, it never goes back.
Yeah. So I would say stay away from that. You know what I mean?
For sure.
But
so what kind of challenges have you seen? Because guys, now I think the first week of quarantine, they're like, oh yeah, I'm just going to grow it out. I'm going to get the Castaway thing going. I'm going to see how, just disheveled I can look. And they realize that in a week, we're on Zoom calls every day. I'm on a either Zoom business call or this type of thing every day now, and I can't do that anymore. Have you seen guys that were really apprehensive about trying to cut their hair and then they did it and they feel better about it?
Yeah, for sure. I've guided one of my VIP clients. So he was telling he's not in LA right now, but I'm his main guy, which is in LA, and he was going through it. You know, I mean, 4 weeks in, crazy.
4 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, myself even too. I couldn't see my barber. You know what I mean? Luckily, I'm talented. I gave myself something nice. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, guys go through it. You got to figure out a way to to look presentable. Because I mean, I know you guys agree with me. You look good, you feel good, right?
For sure.
Yeah, 4 weeks in, I mean, you look crazy. 3 weeks in, even 2 weeks in. Most guys see their barber, every week, and you got to do something about it. So, like I said, this prime product, the male grooming kit, is great for that. You know what I mean?
And this thing look like it has everything you need.
Everything, man.
For sure.
Yep.
Don't do it, man. Don't do it. Not today. This would be considered too close to the draft. I mean, you would definitely be. This is risky business. Are you on like a Zoom with anybody later? Are they going to have a camera on you and stuff?
Yeah. I got a whole setup in here. I got my live camera on the whole time. Then I got my interview camera set up in another room. They sent me a package with a light, so it's everything.
Don't be in the bathroom, man. Or you could be the first player to watch the draft from the bathroom. Are you pretty satisfied with your look today, dude?
Yeah, pretty
good.
Yep.
No last minute changes.
I might touch me up a little bit right here.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's coming up. Okay. So Ray, how about the industry, man? I mean, because there's a whole, there's a ton of barbers, great barbers, around the country right now who are sitting there waiting to work, and they're in a tough spot. What's that been like, listening to your peers talk about their different experiences through this situation?
It's tough, man. I mean, barbers are definitely going through it. As you know, most guys are dependent on this, as their main thing. And so guys aren't able to see us. Our pockets are hurting, but it's just one of those things where you just got to get by, and hopefully everybody's be prepared for this. But as for me, I've been doing a lot of sharpening my skill set. I went 4 weeks without a haircut, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to challenge myself, and I actually gave myself a haircut. You know what I mean? So more so just sharpening my skill set on myself. I can only do so much, you know what I mean? But that's really just the reality of it right now.
Well, we're looking forward to everybody getting back to work, I'm sure, whenever it's safe. And Ray, I know you got a lot of important, well-known people that are waiting on you to give them a cut.
Yeah,
and probably really looking forward to that day. And Ray, I know you are the bearer of good news. There are solutions. You got something you want to plug here when it comes to Braun?
Yeah. So, just like any other products that are for at home, this product is flying through the shelves right now, right? So, a lot of stores are probably close to selling out, but online on shop.braun.com, they're offering 10% off for their male grooming kits, their shavers. So now would probably be the best time to go, get yourself one and, look good at home.
There we go. You heard it from the man himself. Right. I know Trayvon's got something to do this afternoon. So I want to wish him the best of luck. And I want to thank Ray Santos for coming on and sharing a little bit of information with us about staying presentable in quarantine. Without further ado, though, let's get to the draft. Good luck to you tonight, Trayvon. And again, thank you, Ray.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I guess we're live. Are we live here, guys? We're live. Yeah. Okay, so I got quite the setup going on here. Thanks for joining us. Thank y'all if you have been watching. That interview I did with Trayvon Diggs was earlier today for Braun. We didn't actually make him stay online with me right up until the start of the first round. That would have been inconsiderate. I appreciate everybody popping on. I really enjoyed talking to Trayvon. Never met him in my life. Obviously, played against his brother, like his brother. I've always liked his competitive edge, even though some people are looking at it like, Trayvon's tough to deal with or whatever. He didn't want to play in Minnesota. Minnesota got him out of there, and Minnesota's got a bunch of picks. And now Stefan's in Buffalo, where it's make or break time for Josh Allen. They have pretty much everything they need on that team, so it's all going to come down to the quarterback. So, anyways, we got about 30 minutes until Anthony Munoz joins us. He's going to be our first one popping into the live stream. Anthony Munoz, of course, 13-year pro, Hall of Famer, all everything, one of the best tackles of all time. He's going to talk to us a little bit about the Bengals. And, even if he wasn't on to talk about the Bengals, anytime you can get a Hall of Famer on your live watch, it's great. I would remind you guys to do two things as you're watching. If you're enjoying it, please subscribe to my podcast, Greenlight Pod. And also tell your friends that we've got a live watch going on. I've got ESPN queued up. That's how I'm going to watch. I just watched an interview with Trey Wingo. And Roger Goodell and Trey had the boldest stripes in his suit. The boldest. Trey hadn't dressed up in a while. He was excited. Shout out to Trey. So please keep the questions flowing here. I've got multiple laptops. I got my cell phone. I'm in my little office here. I got Darko and Gooden behind me. Up there, I got me and Jake Long. You can't see that one. Let me tilt the screen there. You can see our awful suits. You know what? I thought it might be cool to have some shit on my wall, but you can barely see it. Check these bad boys out. I mean, I know that's not the NFL, but my goodness. Now, Darko, just the Pistons jersey over whatever monstrosity of a suit that was. It was probably a good move. Let me fix this. This is how we're rolling. Duct tape, the whole 9 yards. It's just. Who do the Lions take? Chris Roberts asked. That's an interesting question. Many moons ago, I'll get to that in a minute, Chris Roberts. Many moons ago, I wore suits like this. Me and Jake Long, we are not related. Look at that mop of hair. And then in the background, that's Vernon Golson and half of Glenn Dorsey's face. And this is 2008. Now, 2008 was different. Things were very different in 2008. Obviously, there was no pandemic during that draft. The suits were. I had a great tailor. He just, that was the style back then. So, shout out to Joey Went. He made my suits back in the day. You see Jake Long went with the bold pinstripe as well. Let's get to the Lions, okay? Now they're like skinny suits. Yeah, the suits look good now. The Lions, it sounded like last time I was hearing, and you guys tell me if you saw something different. I'm no Mel Kiper here. I'm just a guy watching the draft. Again, my name's Chris Long, played a long time in the league, got drafted. I still watch football. I still have a podcast. In case you're joining me randomly, I'm going to get some shit wrong tonight. Just going to be straight up about it. But on that topic, the Detroit Lions, the last I heard, they couldn't get what they wanted for a trade back situation. I know that there was, some chatter about maybe them pulling kind of an Indy, New York type trade from a few years ago so that a team a few picks out could go up and get their guy, but it just hasn't materialized. I know that Matt Patricia values corner play, and Okudah seems to be the all-everything corner that everybody's talking about. Although there's not, I don't think there's a crazy amount of drop-off from what it sounds like between him and Henderson, but he is the consensus best player, top 5 pick. There's a need there. You could line him up opposite Trufant. And I was reading something when it came to I'm just checking the who do I want the Eagles to take. I'll get to that in a second. Yeah, I was reading something about the record of Quinn and Patricia when it came to presumably Patricia. If you're going to assign hey, this guy is going to try to be like Belichick and draft the way Bill drafts. I don't think Bill's ever drafted a corner in the first round, I was reading. And Quinn has not drafted corners very high at all in Detroit. Now, that could change. There's a need. The player's there. And also, it's not a situation where, hey, in another year, you might look down the road and think, okay, we've got this quarterback in Matt Stafford who's played really well for us when healthy. And, of course, right now there are some health concerns. But, last year, as I'm looking at Drew Rosenhaus with PPE in some dude's house, this is just fucking bizarro world. Good night. Good night, buddy. Good night. Poop sandwich. Come here, man. Good night, poop sandwich. Okay, guys. Hey, everybody say good night to Way. Waylon's got his mask on. Yeah, a lot of people on this live stream, dude. No pressure. I can feel your heart beating like a hummingbird. A lot of people. Couple hundred at this point, all right? Love you. See you. Okay. He called me a poop sandwich. So Waylon's really into watching the Dumb and Dumber scene in the bathroom with Harry when he goes over to old girl's house, and you know the scene. He's got explosive diarrhea, and Waylon loves the scene and asks to watch it on YouTube pretty much nightly at this point. So. Yeah, Waylon is a piece of work. I was talking about the Lions. When you look at that we got Jennifer Hudson on TV. So with the Lions, if you look at the beautiful voice of Jennifer Hudson is going to distract me here. She's got such a great voice. With the Lions, I feel like their record would say they're not going to draft a corner. It's pretty clear that they're going to draft a corner if they can't trade out. Matt Patricia, if he's emulating Bill, you could look at it one of two ways. You could look at it like Bill hasn't taken corners high, but also Matt saw what happened when they had a lockdown guy in Gilmore and the way he elevated that defense. And Quinn's track record says the same. They might not take somebody that high, but I want the top five to be as chaotic as possible. I'm just like anybody else. I just want good TV right now. So, was he named after Waylon Jennings? Yes, my son is named after Waylon Jennings. Actually, yesterday I was riding in the car, and every once in a while I explain to him that he doesn't really understand the concept of being named after somebody. He's not named after Waylon. He's just, I'm a Waylon fan, and Waylon's a great name. It's not like Waylon's a member of my family. So, do I think the Raiders will pick a wide receiver as their first pick? I think I could see them snagging a corner and a quarterback in the first round. I really can. I've thought since they signed Mariota that it just doesn't feel like a setup where you're committed to those two guys. I mean, you're definitely not committed to Derek Carr, I don't think. It hasn't felt right since Gruden got there as far as his commitment level to Derek. I think Derek could use a fresh start, although he still played pretty solid football. It's not like he's just bombed out there. I know there's been some bumps in the road. Mariota seems like more of a backup at this point, a very capable backup, and a guy who can win you a spot start. I love the upside of Jordan Love. Love it. I am taking the bait, hook, line, and sinker. I would be one of these GMs looking at his good throws, his tape from 2 years ago, and saying, hey, listen, the guys' windows were really small. They'll actually get bigger in the pros. It's very rare that a guy's window that he's throwing into gets regularly larger in the pros. They're going to get bigger. Utah State didn't have a lot of talent. They had a new scheme, one returning starter. So, what I love about him is the plays he makes throwing on the run and not running to run, running to throw and just bombing down the field. Dude's got a great arm. I could also see if he slides, him falling to the Patriots. And that would be so fun. because I know Bill and Josh are going to get the best out of whoever they draft. You could also see the Patriots waiting. They historically like drafting quarterbacks. Even with Tom on the roster, they took a stab at a few. Obviously, you had a few of them that have departed and started very successful careers elsewhere. But Mallet, and tonight it could be somebody if they fall to him in the at 23, I believe it is. But if not, I mean, you could still look at somebody like Eason. Yeah, so I think the Raiders have a great opportunity. They really do. We'll see what they do with it. There's a few teams with a ton of picks in this draft. One of them, obviously, being the Dolphins, who have an historic, I believe it's an historic, which I really struggle with, an historic amount of picks. I think, they've got to have upwards of, golly, do they have the most picks in the draft? I think it's the Dolphins that have one of the top 5 most picks of any organization all time since in the last 30 years. They did this study. And I think they had the 3rd most draft capital. But that's kind of troubling depending on how you look at it, because one, is it ahistoric? Somebody said ahistoric. They have 14 picks. Thank you, Jonathan. 14 picks, 3rd all time in this sample size. And then the other teams with that many picks didn't really turn it around very quickly, I believe. And I got to check my notes here. I'm not doing that thing. I don't want to look stupid, but I believe the Browns were in there 2 years ago. I believe the Colts in 1994. That's 3. And there were 2 more, but they weren't team. Washington in 2000, I believe, when they grabbed Samuels and LeVar Arrington. And then there was one other. It might have been the Browns again another time. Those teams don't necessarily those teams don't necessarily start. They didn't turn it around quickly. So I don't know. It's a good thing that the Dolphins have all those picks. I'm hearing that they've cooled on Tua. We'll see if that's the case. Herbert for them. You draft what you can. I don't know that Herbert in a really thick quarterback class would get pushed that far up the board, but here we are. And I'm not somebody who's all afraid of Herbert any more than I'm afraid of Tua's injury history. I love Tua. I really think if he's healthy, I might even take him over Burrow. I don't know, but he's not. And he might be healthy right now, but you're discounting if you're just talking about the hip. You're also talking about 2 high ankle surgeries, and I've been through those high ankle things. I had one my contract year in St. Louis. You had to shoot that thing up every week. My ankles has never been the same. I know that changed my career as a rusher. Now, he's not a rusher, but he's somebody who makes plays with his feet. And I never had the surgery. So I can only imagine the way a surgically repaired high ankle sprain changes your ankle flexion. He's got 2 of those. He's got the hip. And when you draft a guy that high at quarterback, you're not just banking on him being good the first time around. You're banking on him being good for the second contract as well. So let me turn my volume back up now that Jennifer Hudson isn't distracting me with her awesome voice. See what's going on here. Doesn't this feel good, guys? We got sports. We got some sports. Everybody's safe, hopefully. Hopefully they're doing this thing without putting anybody in peril. Man, it feels good. I feel like we're all hanging out again, guys. This is great. What do you think about Gronk coming back? I love it. I love it for both teams. I mean, the Pats, there goes Trey with those bold pinstripes. Look at my dog. Silver Fox. Powered by Steel. Or Steel. I never say that chainsaw. Is it Steel? Steel. Yeah. Look at Trey. He's ready to roll, man. Good tie. Bold. It's like a Goodfellas character in the best way. They're talking about the Bengals. Shout out to Dianna. She was supposed to come on the live watch. She's not doing it now. ESPN people, they're big time. You know, even though Dianna's a friend of the program, award-winning listener, as the PMT people would say, cease and desist. She would be our version of an award-winning listener. And she was going to talk to us about probably the Giants and the Jets. We'll try to find somebody else to fit in when it comes to that slot. But she's great. Hey, we're going to throw up the live stream slate for a moment just to fix a quick thing, and then I'll be back in front of you. So, yeah, I'll be right back. Promise you. I'm a real tech-savvy guy. We'll fix this really quick. Hold on 1 second, guys. Oh, I'm back. Yo, what's up, guys? So I don't even know what we were talking about. Let me scroll back through the let me scroll back through the deal here. Shout out to my team, my green light army back here that keeps this train rolling. Hey, you like that thing right there? You like that? You like that? Oh, I gotta keep it down. My baby's asleep. Check these bad boys out, huh? Confetti. You know where you get that? At the Super Bowl game, you gotta win. You gotta win. Yeah, and that's the trophy. But I almost like the confetti better because you can't get this made. I got that made. That's how players like, and by the way, beautiful view there. It looks like I'm in like Oregon or something. I'm just in God's country in Virginia here. Nice and rainy. It's good sleeping weather, but I'm going to be up late breaking this thing down with y'all. So I appreciate it. Yeah, those Super Bowl trophies, they get them. I mean, like, I'm pretty sure you might be able to get them remade. If you like your team enough, you might be able to get a replica made. That's what I did. Let me drop this live stream link one more time so we can bring some friends in here. Remember, share this bad boy if you can. If you're on twitter.com, tweet us and tweet your friends. It looks like.
Hello.
It looks like we got. Yes.
Hey, what's up, man?
What's up, big fella?
Got me?
Yeah, I got you. We got a bunch of people in here. This is Anthony Munoz. Anybody who hasn't been watching football their entire life or doesn't know, about the greatest tackles that ever played the game. This is 13-year pro Cincinnati Bengal, Hall of Famer, Anthony Munoz. What's up?
How you doing?
I'm doing real good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Just ready to bust out of here.
I'm sure. How are you staying busy?
I busted out a few times. I've played about a half dozen rounds of golf.
Yeah.
Thankful I got my workout room in the basement, so I can just go down there and hang out for a while. And but other than that, my wife and I have just been hanging out. We've been getting a little bit of grandbaby time, so that's good.
Yeah. As long as you this has been the good thing with my parents is we got them locked down early enough that we kind of formed our own little cell, and we live right next to each other. So I see my dad. My dad dropped off dinner a little bit ago. So,
and we do that too, and then make sure we let the kids play hoop, and we just watch them from a distance. But just just be safe, and that's been so it's been interesting.
Well, there's one piece of good news maybe coming your way, and that's the Cincinnati Bengals making the right pick maybe in a few minutes here.
Hey, what it'd be nice. I think we need that. We need that first of all as a team, but as a city, we need that. As soon as we're able to get seats back in, or people in the seats, I think being an Ohio kid, hopefully that'll happen. Get more people in the seats. It's been we've been struggling the last 2-3 years to put people in the stand.
You seem like a guy who stays pretty loyal to their pro team. I mean, you definitely seem engaged. You like watching the Bengals, I'm sure, from time to time. It's been hard, though. You guys played in an era where kids my age, and definitely younger kids, might not remember that this was a golden era in Cincinnati football. How different has it been, and what is it going to take? Is it just that quarterback, or is it some organizational to turn the tide and get back to where it was?
Well, a lot of the emphasis is put on the organization, but just like when I was playing, I mean, it was staying family owned, family run. As you know, when it all gets down to it, the players got to play, the coaches coach, and I think that's still the case here. You don't have management making the calls, blocking, tackling. So I think, we had some pretty good years. There was a lot of lean years there before Marvin got here. Really, the one thing that's happened when Dalton was here is that there was no playoff wins. I mean, they won 10+ games 4, 5, 6 years in a row, but there wasn't a playoff win. So I think it's just a matter of they had, this offseason they hit it pretty hard free agent with the defense. They got Xavier Suafila, the right guard, who I think is going to help, and they got some pieces. They have to get AJ Green back, sign him. Joe Mixon's a stud, and I think we're actually going to go into this year, if you look at it, with 2 number 1 picks. You have, Joe Burrow, who should be the guy, but then Jonah Williams, who didn't play it down last year, tackle from Alabama.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he'll be at left tackle. So I think the line, that's where we've struggled, has a chance to be pretty decent this year.
Have you watched Jonah play a lot? And do you see? I mean, obviously he hasn't been able to play a lot, but in the, are you hopeful that he's going to be able to pick things up pretty quickly, not like a rookie effectively? Or what do you hear from that camp in that way?
Well, first of all, I hear about it. I have not watched him play. He got hurt early on in camp. Didn't watch a whole lot of him in college, but just from what I hear, guys that have watched him play, say his work ethic is unbelievable. I'm pretty sure he'll be in great shape. The good thing, he's got a year under his belt being in the system, not actually out there practicing, but as you know, anytime you have a chance to be around the system and learn the system, it's a different thing going out on the field and putting it into play. But that's the good thing. So, they had inserted him as a left tackle 3 days into OTAs into camp. So hopefully he'll do what they expected him to do. And I'm excited to see him play because of the work ethic, and he's supposed to be pretty strong technically. So I'm looking forward, not only because he's a lineman, but because he's a left tackle. So I'm looking forward to watching him.
So say it's Joe Burrow, which 99.9% chance it's Joe Burrow. You're going to have a rookie quarterback coming out of a shortened off season, a non-existent off season. To be frank, I mean, with you can have all the Zoom meetings you want and the FaceTime sessions you want, but as you know, you need to get your O-line in sync with your quarterback, and it's not like that O-line to me has a plethora of veteran leadership, unless I'm mistaken. How do you see that coming together from a scheme standpoint? And if you are a veteran offensive lineman in that room, how can you help a young quarterback beyond just blocking people and keeping people off them?
I think communication is going to be a big thing. As you know, O-lineman, it's all about communication. I think it's going to be a total team effort of communication, because you're right. I mean, it's tough enough when they've been in that system, OTAs camp, and it's tough enough for a rookie, player, let alone a quarterback coming in and really making adjustments. So I think it's going to be, some of the veterans stepping up and helping out. And, we got some young linemen too. I mean, you're looking at Jonah Williams, actually going to be a rookie. Michael Jackson, the left guard, is in his 2nd year. So, you have a couple other veterans on the line, but it's going to be a matter of, like you said, not only blocking and pass blocking, run blocking, but also the communication. I think the encouragement and just knowing that you're in his camp. I mean, having confidence in him from the first day, I think that's huge.
Yeah, and this is one of those things. I mean, as you look at it, and I've referenced this a few times, in the last 5 years, you look at first-round quarterbacks selected, and there's a reason, obviously. This stat doesn't exist in a vacuum, but 90% of them, their coaches that select them uh, deal with the terrible fate of being fired a year later. I mean, like in the last 5 years, if you run down the list, there are very few and far between that have gotten their quarterback and lived to see his progression, even if it turned out all right. How how do you look at the leash that Coach Taylor's on?
You know what? I think this organization as a whole with coaches, give them some time. I think Coach Taylor will have some time to bring his guy along. He plays, he played quarterback. He's been offensive mind. So I don't think it's going to be like a one or two and out. I think he's going to have some pretty good time to bring his guys in, which he's already started to do, as I mentioned earlier, with free agent on the defensive side, and then bringing some guys. So I think he's going to have a good period of time before the heat is felt by Coach Taylor.
Yeah. What do you see when you watch Joe Burrow? I mean, beyond the unknown, which is we don't know much about him outside this past year, which was spectacular. There's the Joe Brady question mark. There's an arm strength thing some people talk about. They talked about his hands. Is there anything you worry about with him, or are you as enamored with him as everybody else is?
Well, first of all, the last point was the hands. I mean, Dan Marino's hands were kind of small when he came out too. So
he was pretty good throwing a football, didn't he?
That was one of the knocks on him, was that his hands weren't very big. So I wouldn't mind having Dan Marino for 13 to 15 years. The thing, and I've watched Joe the entire year, not knowing, a whole lot about him. Actually, I just watched game 2 last week when they played the Texas in week 2, and he threw for like 471. And I watched him all year. Not to mention that he played better. The bigger the game got, the better he played. And the arm strength has been a question, and I've seen him put the ball in some air. You have to have some arm strength to do that. But I think, and one of the guys, I'm not going to compare him to this guy, but the guy that I went 0 for in college and pros was Joe Montana. And the guy, I wouldn't say had the strongest arm, but his anticipation. There's times where Joe Burrow throws the football and the wide receiver still has 1 or 2 steps as he's breaking out of his cut, and the ball's right there. So I think the smarts, the anticipation, knowing if you're going to your number 1 or 2 guys and they're not open, bang, you get right away. You go to that third guy and you know exactly where he is. And to me, that's what's been impressive. And then his pocket awareness, the way he moves around in the pocket. And of course, now as you're getting close to the draft, you see more and more highlights. But you see a lot of guys that are moving around the pocket and they just have one hand on the ball, so it's very easy, for great pass rushers like you to knock it out. Moves around, he's got both hands on the football until he steps and throws. So there's a lot of things and I'm not an expert at the quarterback position, but that has impressed me beyond him, winning the Heisman and winning the national championship. But I love to watch how guys react with teammates, the camaraderie, the chemistry. And that is the thing that I've been impressed with Joe Burrow.
You're absolutely right. A couple things here. And one, I think he's got it between the ears as much as anybody. As a player watching him, it's as players, it's easy to tell. For us, it's easier to tell who's really got it. And I do feel like he has it, unless he has me fooled. He seems like he's got ice running through his veins. And the point you made about celebrating with your teammates, how you interact with your teammates. I always say this: if you want to know about a guy and what kind of teammate he is, listen to what his teammates say or don't say about him. They're generally not going to trash him. You'll know if they don't like him by the quote, if you know what you're looking for. All his teammates seem to love him, and the way he moves in the pocket, that's the other thing you mentioned. That was the first thing that stood out to me. He's so strong. It's like his hips, they swivel perfectly. His vision's good. His feet are always active. There's trash everywhere around him. And you mentioned it at the end of the year, I think the first 6-7 games, he's beaten up on, a bunch of bad defenses. But when it really got rolling, he got better and better. So I feel good about him.
That was the impressive thing. And it didn't seem to be too big for him. The leadership, the camaraderie, and I might need to be stand corrected, but I thought I read something or heard that even when he was the backup at Ohio State, his teammates and those around him were talking about his leadership qualities. I mean, usually you hear that about guys that are starting and are tearing it up. When you hear that about a backup, and then you continue to hear that when he went down to Baton Rouge, and I've not been around him, but I've talked to a couple guys that are covering the game that were at the combine. They did not interact with him directly, but they were in a meeting when he walked in, and then they said he just commanded the attention, and it was like the guy was not a senior coming into the draft when he walked in the room.
Absolutely. Last couple questions. I want to remind people before we let the great Anthony Munoz go. You guys, this is a privilege. He's one of the greatest dudes I ever met that played against and with my or with my pops or against my pops. They had some battles. My dad had great respect. He was always cool to me as a kid. You've got a legend here. Ask a few questions before he gets out of here, and I'll feed them to Anthony. But I wanted to ask you about AJ Green. Where do you think he is physically? Where do you think he is mentally? I know it's trying, man, playing on bad football teams for a long time. I can certainly identify with him. And I feel like if any guy deserves to win, it's him. But I got a sense over the last couple of years that maybe he had almost had enough.
Well, it's interesting because to your comment, I think there's a perception that this team has been bad for the last 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
Andy Dalton came here his first 5 or 6 years. They won 10-plus games every year.
Right.
And they won playoffs. But as you know, your credibility or you're judged on by winning playoff games. So it's been the last couple of years. I would imagine physically, AJ Green is in pretty good shape. He got hurt early in the season, so he had the entire year, and he's had, since then to work. So I would imagine he's pretty healthy. Mentally, I think that's another story. Hopefully he gets to a point where his mental capacity is right where he is physically, because we need him, and he is a stud. I mean, he is a player that a rookie quarterback needs, and we have Tyler Boyd on the other side. We got Joe Mixon at running back. So to have a healthy and a mentally healthy AJ Green would be a big, big boost for a rookie like Joe Burrow coming in.
It'd be huge. I would love to see him back healthy and helping Joe Burrow out, presumably. We got one question that rolled in from Kristen Krause. Great question. Toughest D lineman you played against?
I tell you, playing left tackle, I could name probably 5 or 6. There's Fred Dean, who I played as a rookie. There's Bruce Smith. And, people don't realize, your dad's a Hall of Famer, and I had to face him, and he was one of the toughest. But he had a sidekick over there. So it was 75 and 93 with Greg Townsend and Howie Long. We were in for a long battle.
Mm-hmm.
Clyde Simmons, guys like that. So Sean Jones. And then, of course, those are the defensive linemen. But then you got linebackers like Bruce Matthews and Derek Smith. And I mean, not Derek Smith, but who's the guy we lost? Derek.
Yeah.
Derek, unbelievable. So those are some of the guys that are the best I've played against.
It's funny. You mentioned a couple guys. Sean Jones is my brother's godfather. Did you know that, Kyles?
Did not know that.
Yeah. And Greg Townsend, obviously, super underrated guy, was a big piece of what they did. And then you mentioned Clyde Simmons. He was one of my D-line coaches for a year or two.
But we played the Eagles. They had Reggie on one side, Clyde Simmons, Jerome Brown, and Frank Pitts in the middle. Then they had Seth Joyner. I mean, they were just loaded. It was like, you talk about a heavyweight fight. It was Clyde Simmons was a tough load, man. And a great guy.
100-plus sacks, played the run. And, of course, that group, I mean, they all made each other better by just lining up. And Jerome was legendary. I mean, Reggie gets a lot of that attention, as he should have, God rest his soul. And they had some players, man. Okay, somebody asked, Jonathan Coes asked, are there any Cincy traditions that Joe Burrow needs to get on right away to ingratiate himself to the city?
Well, I think the main thing is just entrenching himself in the landscape of the city. I think that's the great thing about this city. And it's obvious. My wife and I both were Southern Cal people, retired here, and we've been here for 40 years now. It is an unbelievable community. And he knows somewhat of what it's like because he grew up about an hour and a half from here.
Right.
So I don't have to talk to him about Raiders ice cream and Skyline chili and Montgomery and ribs because I believe he's had all that. But I think coming in as a quarterback, he can own this city. And the quarterback, Kenny Anderson is still here. Boomer Esiason left, but it has a big presence here. And Andy Dalton has done a tremendous job in the community. So I would really highly recommend that to Joe when he gets here, is just to be part of the community.
I think, and one thing that does get lost a few times, it's easy to think about, hey, Andy Dalton, they were never any good. But you're right. I mean, they made the playoffs a few times, and a lot of people would want to have an Andy Dalton. I mean, they just couldn't quite get over the hump. Hopefully, for Bengals fans, they can get over that hump with Joey Burrow. Okay, last one. I want to let you talk about your foundation, because I know it's a big part of what you do.
Well, we're going to be 20 years old here coming up. My mission statement is to engage the tri-state area to impact youth mentally, physically, and spiritually. And we have 7 programs. We run from elementary kids. We do mentoring programs, one-on-one mentoring programs. For middle school young men, we do overnight character camps where we take them away for 3 days. We teach them a little bit of football. We got to do that, but it's not totally all football. Team building, character. So we have them for 3 days. We have 2 of those. And then we have what we call our leadership seminar. We bring anywhere from 80 to 100 schools together, high schools. We have leadership motivational speakers. We have great breakout sessions when we talk about things. And then after that full day, we send them out with the challenge. They put together community service challenges. And I tell you, I have to share this story. One of the projects that's still going, about 4 years ago, we had a Cincinnati public school, which is an inner city school, not a whole lot of resources. And the students initiate these with their moderators. They built, and I know the work you do international, they built brick and mortar a school in Sierra Leone, and it's still going. They funded it with, charity, fundraisers. And then we give away anywhere from 18 to 24 scholarships for seniors going to college here in this area. And so every one of these programs I've talked about, there's probably 2,500 to 3,000 young men and women that we work with. We have several different camps, and they do not pay a penny to go through any of our programs. I'm basically the development guy. We raise the fund. We have great partners here. When I talked earlier about what an engaging community, what a giving community, and the way I look at it, I used to belong to a team with about 55 guys. Now I belong to a really, really big team that loves to impact young people. So that's what we're doing. And like I said, we have 3 full-time employees. We have anywhere from 6 to 10 local college students that are intern during the year. And then we have like 16 very engaged, very giving board members. And I just love doing it. It's a passion of mine. So I appreciate you asking about the foundation. It's MunozFoundation.org. And I wake up every morning, I go to sleep trying to figure out how to raise money to impact more young people.
Guys, if you're listening, there are a ton of ways you can help out in society. And I can tell you from firsthand, this is one of the best people that were also great football players. So MunozFoundation.org. I'm looking at the site right now. The site looks great. Did you do this site, Anthony? This is beautiful.
I could take the credit, but no.
So Anthony, you got to check out Anthony Munoz Foundation, and guys, I mean, this was a privilege, total privilege, a legend right here. So thank you, Anthony, and best of the family, and best of the Bengals tonight, man.
Great being with you. Great seeing you again. Have fun tonight.
I will, man. I will. Take it easy.
Yeah.
About that, guys. We got we started the night off right. Huh? Motherfucking Hall of Famer. I didn't want to cuss because I think he's like fatherly, he's paternal. I used to run into Anthony Munoz all the time when I was a kid, and he was really one of those people that my dad was like, hey, that's a real dude. That's a real good person, not just a football player. And that's been proven true every time I run into him the last, 15, 20 years at certain stuff. One of the best of all time. I don't know where you'd rank him, but that is one of the best of all time. And, check out his foundation. Funny story about Anthony Munoz and his family. When I was a little kid and my dad was at the Pro Bowl, we were out there. And I was on the elevator with my mom and some people at the hotel in Hawaii, and the elevator starts going, and we get like 5 floors up, and it stops, and the elevator stops for good. Like we're stuck in the elevator, and I'm stuck in the elevator with Anthony's family, my mom, and we're on there for what felt like 2-3 hours. So every time I see Anthony, he laughs and jokes about me stuck on that elevator as a probably 6-year-old kid. Going on 30 years ago. So that makes me feel old. But yeah, thank you guys for those good questions for Anthony. I don't know. Like, listen, I'm in the fucking zone right now. I don't know what time the draft starts. What time does the draft start? Like what time does this thing really kick off? When do we get to hear? Yeah, I know I'm on a live stream, but I don't know what time the draft starts. Philly fan here, Chris. Curse to your heart's content, bro. I know y'all are good with me cussing. That's why I like y'all, Philly. You never make me feel bad about who I am. They're just talking, Chris, somebody said. So, yeah, that's the Bengals pick. We suspect it's going to be Joe Burrow. And I'm happy for the kid. He seems like a really good kid. I even combed through his social media after the national championship, and I was just going back and back and back. I was looking. I was like, there has to be something wrong with this kid. I couldn't find a whole lot. There was one tweet that I found questionable, and that was he was slandering Birkenstocks. And if anybody doesn't know what Birkenstocks are, they're one of my main staples for footwear, and I don't appreciate that. So the Super Chat is up and running, and if you want your questions pushed to the top, you got to do some shit. I don't know what you got to do. I guess you got to pay some money. Is Stinkbug asleep? Yeah, Stinkbug. So that's a good question. Christian Carter asks, is Stinkbug – man, this is awkward looking at – look at Roger Goodell at his fucking man cave. Low ceilings for Roger Goodell. If you're watching ESPN here, he's synced up. I'm looking at Roger Goodell in his man cave. He's got some cleats from the 1920s. He's got some bobbleheads, a 36-inch TV. He's wearing a suit. Oh, the Bengals are on the clock. The draft started. We got sports, motherfucker. Let's go. Look at Duke Tobin's setup. The first guy who's got to let people into his living room. Director of player personnel for the Bengals. You got Zach Taylor looking at what he's sitting in what looks to be in. Are those? Oh man. They got the video game graphics. They got the grocery bags out for the Bengals already. Bengals fans, I think that, Joe Burrow could change a lot for your franchise, but I want to ask any Bengals fans, if there are any on here, do you think your uniforms need to change? Because I think they do. I think they're absolutely shitty. Who do I have money on for the first trade? I'm going to go with the Giants. I think the Giants trade back. I think Isaiah Simmons could still be there if they swap with somebody. Joe Burrow's house, we're going to get to see that a lot in the next 10 minutes. Burrow family, Nebraska football ties. We got Jimmy here on the left, looking like a member of CCR. This kid's just been a winner from day one. He's just got winner vibes, bro. Where do you see the Kansas City Chiefs going this first round? I mean, I could see them picking up DeAndre Swift if he falls that far. I've also heard that they want more speed, which is scary. I have no idea. I didn't look too much at players at the or teams at the bottom of the first round, but I know that they need a little bit more of a steady presence at running back. Okay, so let's see what else we got here. Look at this fucking graphic. They got Joe Burrow fishing in the bayou with a bobber trying to catch a scarecrow wearing a Bengals jersey. People at ESPN are fucking bored. We've got 7:50 to go on the clock. Got Mel Kiper bobbing his head like this over and over again. The hair. The virtual background. He doesn't even have a real office to sit in. He's got look up Young Bleed's album covers. That's what his office looks like, an airbrushed rendition of an office. Young Bleed was a rapper from the No Limit family. Young Bleed had a tremendous run, very underrated. Yeah, I mean, this airbrushed fake background is not fooling anybody with that airbrush picture of the Golden Gate Bridge. If you're going to have an airbrushed office, maybe get a less stocky looking picture. Like, airbrush the Mona Lisa behind you or something now. All right, we're up to a few more people. Also want to shout out McShay. McShay is actually recovering from COVID. That's why he's not going to be on tonight. McShay's a good dude. I like McShay a lot. McShay's a fun dude too. If you run into McShay out, he's a fun dude. But McShay, get well soon. Todd, good dude. Somebody said I'm aging myself. I'm aging myself with the Young Bleed thing or something else. These video game cutscenes are horrific. Who still thinks these graphics are a good idea? Okay, we've got a negative for Joe Burrow. The drapes behind him are the first negative of the NFL draft. I gotta tweet that real quick so you guys can see. I thought he was perfect, but the drapes are not perfect. Although that looks to be a comfortable chair sitting to the left. Where can we get the hat? It's a Butte brand hat, and if you go on Butte brand online, I think it's .com. You can buy one. I think proceeds go to Waterboys, which is my clean water initiative. I'm looking at Louis Riddick and his background. Let's break this thing down. We got Pitt, the Raiders, book about Jay-Z, a War Room book. You know, I wonder how much time people spent stacking their books up in their libraries before going live, and like the thought that went into it. Like, you don't want to have the wrong book up there. Quarantine drapes. Oh, look at that! Look at old Duke Tobin's setup. Is that like an outdoor kitchen he's got going? I like Michael's suit. I do. Michael Irvin, one of the coolest dudes who I've ever met. Ever. Super cool dude. I know that Philly fans are not going to want to hear that. And he has some trophies as well. I can only fit one of mine. He's got 3. He also has a gold jacket, so I'm not going to get into a back and forth with that guy, but I guess I could move the other trophy behind me here. Yeah, Duke, Kristen Krause said it best. I wouldn't mind living at Duke Tobin's house. He had a nice little setup. He had the outdoor grill. What is Cincinnati taking so fucking long doing? Boog. Boog in the building. With the Collinsworth slide, we miss Boog. Some of you motherfuckers, some of you ungrateful motherfuckers, dogging Boog the whole damn season. You're probably ecstatic to see Boog right now. This is so fun. I'm so happy to be doing this. I just wish I could live tweet it as well. I'll try to do both. Yeah, like, okay, so the league said we got to hurry up and move things along. You know, it's a pandemic and it's virtual and that whole thing. But I don't see teams moving up on a suggestion like that unless you mandated things. And this is so weird. It's so weird right now, but I love it. So weird. That Andy Reid live look-in, man. Can we get that put up when we get a chance here? The Andy Reid War Room setup is terrific. Oh, man, they just scared the shit out of me. They had Joe Burrow up there winning the Heisman. I was like, what the fuck is he doing right now? Thank you, Christian Carter. I appreciate it. He said that he liked my look at that Andy Reid right there. Look at that Andy Reid. What's he got in that cup? A cola? It's definitely a cola. Unless that's just all dip spit. You know, these coaches are just dipping their faces off right now. Skull straight to the grill all night long. Although I'm not a big Skull fan at all. I ran through that on a podcast recently. Kodiak. Not an endorsement. This is not liquor. It's watered down apple juice. Don't ask. Yeah, it's a Jack and Coke for Andy Reid. I don't think so. The Bengals are on the clock. As you can see, we're going to be rolling the tattoo graphics. I have no idea what they're doing. The pick is in. Let's pause for a minute and see who it could possibly be. Yes, I'm hitting my pen. I don't want to be explicit about it. It's going to be a long night. Shout out to Carpool, works at a liquor store. Definitely an essential worker right now. Look at this background. It's the play of the decade by the look at this. Burrow is so chill, dude. Look at him. Burrow looks like he just FaceTimed somebody he hadn't seen in a month, not got drafted number one. We're not frozen. I'm just typing something out. Keep the questions coming. I think Washington is gonna stay put and take Chase Young. I think, with Rivera, you've got a guy who puts a premium on defense. You've got a number of players, that you find promising on that side of the ball. Allen. You've got Montez Sweat from last year. You've got Collins. So adding him seems like a no-brainer. And a lot of people think he's the best player in the draft. I mean, it's him or Joe Burrow. But if you read about it, there was something in The Athletic where they polled a bunch of executives or scouts, and there were a ton of people that gave Chase Young the first place vote as far as overall player. Obviously, not a quarterback. And I don't know if this tells you anything, but if they take him, do they think they have their quarterback? I don't know. I'm ready for the curveballs to start. We're only one pick in. I'm just so unappreciative. I mean, we haven't had sports in what feels like 6 years, and we're one pick into the draft, and they didn't do a trade back and shock the world, and I'm dissatisfied. Let's get some chaos going here. Okay, so can Young, who is a beast, really make Washington a playoff team? Does one guy do it? No, absolutely not. You have to build around, your first pick, especially if it were a quarterback, but position players as well. Let's say you don't have a really good back end. But Coach O. Coach O, dude. Oh my gosh, this is like a skit, dude. One arm hug. What's up with the one arm hugs, Joe Burrow? What's up with the one arm hugs? With pass rushers. And I was a pass rusher. I was picked second. Now I've said this a bunch. Like, where I think I should have been picked was probably in the back end of the top 10, middle of the first, somewhere in there. 70 sacks, successful career, and certainly got my first big contract. But I can tell you that there were a lot of growing pains that, had I been on a good team, I wouldn't have experienced. And Chase is going to experience those same things. But having said that, I think he's freakish and generational athletically enough to overcome having maybe coverage that isn't top end, or without a bunch of leads, or having the ball run on them a bunch. Like those are the things that's going to happen to top 5 picks that are rushers. You're not going to a situation where you're going to automatically get 10 sacks like everybody expects you to do. Nick Bosa is an anomaly. Nick Bosa was on a team that had a top 5 pick, but they still had their franchise quarterback. He was just hurt, and they had a Super Bowl contention type. Operation there. So for a Nick Bosa, you're in a bit more of a plug-in situation. Chase Young is going to have an uphill battle. If he can go double digits this year on a Washington team that to me is probably going to be a 6-10 type team, that's pretty damn impressive. We'll see what happens. He's a freak. I've seen. Now the D line will be scary, but they need a lot more, as you point out there, Dan. Chase Young, I've seen people compare him to certain players. He's a little bit light for that frame. I think he could stand to put on some more weight. I mean, he's built like an avatar, no doubt about it. But when I think about like Julius Peppers of the world, like that guy walks around damn near 300 pounds, and with a frame like Chase Young's, I think he should be playing up near 275. Now, I don't know that he was playing at 275 at Ohio State, but he didn't weigh like that at the combine. So, Cowboy Reed. Somebody said, show us Cowboy Reed. Cowboy Reed, you want to pop on and just show your face and get back to work, bro? Or should we just keep you a legend? Look at my man, Joe Burrow. Those shades are changing tomorrow. Those blinds are changing tomorrow. Cowboy Reed, he's not popping on, I don't think. Let's see. Any more questions here? We got some questions. We got more guests coming up in a bit. Who do we have here? Cowboy Reed just texted me the lineup here. So we got Anthony Munoz. We already had him. Dianna Russini was going to join but can't do it. Stanford Steve, 8:45. We got him in about 15 minutes. Lane Johnson, we've got him at about 10 p.m. And we're going to get him around the Raiders pick, get primed for the Eagles pick, watch the Eagles pick at 21. Rob Ninkovich is going to join us at 23. Torrey Smith, we're going to get him on the late end. Charlotte Wilder, and then Kyle Long, my brother. So when is Macon popping in? Miss Make, man. It's my co-host. I've also been banging out about 5 pods from the house a week. And, Make will hit me up and be like, hey, dude, I see you're doing a lot of content, bro. I'm like, it's not that, I found, Chase Young getting a call. I'll be with Macon tomorrow to review the draft. Also, we have Phil Sims coming on the show tomorrow, as well as a very special guest. I'm liking the decor a little bit better in Chase Young's living room than in Joe Burrow's. Take that for what you will. There looks to be a piece of exercise equipment, possibly, or is that a camera peeking in the left side? I think it's a camera. It's a DMV guy here. Sunglasses inside. It's pretty fucking promising. You wear sunglasses inside, and you have the skill to go with it. I could never pull those sunglasses inside off. That's why he'll probably be a 100-sack guy, and I was about a 70-sack guy. If I could pull the sunglasses off, Rivera, patriotic, nice background. The pick is in for Washington. They are heeding the league's advice. And look at this splendid background. Roger, are those Skittles or NFL Draft M&Ms? Chase Young, no shock here. Oh, see, Goodell's got a book top left called On the Clock. So he's definitely getting his books ready, lining his shit up. What did Andrew? Russillo drop in? No Russillo drop in, but I am going on his thing tomorrow. So let me plug that real quick. Look at Chase Young at DeMatha. He had to be just crushing people at DeMatha. Crushing people. So Detroit's on the clock. This is pretty interesting. I kind of have no idea what they're going to do here. I guess Okuda's the presumption here. But they could still maybe trade back. A lot of these things come in at the last second. So, yeah. Let's watch these Chase Young highlights. Okay, here he is playing Purdue. Good inside move. Stutter, inside move, good finish. One thing he's going to do really well is finish. I don't think that was Purdue, actually. I mean, it's just active hands there on 77. Nothing special, but staying active. Great get off. Just great get off. College tackles can't handle guys with get off and length and power like that. I want to see him work his hands. I want to see him power rush with extension. I see him working up the field a lot and pushing people by on a power inside. And then plays like this. I mean, he's going to outrun, force the cut back, make the adjustment, make the play. And he really shined in this game. I know you read things like, he wasn't lighting up the stat sheet, but turn the tape on. Turn the tape on. Final 3 games of the season, didn't have a sack. Lions on the clock. That is quite the piece on that guy's back there, as you can see, with the Lions Super Bowl trophy insignia and Calvin Johnson signaling first down. I'm just wondering when that tattoo was immortalized on that cat's back. Optimist Lions fan. There's some Optimist Lions fans in here. So, I mean, Clowney's not a bad comp. I think Clowney's a better comp, long, lean. I think Clowney's more athletic, to be honest. I really do marvel at Clowney physically and watching him play. Sure, he's not the most productive guy as a pass rusher, but he's an all-around player. And, I think some people want to question where he was picked. He's a playmaker. I know 32 sacks isn't a lot, but the guy's pretty good. And I know from experience talking to guys that are preparing for Jadeveon Clowney that he is a guy that you plan for. And that's what you want when you pick a guy in the top 5 as a rusher. He has to alter the game plan early in his career. And I don't know that Clowney's going to have a long, long career because of that knee. I don't know what happens. And maybe that's why the value of his contract in free agency might not be as high as he thinks. But Clowney is a disruptive dude. Steelers have nothing today. But I got good news for you. You're probably going to sign Jameis at some point to be the Ben Roethlisberger heir apparent. Let's see. What I think Dallas is going to do with their pick. Somebody in the defensive backfield, let's say. I could see them adding a safety. I really could. Speaking of Megatron, do I think he's a Hall of Famer? Yeah, I mean, but also I think some people really guard the criteria for, look, it's Matty P. Matty P at his house. He's got a mouse pad. He's got his pencil in his ear. Can't skip the pencil tonight. Look at him tuned into the great. What's up, Matt? Yeah, he's tuned into our live stream, I'm sure. Look at this Lions background. Yep, Jeff Okudah. And again, this is interesting because, historically, if you're from the school of Belichick, you don't pick corners that high in the draft. And if you're a Detroit Lions fan, at least in the Bob Quinn tenure, you're not accustomed to seeing corners flying off the board that quickly for them. So there's your guy. So far this draft is pretty fucking chalky. I'm bored. I'm absolutely bored with this draft. And the live stream, I'm bored with the draft. I don't even need sports. The last month, I've gotten used to not having any sports. I don't need it. Not if you're going to make picks like this. The picks everybody knew everybody was going to happen. Everything was going to happen. Some people got a live stream tonight. Yeah, let's see some. What do I think the Patriots do with their pick? You know what I want to see them do? They'll probably trade back and be boring and have some like long-term plan that we have no idea what it entails. I would love to see them snag Jordan Love. I would love to see him fall to them. I think they need depth at D tackle. I think they need linebacker. We're talking about the Patriots here. There's a number of needs that team incurred very rapidly, and you're not used to that. If you're watching the Patriots for years now, they've been able to maintain this level of completeness, and they don't have that right now. They don't have that offensively. They don't have that defensively. They could use some speed at receiver. They kind of have a bunch of physical or slot guys. They could use a little bit of help on the offensive line. They could use depth at D tackles. I mentioned linebacker. I've heard safety. I've seen McKinney's name at Bama floated for them. I know that Bill loves Bama guys. Winfield will be there too. Winfield's more the ball hawking guy. We got a guy who's just writing Mo. Who is Mo Lester? Mo Lester. Who is that? I remember when I was 12 too. Chris, don't read it. Is that Kyle? Kyle's in here. Kyle, I might have you come on earlier. Kyle Long's in here. Kyle Long, everybody. He's in the Kyle said, Chris, don't read it. LMAO. Like I know. Like I don't know what the fuck's going on, Kyle. I do this, Kyle. I do these live streams. Look at Joe Burrow with the one-hand hugs. Joe Burrow with the one-hand hugs. He's so cool. Thank you, Jacob. Remember to keep the questions coming. So far, this draft has been absolutely dog shit. Just all the players that Mel Kiper picked. It's just like it's computer simulated. I am over the NFL draft. I'm over Roger Goodell's background. I'm over Louis Riddick's books. 49ers taking Ruggs. I don't know. I've heard the 49ers might trade back. Maybe the Eagles are looking to snag their spot. Look at Boomer Esiason weighing in with the tweet. Do I need to say anything? Houday, Bengals. And they're holding the right helmet here. That's the old helmet. I know, like, it doesn't look like it's changed much, but that just the Boomer days, they looked a lot fresher. I'll just say that. I think that the Bengals are in need for a uniform overhaul. Dave says the first few picks were supposed to be chalk. Dave, I don't care, man. I want to see something interesting. A draft should have been mandated that one of those teams had to make a trade just because we've been waiting so long for sports. I loved your time in Philly. What Eagles legend do you wish you would have played on the 17 and 18 teams with y'all? Man, we were so loaded. What does it mean? Man, I mean, Weapon X would have been cool. I mean, we had Mal, we had Rodney, but little Weapon X never hurt anybody. If we had Weapon X, oof. You know what? Asante Samuel. Because my sack numbers would have gone up, up, up. And everybody's would have. Reggie White would have been awesome. But none of us would have been needed. Somebody said Reggie White. Yeah, but if you say you're asking a D lineman, if Reggie White were on the team, here's what would have happened. I would have never been playing because BG, he would have played left end and my ass would be a cheerleader on the sideline. Or if they rushed Reggie inside for some reason, they would have slid BG outside because I'm old and I would have sat on the sideline. So, yeah, Asante Samuel would have been money. He would have been money on that team. Seth was the man. Seth was the dog. It's like it's all Philly fans in here. Y'all keep the questions coming, but there are some people not from Philly, so I do want to keep things evenly distributed topically. So, Stanford Steve's coming up soon. He's let's see where. Oh, he should be in here soon. And again, we've got, as a reminder, oh boy, that Redskins defensive line: Chase Young, Payne, Allen, and Sweat. What's going on with Ryan Kerrigan, guys? What's going on with Ryan Kerrigan? Are they really just putting Ryan Kerrigan on the bench? The guy had 13 sacks 2 years ago. I can't quite figure out why they're putting him on the bench. I can't quite figure out why they forgot about all his production. I know he was hurt. I know that he probably is not ready to put his hand in the dirt just yet. But has Montez Sweat shown you enough? Yeah, Ryan Kerrigan has quite the predicament in Washington. I can't quite figure out why. A guy with over 80 sacks, who had 5.5 last year in an injury-riddled season, I believe it was, and had 13 2 years ago. I can't quite figure out why he's just leftovers, 4-day-old leftovers in the fridge. What was my draft day experience like? Oh, hold on a second. What was my 08 experience like? Well, we went to New York. The guys that got drafted that year were the edge rushers. That class were. Do you remember Derek Harvey? Derek Harvey from Florida, Calais Campbell, myself, Cliff Averill, and Vernon Golston. Calais ended up having the best career out of all of us. He's still rolling. Me and Cliff had really good runs. Golston was in and out. Derek Harvey was in and out. Glenn Dorsey had a really good, solid career, long career. He was more of an interior guy. He was in Kansas City. He was in San Francisco, and he didn't coincide with the winning years in Kansas City. So, those were the D linemen we had in our Cedric Ellis. Jake Long was an O lineman. Matt Ryan was the quarterback. And quite frankly, shout out Cliff Averill. I love Cliff too. Kyle said Vernon Golston was a physical specimen. Oh yeah, he was. He absolutely was. Let's see. Okay, Steve's coming on in 3 minutes. Chase Young and Jeff Okudah are the second pair of players to be drafted out of Ohio State in the top 3 picks of the same draft. That's pretty damn impressive. Orlando Pace and Sean Springs were the other ones. Obviously, Nick and Joey Bosa recently as pass rushers. Pretty fucking good what they got going on with edge rushers there lately. Yeah, and we're going to throw up this picture of Matt Patricia donning his pencil. The pencil never gets a night off. Pouring some water. I got to stay hydrated. Giants pick is in. Andrew Thomas. I fucking like this kid. I like his energy right now. He's got the denim jacket. Okay? The beanie. I like his family. This is awesome. I like Andrew Thomas. Andrew Thomas gives me the best vibes out of any player yet in his draft room. And I also know that he's a plug-and-play type guy. He's a guy that he's ready to play. He's the guy that out of that whole crop of offensive linemen, people thought he might not have the highest ceiling, but he's the most stable infusion on an offensive line right now. And there's Matt Patricia with the pencil in his ear. As always, Matty P used to get in the hot tub in New England, and I'd be in there like kind of get my body right and stuff. And I don't think he had the pencil in when he was in the hot tub, but I can't say with 100% certainty that he didn't have the pencil in. But Andrew Thomas, again, he's the most pro-ready guy. He played in a conference with the most physical players, and on a team that had a couple good offensive linemen and a good backs behind him his entire career. So he was the guy that I thought that would be the right thing if you didn't go Isaiah Simmons and you went tackle and you didn't trade out. I like him the best. So I think the Giants did a good thing. You have to invest in your last two top picks. You pick Danny Dimes, you pick Saquon Barkley. It's time to invest in those guys. The thing we talked about earlier, a first round pick it's not a cure all. And just because the guy's a top 5 pick, it doesn't mean he's going to be able to light it up on his own. I'm really glad they added that talent in New York. If you're a Giants fan, I wouldn't feel threatened at all yet, Philly. But he just looks like a good kid. Good interior decorating at the crib. And look at Dave Gettleman trying to get on his PPE. Oh, my goodness. Talk about something that's going to go. Look at Joe Judge. Little modern art on the wall. He's trying to make the New York transition from his time down south. And actually, Joe Judge is a Philly guy, believe it or not. Okay, there's the Cowboys trades, or the Dolphins trades. Last 14 months, Robert Quinn, Kenny Stills, Kiko Alonso, Kenyon Drake. All guys who they got compensated for, all guys who have played well. And they also traded Minkah Fitzpatrick, who is a Defensive Player of the Year candidate. Tunsil. So they have unloaded a lot of really good players. Who are you taking one-on-one, Chase Young or Andrew Thomas? It's really hard to know, man. Pro and college games are so different, and especially with linemen. And, I can't make a determination there. Yeah. Gettleman totally alone donning the mask. It's amazing. Yeah, dude. Gettleman putting on PP is already all over the internet. Now, Tua, this is a good setup. Really good setup. Man, that's a good setup down there Tua's got. It's a beautiful room. Beautiful room. Okay, there's B-Flow. B-Flow's the man. B-Flow actually, you're going to look back on this one day and say that Brian Flores, although he's a great coach, absolutely ruined the Dolphins' chances of success by playing their way out of what certainly should have been a first pick situation for them. B-Flow is such a good coach that he took a team that, perennially every year you talk about, could Ohio State beat the Dolphins? Could Ohio State beat the Bengals? Could LSU beat Miami? I don't know, but Miami was that team you would have asked about going into the 19th season. And here they are picking at 5. The pick is in. Is it Tua? Is it Herbert? I don't know. Maybe somebody on the internet knows already. I don't know. And let's see, the pick is in. So Louis Riddick's touching on something I think is important is, what do you want out of Tua? If you don't know if he's going to make it to the second contract, do you take him at 5? I don't, because I don't want to be doing this again in 5 years. I just don't. Pouring some more water, guys. Out of water. I am out of water. Fucking 4 picks in. Yeah, do I think Alabama players get beat up more than other schools? I absolutely. Christian Carter asked that question. That's a really good question. I think Bama players, first thing I think of is you really need to check out their body and see what they've been through there because they run it like a pro program. They're physical. They're playing the most physical, conference in the country. So those guys get beat up. They play a physical brand of football. Usually you don't see it carry over to the quarterback, but Tua is known to take hard hits. Saban earlier, I was watching an interview with him, and one of the main things he said was Tua needs to get better at, sliding, getting down, like being a little smarter. And maybe we'll get a chance to talk to Tua or about Tua in a moment here. Maybe he's the Dolphins' pick. Oh, they did it. They did it. Ooh. B-Flow hitching his wagon to Tua. Let me check and see where Stanford Steve's at. Is he in here? Cowboy Reed, shoot me a text. Let me know when our guy is popping on or if he's still popping on. Or maybe he got drafted. Maybe Stanford Steve got drafted. But if Stanford Steve doesn't pop on, I might try to get my brother on early. Not in yet. He said he needed a minute, so we still got Stanford Steve coming up. He's probably fielding calls about a comeback. Yeah, this hit is just so rare. I mean, such bad luck, but it wasn't like he didn't already have the injury concerns. That had to be incredibly fucking painful. But Nick Saban said out of all the players that everything looks right, man. You hear the Steve Young comparisons. You hear the Brunell comparisons. Riddick was on there earlier talking about him. Obviously, those are lefties. The lefty thing, it's a little bit sketchy. The last 5 years, quarterback or the last 5 quarterbacks that were drafted in the first round that were lefties, all but one became a bust, and that one was Michael Vick. So, it's sketchy. They were in kind of an RPO type offense. You worry about that sort of thing. You worry about the injuries we mentioned. There he is, Stanford Steve in the building. Steve Kaufman. Dude. Oh, you got to turn on your audio, player. You got to see Stanford Steve Diggs. But, the thing about Tua that I worry about is just that second contract factor. Now, Steve, I'm hearing a buzz here with Stanford Steve. We'll get him right. But Saban said that, out of all the players he's ever coached, Tua was the most popular. If you polled every player within a locker room, he's that kind of guy. He's that kind of teammate. He said, don't make the Drew Brees mistakes that he made in Miami. Obviously, when some of you young people don't remember when Saban was in fucking Miami as a head coach before his name got real hot. Now the noise is gone.
You got me?
Yeah, I got you, big boy.
What's up, brother?
Dude, it feels like it's been years.
Hey, I keeping tabs on you. I've been checking in on some chat you've been doing.
Okay.
You've been blowing up.
We do just blowing up a little bit, a little slow come up over here at Greenlight Studios, and now the studios are my home office. So,
still got some of that apple whiskey?
I do have some Crown Apple. That's good. That's good.
There you go.
Dog, dude. Hey guys, Stanford. I said this earlier when Anthony Munoz was in, that it was spectacular having a guy like Anthony Munoz in the live watch. Now we got Stanford Steve. Okay. What's going on tonight? So, guys, if you got questions for Stanford Steve, let him fly. What you been up to, big boy? You and Scott been doing the tour like normal.
Yeah, we're here tonight. Actually, just taped Ryan today. Sorry I was late. I was supposed to join up, but we were setting up with him. Like, this place is crazy tonight, man. We got more FaceTimes and Skype interviews set up. Have you seen the feed of Belichick yet?
No, I haven't, dude.
Oh, it's awesome. He's at his house in Nantucket. He's got the half sweatshirt, sweatpants, and he's barefoot. He's got no shoes on, just walking around with wires hanging out of flat top.
His feet are out?
Oh, he's barefoot, yeah.
Oh, God, dude. Those things have to be like damn Schmeagol.
Kind of hiding from the camera, but he had 4 laptops set up on a table. I'm just watching that feed. I'm not even watching the draft.
He doesn't care, bro. He does not care about his appearance. What do you think of the Tua pick? You're the college football expert.
I love it. I absolutely love it. I just kept saying to myself this whole time, I cannot see Justin Herbert going ahead of Tua. I can't. These guys, what is it? 50% of the quarterbacks in the first round are busts anyways. Like this is a gamble, and let's gamble, baby, because you're getting a guy. I heard Dilfer talking with Russillo the other night, just talking about the accuracy that he hasn't seen, the ball, the rotation, the way he watches, film, the stuff he sees on the field. I just love it. I think it's the right pick. I think he's got the goods, man. He's got the goods. Dilfer was talking about how Najee Harris, who was in next year's draft, Jerry Jeudy, those guys were uncommitted at the opening, never met Tua before. And after 3 days, that Elite 11 stuff, 3 days with Tua, everyone's committed to Alabama. So that just tells you the kind of guy that he is at rallying the troops. Teammates love him. He's just got a weird thing about winning over teammates. And I think that helps going in knowing, what's at stake here in Miami.
Do the Dolphins need an edge rusher?
Are you saying
an old one? An old one? I'm getting the Tua. Dude, a day ago, this is how fucking fickle I am. A day ago, I said, I don't know that I draft him in top 5. I'm afraid. A 3-minute pep talk from you, and I feel great about Tua. No, I hear you when you put it in the gambling sense. Yeah. I mean, it's like 50-50 anyway. So, make the play that's going to take you to the next level if he's healthy.
The one thing I will say, and it's a worry. It's not I'm doubting these guys. They're 2 of my favorite quarterbacks since Andrew Luck coming out of college, Burrow and Tua. But here's the thing that I worry about. I worry that both of those guys were thrown to absolute elite talent on the outside on the perimeter. You were at the national championship game. You saw the throws that Burrow was making, the separation those receivers had. Those are nice throws to have to make when you're 5 wide and you got scat protection. Those guys are getting open that fast. Mm-hmm. So, and Tua's even more so. You watch Bama tape. It's just guys running free, and the ball's right there. So I just think, we talk about the learning curve, and everybody doesn't have time for things to develop nowadays, and that's what worries me about Isaiah Simmons to wherever he goes, is that he's going to have to play closer to the line of scrimmage now. That's going to take time. He's played in space all over. He's not fast enough to play in space at the next level, but he's got the goods to do the things at closer to the line of scrimmage. So getting back to Tua and Burrow, it's going to take time, man. You know how fast that league is up there, and the decision making, all that. They have the goods. It's just they can't take as many risks, I don't think, as they did in college because they had superior talent.
Now they're going to have to
college. They call them 50-50 balls. They ain't 50-50 balls. Those are like 70-30. To Jerry Jeudy and Jefferson, No,
I agree with you wholeheartedly. And the guy that had not, he didn't have the talent. Now Oregon's a talented program, but he didn't have the talent the 2 guys we just mentioned had, and they have quite the spread. Herbert's got the cheese plate. He's got the chips, the vegetables that haven't been touched. I'm tripping out on people's backgrounds here. By the way, Tua has quite the setup down there in Bama.
Well, I was saying it looks like that movie, the latest Fast and the Furious, when The Rock went to the house and he needed help and they beat him up, they punched him in the face. It's identical. Pull up that scene of that movie.
Tua's house or
Tua's house, The Rock in Fast and the Furious. It's identical settings.
Okay, well,
serious dudes wearing skirts that you would not mess with.
It looks like that background looks awesome, and I'm just saying that so far Tua has won the background sweepstakes in the top 6. No doubt about it. Now, the guy who the guy that needs work is Joe Burrow's interior decorating or his parents' house. The shades or the drapes.
Van Pelt brought up the curtains. Yeah, but here's the deal. I know Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow ain't staying there long. He knew he was 1-0. He's going to get his drink on. There's no doubt about that.
You're damn right. He's going right out into the streets of, well, I guess you can't, so we don't endorse that right now, but he's going out in the backyard.
Front yard?
He's going in the backyard. He's going to the backyard. Here's the most fucked up thing of this whole situation is that, okay, one big downside to social distancing draft is you got to get drunk at your parents' house after you get drafted. Once in a lifetime moment. I went to a club. These guys got to go to their parents' house. The positive of this thing though is if you slide, you're only sliding around a couple people.
Yeah, no doubt. Hey, this is you lived it. Like if you were ever going to make a mistake, it was going to be on the night you were drafted with your boys.
No, so here's what was so funny. The night before the draft, I was getting so fucked up. That was like the night, and I messed it up because I should have done that the night after. But the night I got drafted, literally my parents sent somebody to grab me at like midnight. They were like, "You're not out after midnight right now." Like I had Brian Nelson, who you know, come onto the party bus, and he was like, "Hey, come." He was like, "Hey, come with me for a second." And I'm like, "Where are we going?" And the next thing you know, I'm in a car. And the next thing you know, I'm back in my hotel room. And I'm like, what happened? And I woke up hungover and got a shitty haircut and shaved my face. And I looked so stupid in that baggy suit. And then I went out and did it again.
Yeah, there you go. I don't care, man. I'm watching The Last Dance. I love the baggy suits. That's what I grew up in. I am good to go.
Look at this.
I think I know the Panthers are taking right here.
Do you think it's going to be a tackle?
I think it's going to be Derek Brown.
Yeah, defensive tackle.
Yeah. Wow.
Also got these fellows printed up for the live watch.
Hey, I was listening to your podcast last night, and you nailed the Jordan thing about, dealing with teammates, I thought. Like when you said, you know how good you got to be when you're just constantly giving it to your teammates like that? I think Jordan's the only qualifier.
I'm so glad you said that because, sometimes I feel like, and I've had to be a leader on an NFL team before, like a few times. And for me, everybody's leadership style is different. But I truly believe for you to be that guy consistently, you have to be damn near perfect. You can't talk that way to grown men unless you're kind of beyond reproach. And to be beyond reproach, you need to be Michael Jordan good. I think the biggest misconception is that people saying, I wish he'd be more like Jordan, be a killer, be more like Kobe. You can't just do that. You have to be great to be that way. You have to absolutely be great. And the guys that aren't great and act that way, they get called assholes.
Yeah.
You go try to be Jordan and yell at all your teammates. If you're not doing your shit 100% of the time, your ass going to become popular in the locker room. I think that's the biggest misconception fans have about leadership at the pro level.
Yeah. And why do locker rooms suck when a team is losing? Because nobody can say shit because they're not being accountable.
Exactly. Everybody's just chirping at each other like Jordan, and they're going out there and just shitting down their leg every Sunday. I'm telling you, all those speeches sound way cooler when Phil Jackson or Michael Jordan or some of those guys on those 50-12 Bulls teams, when they're giving their speeches, getting primed for the playoffs. They don't sound so good in the Edward Jones Dome when you're 2-12 and you're trying to rally the boys and you're hitting them with a dose of honesty. It just doesn't work.
Yeah.
So,
no.
So we got have we heard what the pick is? Because why are we dragging this thing out?
Well, we picked up the pace. We were dragging it out early on. There was a lot to get to. I think they wanted to, get things a lot settled and test a lot of the lines out. So I think we're good on that front. The problem is I haven't checked Twitter or anything. I can only imagine what's going on that. And I imagine just everybody's just praying for a big screw up so everybody can make fun of it online. Yeah, dude. I'm waiting for like I've said, I'm waiting for some Russian dude to drag his balls across his Zoom screen as he hacks into the pick is in. The Panthers with the 7th pick. Some fucking Vladimir Klitschko looking dude just drags his sack across the screen. That's what I think is going to happen. And also,
if you were the Panthers, would you pick Derek or would you pick Isaiah or somebody else?
Derek Brown, no doubt.
You're such an SEC guy. You and Russillo.
No. Derek Brown, he's like my favorite player in the draft, bro. I love him. I absolutely love him. I'm just mad he's not going to still be able to wear a single digit in the league. That's what really makes me upset. But he's as solid a dude and a player that I think is in this first round. I'm actually shocked that Wirfs wasn't the first tackle selected. I think he's a sure bet. Like, I know Iowa is Iowa. You know, it's a sustained program, and they've had a lot of dudes come out of there. That dude's the first true freshman ever to start at offensive tackle at Iowa.
But
they've had serious
pro offensive linemen that they've had. Balaga's real good in the game right now. He's had a really good career.
Gallery bust.
Gallery was a bit of a he played a long time.
Guys like Claiborne's been in the league 10+ years.
Yeah,
you know, like it's just a good program, and guys get out. Like, imagine what they're. I mean, they build people. You know, Iowa just drafts people, redshirts them, and develops linemen. This dude just stepped in and said, "Yo, I'm ready to play." Like, that doesn't happen out there with those.
No, it doesn't happen a lot, and I think he's just so gifted. I think to your point, he's a sure bet in a way because I know he can play guard too, and actually he might even be a better guard than he is a tackle.
That's a scary thought.
It's a scary thought. Goodell's pumping up to digital fans. Come on, Panthers fans. Derek Brown, there's your guy.
There you go.
So
I come on and I break news.
Look at what you do. Look at Rosenhaus. He took the PPE off. Why did Rosenhaus take the PPE off?
I don't know. What else you got cooking tonight? Are you at home?
Yeah.
What time's Waylon coming on?
Waylon was already on. You missed him.
Come on.
You know what he's really into lately? Meg showed him the nickname Baby Barack due to political aspirations. Oh, that was the wrong graphic for Carolina. Ooh. Hold on, I gotta get these tweets off. But Waylon has been really into Dumb and Dumber YouTube videos lately, thanks to Meg, and he's really into the not Lloyd, the hairy poop scene.
Okay.
Toilet.
One of my favorite scenes is when he throws a snowball in her face. I just love that.
Oh, it's great. And what's there's a song playing in the background. I had the Dumb and Dumber soundtrack as a kid. I love that CD.
You would.
Hurdy-gurdy, man?
Yeah.
Huh? No, I gotta fire this tweet off. Okay, who's next? Arizona. Who do you like here? Worse?
I would think so, right? You got to give Kyler some kind of protection. I was, the Giants pick was probably a surprise, right? Is that the biggest surprise?
Who?
The Giants?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it was a relative surprise because if they went tackle, I think that some people, there was a perception that Andrew Thomas wasn't the best one. I think Andrew Thomas is the safest one right off the bat for sure. He's got the highest floor, if you will.
He might have the highest ceiling too.
Well, that's why I like him. I would have picked him there too. If I'm enamored with Becton. I'm not sold on Wirfs. I'm enamored with Becton.
Okay.
And I don't know about Wills. I haven't watched him enough. I gotta admit, when I turned on the combine and really looked at him a lot for the first time outside of his pads, really doesn't have much of a lower body, like a posterior chain, if you will. Which worries me.
I got you. Is Philly going to be? How mad are Eagles fans going to be if they don't take a receiver?
If they don't take a receiver, I think Eagles fans are going to be mad no matter what happens with this draft because this is a time that the Eagles are at a place where they can go up, but the Eagles could also go down in the near future. Yep. Like they're at kind of a crossroads. And they have to get this pick right. They have to give Carson the speed he needs to unlock all those traits that make him a top 5 talent. I mean, and last year, listen, I was on the bandwagon of protecting Carson, but I wasn't being a homer. I really thought he did a lot with little, and I really think highly of the guy. But we had Torrey Smith, who's going to join us later. University of Maryland. I don't do that for a lot of, have a lot of Terps on. But after Torrey Smith, it was Mike Wallace. Mike Wallace got hurt. After him, it was Deshaun last year, who balled out for 3-4 games but got hurt. If Carson doesn't have that take the top off the defense guy, you're not playing to his strengths. So you need somebody. I don't know if the right guy is going to be there. I know they really like Ruggs. I've heard San Francisco might trade back. I don't know what's going to happen there. But
look at Kingsbury's house, dude. Look at his house.
He's got to have a good house. Let me see.
They're going to take Simmons.
Simmons?
They're going to take Simmons.
Look at Steve Keim. Somehow looks like a tomato. Hey, Steve Keim. Steve Keim drafts sunscreen. That's my tweet. Hope nobody beats me to it. Hold on. This is going to be a good tweet, Steve.
Oh, God.
Tweet with Steve. That's what we call this segment.
There we go.
How have you been passing the time, like, just sitting in the house, bro? What are the picks in?
Well, I got a 6-year-old, so we got school during the day. I got a 3-year-old that's a freaking maniac. All she wants to do is wrestle. And then I got a 10-month-old. So our house is madness every day before I come into work. So I bought a 3-seater stroller. I've been pushing them all around town, trying to wear them out.
You got the triple decker?
Yeah, I got the triple decker with the stand in the back.
Oh, you're like the boss of all dads. You're like at the end of the video game.
I run them into the ground so make sure we get nap time in during the day. But I'm actually good, man. Like, I never usually have. I'm usually traveling. I'm usually at work a lot more than I am. So, I mean, the time that I've had at home with my girls is great. Like I said, we got the baby that's going to be 10 months on Monday. So there's plenty going on in our house. Almost had a little bit of an argument because I was told there was toilet paper available in the area. And then I drove out there. It was gone. And then I came home. We still had like a whole whatever container.
So you got sent on a wild goose chase?
Yeah, and I didn't need to. Like, we have plenty of toilet paper. Plenty. We didn't need it. Just because we heard something. I don't need to be running around town. I'd rather be home and running around with the girls. So the problem is the weather, Chris. Up here, it's been like 50, 40 degrees. We need that shit to get warmer, man.
Yeah, it's nice here, dude. It's beautiful here, actually. Last night, I'll send you a picture. I had a nice little campfire sunset, about 60 degrees, dropped to like 47 at night, put some hoodie on, sat by the fire. It's beautiful right now.
Yeah, and then I'm trying to house hunt also in the Maryland, Virginia area, and that sucks, trying to do everything online. But
I think eventually it's going to be a great move. We talked about it. I'm super excited for you guys.
Yeah.
I'm super excited for you guys. I can actually come visit you.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I'll come visit you.
So what do we think? You didn't sound so sold on Simmons, but do you like him in Arizona?
Yeah. I mean, I think he's the most talented player in the draft, but he's going to be asked something to do in the NFL that he hasn't done a lot. You know what it's like. He's got to play up on the line of scrimmage. He's got to play on the outside. He's got to be on the outside of these tight ends that, I mean, a lot of tight ends don't really block anymore, but he's got to play, in between that flex tight end or flex slot where he doesn't know if he's getting cracked down or trying to get, angle whipped or a guard pulling and trying to kick his ass out. He's got to step up in there and be firm, be strong, and he just hasn't done that. He's been able to roam all around. Venables did an unbelievable job of being able to create, him in areas. I don't think he could cover, these new NFL tight ends. So that's why I don't think he could play, off the line of scrimmage in space. I think people will get him matched up and it'll be tough for him. So that's why I think he's got to come on down and play on the outside in like a 3-4. Yeah. I don't even know what they're going to play on D.
Dude, whatever they're playing, they're going to have a place for him. And that's why I like him. He's safe. He's maybe not a top end guy. He's maybe not a guy that's, because of the things you mentioned, maybe the space is going to be a little bit different, spacing in college.
No, but he's a football player, man. Like, he's a really, really gifted dude. Maybe the most gifted dude.
You'll find something for him to do. And
no doubt.
I just now saw Cliff Kingsbury's fucking house.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Yeah. Chilling.
I hate him.
Could you live in Arizona?
No, I couldn't. There's no trees. I need some trees. I need some conifers.
You do need trees.
Look at this. Look at this. For those of you on YouTube, look at this shit. Look at this shit. Look at this asshole.
That shit is nice.
Yo, he's got concrete poured between his grass.
Bro, it's like the real thing, like when Gosling took Emma Stone back in that movie with Steve Carell.
Yeah, with Carell.
Glass.
Yes. Look at this guy. I mean, this guy is Batman. Why are you even coaching? Just take your money and just live like Batman the rest of your life.
Crazy.
So I said that Steve Keim selected sunscreen, and some Arizonans are offended because they said it was 95 degrees today. Well, just put some fucking sunscreen on your head. As a bald man, you know you got to put some sunscreen on your head.
Oh, we might have a surprise here.
Jags pick is in. Okay, let me guess the surprise. Oh, somebody's got like a visual surprise. Somebody's coming on.
No.
Okay, so I think the Jags are trading back.
Wrong.
Oh, okay, surprise. Would you consider Jerry Jeudy a surprise, or do you think Jordan Love is the surprise?
Oh, no, it's not that big of a surprise.
See, I wouldn't consider Jerry Jeudy at 9 a surprise over CD, although I really like CD.
Yeah, you and Russillo like CD. I'm Judy's route running is sick.
Yeah, he's disgusting, but
CD is a wide receiver that never goes down on first contact, which I love. Because I think NFL secondary guys tackle like crap.
Yeah.
That he's going to be a big difference maker. This guy. Oh man, where is this guy? Hold on one second. This guy's over under was I think pretty high.
Who?
Where he was picked. Like a couple weeks ago, he was borderline going to be a first round.
Okay, give me a side of the ball.
Defense.
Backfield.
Yep.
Okay, so it's a corner. Henderson, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah?
Yeah.
He's their pick. So geographically, I don't think that's a big reach. I actually think Henderson's pretty good, and I don't think Henderson, the gap between him and Okuda is as big as some people think. I mean,
But what do you think about the full tank for Trevor Lawrence? Is that a pick for that?
Well, golly, not a lot of people throwing on a team that's down all the time. So you can hide your good talent, you know?
Man, throwing it out there.
No, I hear you, but what are you going to do? Make a shitty first-round pick? Corner is a position that, you know, the kid could use a year to learn, and he's going to learn. My brother's FaceTiming me. Hold on a second. Yo, I'm on IG Live. Yo, turn your shit up. Like, put it up a little higher so I'm not looking at the. Look at my brother Howie's war room. Everybody say what's up.
What up, Howie?
Steve said what's up. That's Howie's war room. Look at that war room right there. Look at all those TVs and shit. He doesn't work for the NFL. He just has a lot of TVs and laptops.
Cool.
Well, he does work for the NFL. He works for the Raiders. So, all right, man.
I was going to say, is it true there's 11 whiteboards in Mayock's living room? Ask him that next time.
Probably.
Yeah.
The Raiders could move to get the guy they want from Phil Simms. That's a Magic Johnson tweet. I'm going to have to ask him about that tomorrow.
That is great.
But it's probably true. And, you know.
The Browns signed – who'd they get? They got a tackle, right? In the offseason? Free agency?
Browns grab Conklin. They're going to need one more. I think at 10 they grab one more. Or they trade back. And they've got a lot of picks, I think. No, do they have a lot of picks? Or it's the opposite?
I know Jacksonville has a ton. Wow, this is pretty crazy. This is a surprise to me. Henderson.
CJ's got the fountain blue decor at the crib. You know, white couch, very, very stark, modern artwork.
How does it work when you go to the draft? Do you get tickets?
Bro, I had 20 dudes there. They almost.
Oh, how did they get in? They just went as fans?
Yes, they sat up in the and they almost burnt down some shitty hotel on the Jersey side, bro. The fire alarm, everything, like real flames, and they must have been lighting candles in there. I don't know.
Hungover the day after the draft or the day of the draft?
Well, I never had a hangover the day after the draft because I never went to sleep.
Oh, good call.
And I ended up so basically that morning, 6 a.m., I get back to the room, and at that point, I'm like ready to pack a dip. You know, I'm just like, this is dip time. Watch the highlights of me looking like a moron walking up on stage. Pass out till 11 a.m., maybe later. But the St. Louis Rams, had me on a flight to Lambert, and it's a commercial flight, and it's 7 a.m. flight. So I never went to sleep. I had to button my button down. I'm getting on the plane, same clothes, the whole nine. And I ended up in front of people in Earth City firing hardball questions. I don't remember any of that press conference. So, no hangover that day. And then the next 8 years was a fucking blur.
Crazy.
I might have got, I got more hours sleep that night, the same hours sleep that night as we got winning seasons in that 8 years. So.
I do remember the B-roll of your draft night. It was awesome. You look like, it was good. But there was a lot of UConn highlights on there, I felt like.
UConn. There was UConn. We beat on UConn.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let's see.
I got this pick. You want
it? Cleveland, Mekhi Becton.
No, close.
Worse.
Nope.
Wills? Yeah. I did not see them snagging him there. I mean, I just didn't see it happening.
Well, Conklin's a right tackle, right?
Conklin's a right tackle.
Yeah, and so is Wills, I thought. Oh. Man.
Yeah, so I just got a text from Brian Nelson that the story – we're all stopping because we're going to listen to what they're saying about St. Jude here. Shout out to that dude, man. Hey, listen, you think your little bullshit complaints are valid any given day. Just think about what that kid's battling. So
amazing.
Shout out to St. Jude. And now let's watch the Browns fuck their pickup. Look at the Browns fans, the digital Browns fans. Look at the little digital. Look at the guy screaming into the camera, bottom left, just screaming. So what happened? Okay, Canadian tuxedo, respect it. Got some shoulders, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Wow, UK lost him to Bama. Shocker. No, but the story there was that Aaron Andrews wanted to put my friends, like they were 20 deep, on camera. They were hanging over the banister, but they had a sign that read, "C-Long has a big dong." So they didn't want to. Those guys weren't allowed to. And they actually, somebody from the NFL came back and was like, "Do you have 20 friends up in the first row of the banister?" I was like, "Yeah, absolutely." Like, what,
yes,
are they back here or something? You gonna let them come back, or like, no, we're gonna ask them to leave soon if they don't put the sign down.
Oh,
I don't know about Wills, man. I don't know.
I'm waiting. I'm with you. I'm worried he's maxed out.
Who do you think the Jets take, man? My man Joe Douglas. Let's get you through the Jets pick, and then I'm going to have Kyle pop on. Two bald icons, back-to-back. Stanford Steve, Kyle Long, coming up next.
You have commercials?
No. Not at all. I said, who are they going to take next? I was wondering why you're looking at me like you had some up your sleeve.
No, I don't know about the Jets. God, they need everything. I mean, Darnold doesn't have anybody to throw to. They lost Robbie Anderson, right?
Darnold? Yeah, Robbie. Where'd Robbie end up? Down in Carolina?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yep. He ended up down in Carolina. Yeah.
CeeDee Lamb?
Man, I like that. And I like that.
Love this. I want Sam I Am to have somebody to throw the rock to, you know?
They're gonna have to snag somebody to throw to, but you can get them deeper than you can at tackle right now. It looks like the top end receivers, everything's getting pushed up the board. We haven't seen one taken yet. And even if two were taken in the top 10, you talked about in the teens, one of the strategies is, well, just wait till the second round. You can probably get a really good receiver there too. So maybe if you think you can get the tackle you want here, I could see Becton. I can hear Joe Douglas talking about Becton right now. I mean, that is Joe Douglas's fucking type of guy. Let's go, Joe Douglas. Jerry Jeudy, somebody said. Default name had the scoop here. Default name on YouTube.com. Default name breaks the scoop. Jerry Jeudy going to the Jets. Eagles trade for Lamb. Somebody asked if the Eagles trade for Lamb.
From people I talked to, aren't the Raiders next?
Raiders are next. I think the Raiders. I thought the Raiders were going to go with the corner from Florida, but he's not going to be there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I heard somebody told me the Raiders, I think, had Lamb as their number one receiver, even if Jeudy was on the board.
Yo, CeeDee Lamb playing for the Raiders, so cool. It's just so cool.
Yeah.
Yo, if he's Anquan Bolden, he should have been picked 5 picks ago. If people say he's Anquan Bolden, if he's Anquan Bolden.
He don't block as well as Anquan Bolden.
Anquan Bolden's one of my favorites.
Anquan Bolden was a dog.
Dog.
All right, I gotta get Van Pelt in line. I gotta get him a Diet Coke.
Go get him a Coke.
So
tell him I said what's up, and we'll catch up soon. We miss you on Greenlight Pod, my brother.
What let's can you Skype at home?
I can Skype.
Is it good?
It depends.
Is your FaceTime better?
Yeah. No, Skype's good. I've been Zooming my ass off, dude.
I know. We can't Zoom here at the Worldwide Leader. You seen what happens with Zoom, bro.
Yeah, you get a Russian guy dragging his nutsack across your screen. You got to be careful with that Zoom. The first show they're going to hack into is your fucking Sports Center. It's your ass, okay?
That's why we're not doing Zoom. So next week, come out with Scott. We'll do a little draft recap.
Okay, bro.
All right.
See you, brother. Appreciate you, Steve.
Thank you, guys. Production guys.
Everybody. Stanford Steve, everybody. We're gonna get Kyle Long on here, I think, pretty soon. The Jets are on the clock. I'm texting Kyle. We got a lot of time. Putting that in the group text, my family group text. Yeah. So the only pick. Okay, let's recap what we got so far. Where's the little draft order? Okay, we had Burrow at 1 to Cincy, shocker. We had Washington taking Chase Young, shocker. We had the Lions taking Okuda, shocker. This is the worst football season ever. And then the Giants surprised people but made the right pick. Not sarcastic. That's a shocker. Dolphins, Tua, Chargers, Herbert. Kind of how you thought it might go months ago. And then the Panthers took Derek Brown. Man, the mock drafts have been on point. Cardinals, Simmons. That was the one pick I didn't see happening. I thought they would be taking a tackle for sure. It tells you what they probably thought about Wirfs. And those guys not named Andrew Thomas. Becton could slide due to the Devil's lettuce. When's this league going to get it? When are they going to get it? You can have a very successful live stream imbibing in the devil's lettuce. You can play 11 years in the league. Becton might slide. Michael Irvin is on here in that suit. That is a bold suit. Somebody asked, "How's my dad doing not being on TV?" He's doing good with that. I think he's pretty happy to be chilling at home. But I think he probably hopes to get back to work. He loves those guys he works with, and they're like a big family. So that's his team now. So we're gonna try to get Kyle on here and see. Okay, first time since 2015 that not a single team traded its draft slot in the top 10 picks. I mean, come on, man. We've been waiting for this draft. We have been waiting for this draft. Jerry Jeudy. So I got to the Cardinals. They snagged Simmons. The Jags surprised Stanford Steve with a corner. The Jets and Becton. That's a Joe Douglas pick. That is a Joe Douglas pick. Man, I thought. I want to draft Mekhi Becton's family member. My man would push in some piles. Becton is a beast. I love Becton. I hate that he got away from UVA, Virginia kid, successful at Louisville. One of my favorite guys in the draft. I'm really happy he's landed with probably my favorite GM in Joe Douglas. 6'7", 3'8", 364. Look at him with the moves. I haven't even seen this basketball highlight tape. Fuck it. We saw Ruggs. Let's see Becton now. Oh, my goodness. How does he dunk and not break the rim? When I saw this 40, that was when I realized that I probably don't want to play football anymore. The minute I saw Becton run that 40, I was like, yeah, I'm good. Yep, and he's nasty. He's real nasty. He finishes blocks. A lot of times you see him with like 2 pancakes on the same play. I think he's going to have to work on his punch, his technique. But if he can harness that power in pass pro, look out. And, here you are investing in your best offensive player and your most valuable one in Sam Darnold. Yeah, I like this. I like this for the Jets. And the people on TV like it too. His dad is huge. Grant Houchins asks, I just want my chance in the league. Is that too much to ask? Yes, Grant. It's too much. And I know Grant. Shout out to Grant Houchins. Look at how fucking big Mekhi Becton is. Look at my dog, Joe Douglas. Let's go. Let's go. Look at Joe. Let's fucking go, dude. Let's go. My dog. I'm about to text Joe Douglas. He won't read it till tomorrow because he's got about 600 text messages. Love it. Love it. Love it. Okay. Pushing trucks. We get it. Yeah, so coming up here, we're still waiting on a wide receiver. We have the Raiders. This is going to be an interesting pick because the guy I thought that would be there for them, Jacksonville, reached up and grabbed him. I don't know where they're going with this pick. I really don't. I do think eventually the Raiders snag a quarterback. Now, I don't think they're going to take Love here. Oh, they got a technical issue. Everybody's staring at Trey Wingo. Let's go to Allegiant Stadium.
We're supposed to be there celebrating Stanford Raiders moving to Vegas 2020.
Look at the strip, empty, totally empty. Although the mayor wants it full. Look at Mayock. Mayock's the man, dude. They had such a great draft last year. A lot of people laughed when Mike Mayock was hired. Great draft for him. Good for John. The guy with John is kind of yoked. Is that like his kid? Yoked Gruden. Got a big whiteboard. All right, let's see what we got here. It looks like they actually picked somebody. I don't think they traded back or anything. Probably CD Lamb. The pick is in, man. Just make the pick.
There are many first evers for part of the draft, including first ever draft selection by the Las Vegas Raiders.
Las Vegas Raiders. That sounds so weird.
So with the 12th pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Henry Ruggs, wide receiver, Alabama.
I mean,
Raiders.
Anything can happen. The Eagles are hyped. I mean, everybody thought the Eagles coveted Ruggs, but I'm sure now you're looking at the possibility that Jerry Jeudy's there, CD Lamb, Jefferson still on the board. I would not have guessed that Ruggs was the first wide receiver off the board. By the way, with that Tua pick, Nick Saban has now had all 11 positions represented in the first round on offense, all 11 positions in the first round represented on defense in his time at Alabama. Pretty damn impressive. Teams are giving the game to my Philadelphia Eagles. CD Lamb in Philly. That would be something else. And it could happen here. San Francisco, they could use some picks later in the draft. They have 2 in the first round. We'll see what they're going to do. Maybe they trade back. Jets offensive line investments this season. This is an Adam Schefter tweet. George Fant, Connor McGovern, Greg Van Roten, Josh Andrews, Alex Lewis, and now Mekhi Becton. And I love it. I absolutely love it. Look at his fucking basketball highlight tape. I don't even need to see the football highlight tape. Ooh, did you see him dribble that ball after he dunked it on that guy's face? Nasty. I like it.
340. He can absolutely scoop Michael Irvin, and he can take the house no matter where he gets the ball.
They rave about his mental makeup, too. They rave about his mental makeup. And there you got Becton running. He knew he ran. He knew he ran well. He strutted. And he didn't even run in a straight line. That's the craziest thing about it for me. I mean, he ran kind of like almost in a straight line, and his time was still elite. Scary. What was my 40? At the combine, I think I ran a 4.7 or 4.75, sorry. In training, the fastest I ever ran was a 4.58. That's no joke. But I was on AstroTurf. But I got real slow. Like, man, I'm not a long straight line guy. My 10-yard split was actually very good. I had one of the best 10-yard splits in the whole combine. Defensively, I think it was me and Cliff Averill that had the 2 really good 10-yard splits. I never really lost that 10-yard split. Even late in my career, I felt like I was quicker off the ball than a lot of younger guys. But you lose that straight line speed. I would be pretty embarrassed. Does he have a fucking bathrobe on? Yeah, you lose that long straight line speed. But luckily, at D-line, you really don't have to worry about it. Somebody said, what's going to happen with Denver? I've heard Jefferson floated. But at this point, at this juncture, we assumed, I think, there would be a lot less on the board when it came to wide receivers. Now you might be able to get your guy right where you are. The Eagles have to do the math and see if they want to trade up, move up. I could really go for some like delivery food right now, like a pizza. Sounds good, doesn't it? It's called being quick, Hal said. Yeah. Nah, Sam, it ain't the munchies, dude. I'll tell you when I got the munchies. I'm just fucking hungry. What's my favorite pizza chain? Ruggs has a robe on. I think he wins the draft. Michael Irvin. Michael Irvin says that Henry Ruggs just made a statement, and you know when you see the bathrobe what that statement is. I didn't know. I didn't speak like bathrobe statements, but Michael Irvin, I'll brush up on that whole deal. I didn't know that if you wore a bathrobe, it was like that's your first statement in the NFL draft. That's how weird 2020 is with Adam Schefter. Okay. So Ruggs it's an Old Spice thing. And he got us. He got us all. How was I going to read that? Best pizza in Charlottesville? I like Lampo a lot, man. Lampo's good. Lampo's real good. And I know the folks over there that run Lampo, so shout out to Lampo. Ruggs had a custom banner, bro. Like he lives at a sports bar. I mean, this guy's doing all the right stuff. I really like him. San Fran's on the clock. San Fran might be one of the most. I know we have the tattoo graphic up. San Fran might be one of the most tattooed logos in sports. I don't know why I feel that way. I haven't done a study on that, but. Kyle said, "Hey, Reed, let me in." Lane Johnson is funny, man. He's going to come on later. The texts that he sends me are hilarious, and I can't share them all. What are we talking about? Tampa Bay here? Tampa Bay needs a right tackle. Yep. Oh, Lewis said it. Tampa Bay. Hey, Kyle. My dog. You got to turn your motherfucking audio on, bro.
Yeah, I think I got it.
What's up, dude?
Let me turn you down so you don't hear me over my... What's up, bud?
What's up, man? What's up, Johnny? Kyle?
Johnny Sins, how you guys doing? Twitch TV, Kyle Long. You can catch the premium.
How's it going, bud?
In all honesty, I came in while you were talking about the rug, the local bar banner in the background. And I got to say, Alabama leads the NFL in players that have their own memorabilia made.
Oh, God, it has to be. It has to be,
A
bro.
few guys, Eddie Jackson included, and they all have their own slogan. They all have their own jewelry.
Yo, Kyle, you seeing Bruce Arians?
Great.
His whole house is indoor, outdoor.
Great. He's great.
Whole house.
Bruce Arians, he smokes cigars like Arnold. Remember Arnold? There's that video of him saying, "Oh, your wife doesn't let you smoke cigars in the house." Bruce Arians is like, "I built the house.
I'm not in the house. This is an indoor, outdoor room.
I drink indoor, outdoor too."
So we got. Let's see.
You see the ginormous lip that coach had in?
No, I need a lip right now.
Oh, I just put one in, baby. We're Gucci. We ready to roll. I just ate some dinner. Kate made the maple chicken with sweet potatoes and green beans. Oh,
Shout out to Kate.
Keeping me
Kyle,
fed.
The GM in Tampa has to just feel like he hit the lottery. He just happened to to inherit Brady.
Yeah, and also, along the lines of management and people working upstairs that have hit the lottery in recent years, the coach for the Cardinals just being around, I'm sure, is a big morale boost in terms of social circles for that upstairs. Steve Keim, I'm sure, has run into some pretty cool folk.
He probably has. Hanging out with Cliff is probably pretty good news.
Dude.
Hey, did you notice that Cliff's house was the biggest fuck you middle finger to every American right now?
Yeah, well, I tweeted about it, and I said, people always ask me if you're interested in coaching, and let this picture be the reason why my response is a resounding yes.
Mm-hmm.
Because if I can live in a home like that and be drafting from the couch, you're playing Madden essentially with all the perks, the IRL perks.
Yeah, except that when you rage quit in Madden, nobody knows.
Yeah.
And then when
the check still clears. I mean, you got to understand the contracts for these players are void a lot, but rarely are these coaches' contracts voided.
No, absolutely. You're absolutely right.
Fox was paid for the last 2 years and for his Bears stuff. And you know that's commonplace around the NFL.
Oh, yeah, the check's clear, bro, and they continue to clear. Look at old Roger Goodell with his basic man cave. With a oh wow,
okay,
yeah.
So chat, I'm gonna read chat. Chris is gonna keep us updated on the pick.
Who is that?
You keep us updated on the real football stuff. I'll just be reading chat and making sure that we're.
Oh, you can read the chat. Okay, so you'll serve up questions. I like this.
Yeah.
DJ Kyle.
Let's hear some talking Roger Goodell. I'll give a brief anecdote. Roger Goodell's wife is from Lake Forest. Great lady. And you know what? I was like so anti-Roger for the longest, but I think he is a big goober. I think he is he's not as bad as people make it out to be. And I think people have made sport of hating Roger Goodell.
Yeah, he definitely, like, when you work for the owner, you're never going to be popular. Because that's literally what he does.
You want to time me? I'm going to sprint to the fridge and get a water.
Water? Yeah. Can you go get me some snacks?
I'll get you some snacks. I'll see if we have any left.
Just feed them to me through the live stream, like Luke feeds characters in the books he reads.
Okay, I'm gonna Mackay back then.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. So Wirfs is a boom bust guy at tackle. Listen, I know we talked about with Steve. There's not a lot of guys who come into Iowa and produce right away. And contribute. It's usually a breeding ground for great linemen and physical play. But he came in right away. All this stuff, jumping out of pools, running fast at the combine, a lot of the different drills, it's great. But I want to see him make the transition. I know he has to clean up some footwork issues. And
I'm watching this footage right here of Tristan Wirfs on the backside drive block in the mid zone. And it looks like teach tape that our coaches would see. I'm watching him set the point of attack on the front side there, just driving. He's in the Big Ten. These aren't slops,
right?
That he's playing against, and he's physical.
Well, part of the Big Ten.
I'd say the biggest thing that I'm looking for in these offensive linemen is strength of the point attack and recovery and pass rush, because you're going to get beat, and the guys who can recover are the ones that frustrate you to no end. Because if you beat us on your first rush move, the average O lineman's going to be beat for the rest of the play. The good ones can recover and make the rest of your rush difficult.
Yeah, and being able to have that curveball in your back pocket, when you're in trouble. This kid, I don't know if he has the body type that I'm thinking tackle. I could be wrong.
I think he can play guard, but I also think he can
more
play
like
tackle.
A guard to me. He looks like more like a guard to me.
I think if you have an offense that implements that 22 personnel, you have big bruisers on the outside at tight end who are in that tight formation with your tackle, you can afford to have a guy that's built more like a guard play tackle. If you have some help in the pass protection, if you have a play action first game plan. We got Bruce Arians shot again.
Look at with the fist pump clap.
What are the chances they cut to Andy Reid and he's sleeping on the couch? I think there's probably nobody who's Andy Reid probably looks forward to the draft like kids look forward to Christmas. It's an organic thing. It's something that he really looks forward to. All these guys are trying to get their houses right so they look the part. Andy Reid said, screw this. I'm going to have my notes and I'm going to get my cheeseburger. And I'm going
to do like I do every night. I'm going to just chill out with a Diet Coke and watch football on TV. But only he's part of the show tonight, and they pick very late, and I think they probably snag a running back, but I'm not positive. They don't have a ton of glaring needs, but running back would be one. They survived certainly last year without somebody consistently being their guy. Williams was big in the playoffs, but in the regular season, they could grab Swift at 32. That's a pretty good pickup. Kyle, give a draft night story. Somebody wants to know.
Draft night story. Okay, so I was kind of a fringe guy. I didn't know if I was a third, second, or I didn't really consider being a first rounder. So I was home with the family, Chris, Howie, mom, dad, a few very close friends. We were watching in the same room. My parents watch American Idol every week. And, we had a couple beers. I remember that. Chris and I were hanging out talking football. Howie was there. We were really enjoying it. And when the Chicago number called me, we watched because we knew a lot of my friends were going to be drafted in the first round. So opportunity to enjoy that and remember it. And then who knows what's going to happen. So there's a run on guards. Next thing you know, my dad's looking at me saying that they're making a run on guards here, Kyle. You may have a shot at getting drafted here. Unbeknownst to me, he had insider information that the Colts were going to draft me. That was my dead stop. That was the furthest I was going to go, the Colts. I never made it to the Colts. The Bears really fell in love with it because they saw a physical guy that they wanted to go attempt to block Ndamukong Suh, and he's been driving them crazy for years. You look back at the early teens in the 2000s, that was the issue with the Bears. They were getting pummeled up front.
Yeah, bullied.
Yeah.
And that was the whole thing. I had a big physical guy that's a mauler type guy. And
Aaron Cromer brought me in for my visit, Chris, and I didn't know the Bears were interested, and I was very respectful and quiet on my visits. And Aaron Cromer brought me in his office. He said, "Do you know why you're here?" I looked at him. I said, "I have no idea, sir. I assume you guys are interested in me playing football." And he turns on the TV, and he presses play, and it's a highlight film of Ndamukong Suh not making great plays, but just physically bullying people and being an asshole. And I liked his style of play. There was a line that he crossed sometimes, but I overall enjoy and respect Sue. But, they were like, we need another asshole around here.
I love coaches, man. I know the exact pose this motherfucker was in as he waited for you to come into his office. And he you got to cue the tape up to right where you want it and then turn the monitor off, but not the XOs off. You got to have it queued up. As soon as Kyle walks in, do you know why you're here?
We're going to spray the musk in the air and we're going to light the sage.
But you know how he was sitting, Kyle? He was probably leaned back in his chair with his feet crossed up on his desk.
Imagine if you went in, if your coach texts you, "Hey, come up. I'd like to talk to you about a few of the plays from practice. Come up to my office." So you go up to your office and he's sitting in his office like, "I've been playing for the Bears for 10 years. And he was like, "This is what it's going to be like." And I turned to him and literally the first two words, you know me, I broke character, Chris. I turned to him and I said, "Fuck yeah." And he was like, "This is our guy."
Yeah.
He was like, he's not afraid of this guy.
Well, shit. Why would you be? You're a big, strong guy too.
Yeah, he's a bad man. And that was a wake-up call for me my rookie year, being around him.
Jerry Judy's got the pool table set up.
Jerry,
your audio just something you're frozen. Come back, Kyle. Kyle, come back. Kyle's frozen. Okay, wait, he's back. Kyle's on the clock. So San Francisco, the pick is in. We thought they might trade back. They're indeed not trading back unless we're about to learn right now.
Gated or non-gated, Kyle and John?
Gated. Kyle gated. John.
I say John not gated. Hosts cookouts for his neighborhood.
For sure. Potlucks. And Kyle, he lives in like a Walnut Creek development,
Walnut Creek, nice area. Somebody in the chat asking, Because Kyle was 336 according to Google. No, not anymore.
Yeah, that boy ain't 336 now.
280, 285.
Did we ever try to play for the same team? Wow, they keep falling. And I love Javon Kinlaw. Love Javon Kinlaw. Somebody's asleep on the couch. Did you see that? Did you see that, Kyle?
Yo, he's got the quarterback armband.
Yo, did you see that, dude?
No, but
that guy was asleep.
I'm looking at this guy's face, and I can already tell that he's going to have one of those awkward, unorthodox rushes. That's going to.
Oh yeah, for sure. Dude, he's really long. He's
this guy, you can't
really explosive, but he doesn't play with a wide base. Like he can kind of get off balance easily. He's going to get thrown sideways a lot his first camp by guards that he's walking back. You know what I'm saying? That type of thing.
They use that leverage and then they
head down.
$6'5", 324.
He's a freak, dude.
That's a physical. Well, that's a physical point of attack.
Dude, just roll off the.
And what separates that clip from other D tackles I've seen thus far is it's not about his get off. He's punching and he's trying to leverage with his hand.
Wow, look at that comp, Richard Seymour.
Yeah, that's not a bad comp.
Richard Seymour was a bad motherfucker. He is physical, this kid, man. He's explosive, but he does get a little bit narrow. Richard Seymour. I love watching Richard Seymour.
You know, they don't need a carbon copy of DeForest Buckner, but what they do need is a guy who's a legitimate rush threat, and this is what he is.
I just like watching Richard Seymour. Also the nicest dude on the planet. Really good dude.
Richard Seymour, he's one of those guys that's so big, he better be nice, because if he's not...
Yeah, it would be cool.
Wow, do you see the hands?
Yeah,
dude. You see the hand usage of the point of attack? That's what drives guards crazy. When you get the get off, boom, 2 hands to the chest, gets that center of gravity up off the ground for the guard, and all of a sudden you're not 320 anymore, you're 250. And the D tackle is making his hay in the back.
And that's what this kid can do. Now you got to get him to play under control a little bit.
But he's got a swag towel, Chris, and he's a single digit.
Yeah, but so is Derek Brown, single digit. Somebody said, call Howie for us. Pull the trigger. Whew. Yeah, because the way you look at it, you still got Judy, who's got knee concerns, but some people go ahead.
All I'm thinking about is how when John Lynch's daughters are playing high school lacrosse or whatever, that every referee has to be like, okay, you can't light people up like that.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
Like,
they're still John Lynch's kids.
Yeah, it's just savages. I like this house party.
Bro, I can't believe Kinlaw had somebody asleep on his couch. That's beautiful.
Yeah,
that painting was like $4,000, and Waylon could have done it.
I like Wingo's suit.
Look at this dude. He's awake now. He's awake now. This is the legend of the draft. This is my favorite guy of the draft. My favorite guy of the draft.
Yeah, the dad.
He's my favorite guy of the draft.
Dude's feeling it. I think you and I are like 10 seconds off on watching the TV.
Am I behind you?
I think so, because I saw Buddy.
I've been rewinding, and yeah, I'm probably. Somebody should have told me.
I got you, bro.
Yeah, it's commercials now, huh?
Yeah, now we're side-by-side commercials with the. Look what they have, the movie theater Zoom on the wall. Do you see that?
Yeah, it's crazy. Look at that.
That was just unbelievable, the shit I just saw.
Is that John Elway?
John Elway.
Elway.
The night just getting started for
With
Johnny.
a nice indoor plant that he obviously takes good care of. You think he waters that thing himself? Fuck no.
Crushed ice machine behind him. He's just staying hydrated the whole.
Is that a fig? That's
Look
a fig
at
tree
Super
there.
Bowls.
Look at I got my Super Bowl trophies, got my indoor fig tree, fiddle leaf fig.
Is Marvin Demoff over there?
He might want to think about putting that thing near a window. Those things need a lot of light.
Vic Fangio, my favorite human being. Look at him. He's planning an assassination right now.
He just got out of the back of a Buick and he walks in the house with a bunch of.
He just left the butchers.
Look at Roger Goodell.
Okay.
There we go. There's one off the board. Eagles fans are like, we're getting him. We're getting CeeDee Lamb until Dallas takes him.
Oh, no.
That's a good pick for them. They thought they were going to be settling for like Jefferson at that pick.
Received straight A's senior year of high school.
Huh?
Received straight A's senior year of high school. Also wears a Star of David because he goes by Judy. Or what does he go by?
I don't know, but he
apologized. It's awesome. It's a great story. And every time I see the Star of David, I'm like, wait, I bat an eye at that.
I'm like, hold on a second.
Yeah.
Kyle, Eagles fans, coming up here, we got Lane Johnson on next. Are you excited about the prospect of Lane Johnson joining this live stream? Maybe we'll have a little overlap.
Any opportunity to say hello, at least to Lane in passing, is always memorable. So
okay, good. Maybe we'll do a little crossover. Hey, Cowboy Reed, see if when you get Lane on, you can get Lane and Kyle on for a minute or two. I know you hear me back there behind your Wizard of Oz screen.
Okay, I was going to say, Jerry Judy wasn't too excited, but now we're getting some late claps here, some fanfare. They got the Pizza Hut at the house, 2 boxes for 6 of them. I think that as a first rounder, you may have to go a little bit heavier on the pies.
Oh, yeah, we got the Pizza Hut. How much money do you think he's making from Pizza Hut there?
I really don't know if that was a hashtag spawn. He kind of has a kind of it looks like Kyle Fuller with the braids, though, to be honest, when they showed that little close-up, which scares me because Kyle Fuller is one of the scariest, best athletes I've ever been around.
Kyle Fuller's a hell of a football player, as much as I hate to say it. Tech.
And an even better guy.
Yeah, but Tech.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, I get it.
Wait, Kyle, he's an even better guy? What are you saying? He's not that good at football? Damn, Kyle. Breaking news. Kyle doesn't think Kyle Fuller is that good at football.
Gosh.
He just said it. Even better guy.
Okay, you know what? If they're fast fact about Kyle Fuller, if they were ever to make a biopic, is it biopic?
Biopic. You're fucking me up now because you said it wrong. Biopic.
That's why I asked, Chris, because you're very smart, big brain, University of Virginia, 4th year, 5th year. I think that if Tiger Woods were to make a biopic, or they were to have one made of him, and they needed a young golfer that looks the part. Kyle Fuller looks the part. When he rocks a golf outfit and he gets out there, he's a pro. Like, imagine if Derek Jeter took his infield.
No. You know who's the pro, Kyle? Golden Tate is the golf pro, dude. Golden Tate is ridiculous at golf and takes it really fucking seriously. Yeah. You got to see his videos. Like, I think Golden Tate, look at that poor tree. Is that a fake tree? It's fake.
I like the uniforms that the NFL neutral dummy is wearing coming to the breaks. He looks like. Do you and Kyle ever try and work a way to play with each other in the NFL? No, that's really not been something we've tried to do. You got a double Long Johnson with all 3 of you.
Who said that?
Adam Massetti.
Did we try to work out a way of playing with each other? There were actually a couple little moments where it was possible.
I mean, we thought about it. I mean, I think we had some late night chats about it.
It was more on my end. There were a couple little crossroads there that At
the end of my career, I was so focused on keeping my train on track. And Chris, while he was older than me, had his train going in the right direction.
Somebody's. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, it's Gabe and Lane. Hey,
Gabe and Lane in quarantine.
Hey Lane, I want you to understand that this is a live stream, and
I get that. Hey, I think I will surprise you with my etiquette, Chris. Huh? How about that? Clean cut. Huh?
I thought this motherfucker was just gonna leave with some just I don't know what, and he might have thought he was just on FaceTime.
Who?
You, big boy.
Oh, we're good, son. Hey, I can put it together.
How you doing there, big guy? We got Lane Johnson in the chat.
It's the Gypsy King himself, Lane Johnson, joining us alongside his trainer.
Tyson Fury in one chat.
Alongside his trainer, Face
Gabriel
Ass.
Rangel.
What's up, y'all?
Hey, can you stop waving your fingers? You waved them 6 times.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me quote tweet. Hey, what do you think about the tackles taken so far, Lane?
I think I was kind of surprised with the first one. I thought the dude from Alabama or the dude from Iowa would be the first one taken. But as far as athletes, I like what I see.
Is that how you would have ranked them? You would have ranked them Bama.
I didn't really get to watch the tape in detail. I watched some. Tristan, he's just a freak. But I think as far as kick set and like in their feet, I think the dude from Alabama probably has the best. But probably the most upside's the guy Tristan that's going to Tampa.
Yeah,
I really like Tristan on the backside of zone. A lot of the clips they were showing there, and like you, I haven't seen a ton of the film, but you can tell from a few clips of these guys who is the dude. And this guy is moving folks in the run and the pass. So I mean, it's fun to see that.
Yeah, I think the Giants, as much as we hate to say it, as myself being a former Philadelphia Eagle, they made the right pick. I thought I didn't think Andrew was the wrong pick at this juncture where they are. I think he's the most pro-ready right now, and you have a running back on his first deal that you just drafted in the first round. Same thing with the quarterback. Help those guys out right now. You're not in a place to develop somebody.
No, plug and play right away. Help Saquon out. And
plug and play right away.
Plug and play right away.
In one day.
In one day.
Down by the bay.
Hey, we just may.
What do you say? Yeah.
What movie was you guys? Oh my God.
Was that Billy Madison?
Oh, that was Happy Gilmore.
No, Justin Herbert got to be the handsomest bastard ever to be drafted in the NFL. Yeah, that guy's good looking.
Justin Herbert.
I think he's better looking than Jimmy.
He looks like he just climbed out of a damn GQ.
Hey, Kyle, there are people better looking than Justin Herbert on this fucking live stream right here. Okay.
Hey, Mr. Old Chris Long knows about some GQ, ain't that right, son?
Oh, I forget right. Chris was actually in GQ. Oh, it's funny. Hey, look at that.
Yeah. I was fine, Kyle. All right.
Hey, was that back in your prime?
I'm gonna let you do the whole Super Bowl underdog slap dick thing, and I'm gonna get out of here. And you guys,
hey, you go play your game, son.
Hey, Kyle, we appreciate you joining us. Climb into your bubble and go beep 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 beep. Kyle, hey, plug your stream. Seriously.
Yeah, go on twitch.tv/Kyle Long. Check me out on Twitch 6 days a week, baby.
My dog. Thank you.
See you, Gabe.
Love you, man.
See you, boy.
Okay, so we got Atlanta here. And Atlanta is looking, I believe, for a corner. I'm not positive. That looks good. Look at that guy. But that was my second time in GQ, though, Lane.
Your second time?
Yeah.
Hey, let's be a little bit humble tonight, huh?
You know what? This shoot was many years ago, Lane. Yep. They took a corner
from Clemson.
Corner from Clemson.
Good thing he's got Julio on his team. He can get some good work. Good work out there on the practice field.
Okay, now here's the big question. Does CeeDee Lamb go in the next couple of picks? Who do you think you guys pick?
I think we really like Lamb. It's gonna be interesting to see what happens here in the next few picks. But I think him, and I've heard the guy from LSU, Jefferson.
Oh yeah, Jefferson's a nice player. You can't go wrong with either of them. They're just different type of guys in my book, at least.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't watched a ton of tape on them, just from what I've seen. Really can't go wrong.
What you got some Eagles fans in here? Let's ask a question to Lane. Let's ask a question to to the Laniacs. Where are the Laniacs at?
Oh, they're typing away.
Global. Yeah, I didn't know this kid would get picked so high. I didn't actually. Some people didn't think he'd get picked in the first round unless I missed something.
Really?
Yeah. Well, you know what? Actually, I thought maybe the back end of the first round. Now the DBs that might sit for. I really want to see where Trayvon Diggs goes from Bama.
From Bama? Yeah.
Stefan's brother. I really like him. He's big. He's physical. Just had him on earlier. He seems like a really good kid, tough kid.
I feel like all the guys are. How big is this guy that just got drafted? Because Jeff was 6'1", 205. So the ideal, if they had their way, they'd have a guy, a corner, long arms, 6 foot, 6'1", a little bit of range on him.
Yep.
How about this draft?
What do you think about Trey Wing? Oh, look at Jerry's setup.
He doesn't have a computer. They won't let him have a computer.
They won't let him have a computer?
Did you see Jerry's setup?
Oh, yeah. Hey, looked like white leather, if I'm not mistaken, sir.
Yeah, not pleather. Real.
I'm ready for him. I'm ready for him to tap his ring on the glass and somebody refill it for him.
Yeah. Ding, ding, ding.
Exactly.
What is this graphic, man? How about in the last 30 years?
What?
They were showing the trophies. Look at him up there with the trophies.
Yeah.
How about the last 30 years?
Yeah, it's been a drought. Hey, before ours, though, it wasn't looking too good for us either. Chris, you got to remember that.
But Lane, let's not forget, I didn't see that whole thing.
You didn't?
No, I wasn't there.
I know.
Got lucky. Jumped on board at the right time.
It's all about timing.
It's all about timing, my brother.
I tell you what, I would have loved to have been in the locker room with Deion Sanders and just.
I would have rather been in the locker room with Michael Irvin. Michael Irvin seems like he'd be the coolest.
Yeah, either both of them, but yeah, Michael Irvin was I don't think a whole lot of people messed with Michael Irvin back in the day.
Well, maybe because he was so good. I don't think people were afraid of him.
Oh, hey. I think he may have had hands.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said Dion. Yeah, no.
Oh,
no.
I thought Michael.
No, I think Mike could fight.
Well, no question.
I thought you were saying people were afraid of Dion.
I think Kenneth Murray's very good too.
Up. Huh?
I think Kenneth Murray's very good too. Linebacker from Oklahoma.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Very athletic.
I can see us maybe getting him too.
Yep. What do you think about Big Play Slay? Somebody said.
I like him. I mean, there's so far. I mean, to play cornerback in this league and to be matched one-on-one with the best receiver. There's not very many people on earth that can do that. And in the game right now, who is it? Patrick Peterson, Jalen Ramsey.
Yep.
I mean,
the guy,
it's a short list.
The guy in Dallas got paid.
Byron Jones is really good too. I mean, I'm glad we have him. He's going to be big for our defense, and then just the swag and the confidence. You need that. You need that type of energy. Yeah,
as a rusher, believe me, nobody wants good corners more than rushers. Look at Jerry. That couch looks plush. I mean, it's a 30-foot couch.
Some would say that's a bed, Chris. My goodness.
Somebody said, didn't Byron Jones go to Miami? Yeah, but he was in Dallas.
What do you think CeeDee Lamb's listening to right now? What song, if you had to pick?
I don't know. I don't know the name of it. I don't know the name of songs.
You there?
Huh? Maybe some Journey.
What song?
Hootie and the Blowfish.
Hootie and the Blowfish.
Yeah,
he's definitely listening to that.
Or right now he's singing "Put Me In, Coach"
by John Fogerty, CCR.
Put me in, Coach.
I'm ready to play.
I'm ready to play in Philly.
See, during this moment when I got drafted, I couldn't hear nothing. I didn't know who. Thanks. Go on the Eagles.
Bro, don't people know these? You got to go hands-free right now with these phones. It's a pandemic out here.
I think it's probably no. Are they on a three-way call right now? What's going
I
on?
don't know, but I've never seen such like what. I know they have to have landlines and all that, but like we get it.
Do you still have a house phone?
No, but I actually need one to do some of the interviews I do.
Do you want to get the old school one with the roller?
Yeah, with the ching, ching, ching.
What's
Hey,
it called?
let's see what the Cowboys like, and then I got a question for you.
You're breaking up on me.
Oh, they took CeeDee Lamb. Okay, so the wide receiver's off the board.
Yep. I'm thinking Jefferson or I'm thinking Kenneth Murray.
Who snagged Judy? I'm forgetting already.
That's
Did somebody take Judy yet?
Yeah.
yeah. Hey, how much you look on your phone, son? My goodness.
Raiders. Wait, no, the Raiders took Ruggs, man.
No.
What are you talking about?
That's Ruggins. He hasn't been picked yet?
Yeah, he has.
No, dude. Jerry Judy. No, Jerry Judy, I think, is still out there. Did we miss him? Broncos. Broncos got Jerry Judy. Yeah. So now your options are Jefferson, or if you want to get real thirsty and if somebody took Jefferson, I guess you still got Rager. You might think is good enough in the first round. He's a really fast kid from TCU. Yeah, the problem is with Jefferson is he's more of a slot guy. And
yeah.
So, I don't know. Man, I hate this for everybody on planet Earth. CeeDee Lamb was one of my favorite players. Now he plays for the Cowboys.
He's going to be out there plucking apples like you just did on that screen.
Yep. I mean, this guy's so fucking good, dude. I don't know how he fell that far. Is he excited? Let's see. Hold on. I'm looking at his reaction. Oh, they took it away. Yeah, so we got 2-3 more picks here. We got Miami, and Miami has a ton of picks in this draft. If Tua ends up staying healthy, man, they could be good.
I feel like they go online. I mean, they got rid of Tunsil. They got rid of James, who's with the Broncos now.
Yeah.
I can see them doing that.
Okay, Jerry's happy. I'd be happy too. You got Mike's suit.
Is Mike Orban happy? I can't tell.
Somebody said Claypool would look good in Philly. He's the Notre Dame tight end, but he's kind of a wideout.
I don't know. We kind of got Zach Ertz and kind of got Dallas Goedert.
Goddard, that's what I'm saying. I guess maybe if you moved him outside or something, or it's too much. Somebody asked me if you've seen any good movies lately, Lane. I know you saw a good movie this week because I suggested a good movie for you.
What was that movie called by Dennis Rodman that I was in?
Simon Says.
Tell you something, that there were some parts in that movie that were a little bit unsettling.
Yeah.
It would go from a fight, action-packed scene to a kind of sexual, kind of cross that line very quickly.
Yeah. It's a weird movie. It's like 10% on Rotten Tomatoes. Maybe it's single digits.
Maybe. I've been on the big, like we talked about earlier, I've been on the Jean-Claude Van Damme kick. So I'm real big on like Sylvester Stallone, Arnold, and then you just go back and see some, Bloodsport and The Quest and Kickboxer. So I've been on that here lately. So I've been stuck in the 80s for a few weeks.
I need to watch more movies. I think the only thing we watched we watched Uncut Gems since this quarantine started.
Who's that with? Is that with
Adam Sandler?
Sandler? Yeah.
And a lot of Kevin Garnett. It's not just a cameo. Like KG's in the fucking movie. He's like an actor.
He's good.
And his lines are like, "I really need this rock, man." And he was just trying to get this precious gem that was like just total fraud gem.
Yeah.
He was obsessed with it. It's a great movie. You should check this one out. And then also I saw the Mark Ruffalo movie about the DuPont plant in West Virginia. Have you ever seen that one? That'll blow your mind.
The what?
So pots and pans, like I forget what they call it, but they made it illegal effectively. You can't use what the fuck's the name of that? What's the name of that? What's the name?
Gabe said Teflon.
Teflon. Gabe, yeah, Teflon. Remember, all pots and pans were Teflon. Well, it was like giving everybody in West Virginia near the plant, like everybody, cancer, like everybody.
Really?
And DuPont was covering it up. And this lawyer that usually represents and companies like DuPont got wind of it, and he just like reversed what he did, and he took this farmer's case, and then this big class action lawsuit. It's pretty good movie. Thinker. It's a real thinker.
DuPont has some problems. Did you ever see the Foxcatcher?
Foxcatcher, yeah, the wrestling.
Foxcatcher, yeah, the wrestling. Yeah, that was interesting too.
Yeah, it was not bad. It was not bad. All right, let's see. Check out Extraction, somebody says, on Netflix. We'll dig it. Oh, I finished Ozark. Did you finish Ozark?
No, I haven't. Gabe said he did. He said he really enjoyed it. And, yeah. Hey, was Dennis Rodman a savage on that basketball court?
Bro, he was an absolute dog, bro. He was absolute dog. I cannot wait for – did you watch the first episode of Last Dance?
Yeah, I've seen the first two.
So good, dude. So good. The Mark Ruffalo movie, I believe, is called Dark Waters. 2019 film.
Dark Waters. I need to see Uncut Gems. And then
somebody asked what you thought of Gronk coming back.
I think that's a good move by Tampa. They're going to be stacked offensively.
You think he still got a lot in the tank?
Yeah, I think he still has some years left if he wants to. Depends on what he wants.
I think he does too, but I also think the Patriots, a lot of people fried him because they're like, "Oh, you a fourth and a seventh for Gronk?" I'm like, well, you got to understand, like the Patriots didn't really have the option of retaining him as a player. Like, he wasn't gonna play for the Patriots. They got 2 draft picks. They got a bunch of them now. And I think they just got Marquise Lee from Jacksonville the past.
Yeah, they just signed him. I think that's a good pickup too.
Probably good value for them. Really good value for them. Look at B-Flow, the man. B-Flow is the man, bro. He's a great dude. Great dude. Got his BC hat. But I will say this. Think of all the players. I mean, Dolphins got a ton of picks, and they reset the clock. But a ton of players they let go that are damn good in the last year or two. Minka Fitzpatrick, Defensive Player of the Year candidate. You got Tunsil. And we went through a whole bunch of them earlier.
Dwan James, other tackle, was really good.
Dwan James, good player, underrated.
Yeah, he's really good, I think.
But they really emptied it out down there, and they've got a ton of picks. We'll see if they can make the most of them. The pick is in for Miami. Next up, we got the Vegas Raiders again. This is where I think we could see Jordan Love for Vegas. I really think
we're the kid out of Utah. Is it Utah State?
Fucking like that kid.
I haven't watched much because I don't have access to it, first of all. And then, he was talked about being like, hold on.
Wow.
I told you, tackle.
Yeah, Goodell said they had good news for Tua. I don't know if it's good news or bad news. The youngest player in the draft, USC guy. Really talented, kind of polarizing as far as evaluators are concerned. I didn't know he'd go this high, but the run of tackles is well underway.
I want to see his size. I want to see his film. Hey, don't forget Tyron Smith was about 19 when he got drafted. 20.
Yep. And early on when I played him, I didn't think he was that good, but then he turned into just
Tyron. Yeah, they stuck him at right.
Yeah, you know why
Early.
that was? Because I was on the left where I'm happy to be Russian, and he was on the right. And then when I
John
saw
Free was at left, and then he ended up moving over.
Mhm. Somebody said, Lane, what will the Bucks O-line be able to protect Brady? It all depends what they get out of this.
Yeah, they have a really good center. I think Smith. I don't know what are they doing with DeMar Dotson.
I don't know, but I've always really liked him.
Yeah, I thought he's been good for a long time. So I don't know what's going on with him, but I think he's a good player. Jensen, the centers, is a good player. Who do they have? Ali Marpet, I
Yep.
think, at guard.
Yep.
He's pretty good. I think they'll be solid. And then Tristan's coming in. I think they'll be solid.
Yeah, I think there's not a lot of holes in that Buccaneers team, man. Top 5 defense. Now they've got weapons everywhere. Honestly, the big question mark is how healthy Tom Brady can stay and how adjusted he's going to be.
Yeah. I think Gronk will help with that whole
Okay,
ordeal.
so Vegas is up, and this we got Jordan Love.
You thinking maybe Jordan Love?
I would love it. I would love it, no pun intended, for the Raiders.
I want to see this guy's kick set.
Somebody asked if Lane would star with me in Broken Arrow 2.
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, exactly. It's a John Travolta and Howie Long movie. You got to check it out.
Oh, really?
Oh, really? Cue that bad boy up after Simon Says. A far superior film.
I may watch that and give my own Rotten Tomato score.
Okay, well, do it. Do it. And then afterwards, hit me up about the sequel.
You're going to have to do a bit of bulking up, son.
Yo, watch this kid be really good. Watch him be like the best tackle out of the group. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but
man, I just don't see how athletic it is. Those other guys. I mean, the guy from Alabama, yeah, but competing with a guy from Iowa.
He's got the dome of a 180-pound dude, Austin Jackson. And that worries me.
He looks like looks like he's playing outside linebacker.
Yep. Good for him. Guy's got the whole world in his hands. He's young as shit, dude. I just got drafted. Stand up. And he's going to play in Miami. He went to college in LA, playing in Miami.
I'm just worried about him getting a little bit too much sun and having a little bit too much fun down there in South Beach.
Yep. Got to stay focused. Okay, the Vegas pick is in. Here we go. Philly's almost up. We got our man Lane Johnson in the chat here.
Who are they getting? You're thinking Jordan Love?
I mean,
I think Derek Carr. I think Derek Carr is good.
I think he's good too, but I don't think Gruden likes him.
I don't know what's going on. How old are those cleats up there at the very top of that screen?
40 years old.
Your TV's about 10 seconds ahead of mine.
Well, hold on. They're about to tell you a bomb here. $2021 NFL draft?
Yeah, I think it's what he should have said.
They are hosting the 2020 NFL draft.
No, yeah, the 2021.
Yeah, people are voting. Did he say 2020?
I think, yeah.
Huh? I mean,
Hey, was Urban Meyer out there recruiting guys out there at Ohio State? I mean, my goodness.
Yeah, dude, holy shit. And by the way, he has a 3-month-old son nicknamed Ace, and that's pretty fucking quick.
Young Burrow.
Huh?
Hey, where are they getting these random facts? They just favorite meal was spaghetti when he was sick.
I'm just telling you, he has a son nicknamed Ace who's 3 months old. That's very fast to get a cool nickname. I'm a little bit jealous. 3 months in. Must be a cool kid. I nicknamed Luke Stinkbug. Did you hear what Luke did last week?
No, I did not.
Ate a stink bug alive.
Were you there watching him do it?
Well, Meg reported back. I walked around the corner and he had bad breath. And Meg said he just devoured a live stink bug. Just plucked
ate it. That thing probably just
like Godzilla.
What was he doing? Was he just?
No, he just ate it with a straight face and then went about his day. Yeah.
You may want to go. I don't know what that means, but that's. Is that a good son? His son ate a stink bug and just kept on going on about his day. He said that's a pretty good trait to have, Chris.
Somebody asked me what my random fact would be. My random fact would be born with 6 fingers on my left hand. Yeah, left hands. It's true.
You looked at that right one first there, son.
Well, you know, I was
born with 6 fingers
on one of my hands, on the left hand. Imagine.
Are you serious?
Can you imagine? You would have been like, "Oh man, I got to block this motherfucker every day. He's got 11 fingers. So good." Could you imagine?
Hey, I blocked guys with 7 before.
Yep, who are pretty damn good.
Hey, I remember when Pierre Paul had that thing wrapped up. It looked like a damn bee's hive.
Just hitting you in the side of the head.
Knocked you across the head with it. It's probably 8 pounds. Don't know how it was legal. Don't know how it was legal.
That guy
knocked the hell out of you with it. He's still good. Yeah, he had like 12 and a half sacks last year, I think. 13.
Yeah, he's still quietly dominating.
Yeah.
Okay, we're coming up in one pick. The Jaguars pick is in. Let's see.
These guys from 8 man are just racking up.
These guys are what?
Hold on, you're breaking up. Hold on. You there?
Yeah, I'm here. Okay. Jacksonville. Wonder what they're doing here. Anybody got any idea?
I would say
Is Minshew a franchise quarterback? I don't know about that.
Yeah, is Gardner? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
I don't know that much about it. I haven't seen that much. I mean, he did do good, didn't he?
No, he had a nice year, but also they were winning a lot of ball games, very low scoring, and then his the analytics on him just plunged like off a cliff second half of the season.
Really?
Yeah, I mean
Jordan Love.
If I'm Jacksonville and he's here,
huh?
Did they go to commercial on the Jags?
Oh. He thinks it may be that outside linebacker from LSU.
Queen.
Patrick
Queen?
No, the other guy.
Oh,
Chasen?
Yeah.
Chasen?
His name? Yeah. He's supposed to be the second best edge rusher in the draft. You pair him.
Yeah, they may get him. Is that what you're saying?
You pair him with the other kid. The other kid might have been the best rookie DN out of all of them. Josh Allen?
Yeah, I saw he's a freak. He's going to be a beast for a long time.
Nobody paid attention to it because he plays for Jacksonville, but he's a fucking dog.
Yes. Yeah, they're going to get this, and I guarantee you, I would say we get a receiver from LSU, or we draft Kenneth Murray from Oklahoma.
Yeah, Jefferson. I would honestly draft the backer because at this point you're going to get the same type of over the top kind of threat in the second round.
Yeah,
I'm not going to take a slot receiver. No, he could end up being
somebody.
great.
I mean, Camus gone, and then Jordan,
Nigel. So
yeah,
my thing is you need a linebacker. That's what I would do.
That's what I'm going with.
People are going to be mad, but you know what? At this point, unless you love Jefferson and you know how you're going to use him, I might look at a linebacker and grab somebody fast as fuck in the second round. And maybe that's why if they take a backer, because they know they love somebody in the second round who can really roll. Rager's is still there right now. He could be the guy. I don't know. I didn't see Jefferson. This is more initially where Jefferson was supposed to be picked a little bit later, and he kind of rose on the mock draft boards, but I don't know that he ever was a riser in reality. So he's still sitting there. Jags get the edge rusher.
From LSU?
Yep. Okay. Eagles. Somebody said the Eagles seem to be allergic to taking linebackers early. Yeah, they certainly haven't done it historically here. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Gabe. I heard what you said. I think Rager was somebody that was that buzzed a little bit. He's the kid from TCU. Really explosive fast, yeah.
We got to replace the TCU guys. We lost Big V.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, lost Big V. Big V went to the promised land for that cash money.
Oh, yeah. I bet he's got a King's Ranch edition F-350. Probably just purchased.
For sure. I'm listening to Trey because he seems serious.
Yeah.
Yep, Xavier McKinney's still there. You could look at him.
They replaced Malcolm.
You could look at him. You could look at him. You honestly could.
I mean, we got Jalen moving to safety, right?
What's the most shocking draft moment you ever saw when you've been in Philly, like that shook everything up?
I can't remember what year it was, but it was like all the mock drafts were just everything was wrong. I don't know, it was 14, 15. It was a really weird draft. But hold on.
Man, I remember when they drafted Robert Quinn, I was so fucking nervous. I knew he was going to be so good. But then it turned out he liked right end, and I was like, all right.
Yes.
Yeah, he only has like 9.5 sacks, I think. I've read some like low sack number for him on his career, but just came on really a lot late. And I watched him in the national championship in person, but I got to admit, I didn't watch a ton of film on him.
How big is he?
Not that big. He's more of an outside backer type.
Like, is he 240 something?
How much do you think this guy weighs? Maybe like low 250?
It should say he's kind of similar to Barkevius Mingo a few years ago in my draft class.
Right.
As far as build.
Yeah, 254. Now let's watch his tape here, Lane. I like that one.
Ooh.
I like that one.
I like that move.
He ran really well. That was, he just talked about ran in 4.4s. That stunt, okay. Oh, look at that get off. That was sick, though.
Look at that.
Was sick, though.
Yeah.
He had him beat so bad off the ball and had the wherewithal to stop on a dime there.
He can get really low, too.
Yep. Open him up, inside shoulder. Oh, they're giving you a Josh Allen comparison.
Josh Allen, yeah, he's
I think he's a lot thicker than Mingo and more powerful, but
yeah, he's not as big as Josh. Hey, Josh is taller.
If this kid turns out to be any good, I like the corner they got at 9. Now, some people thought of that as a bit of a reach, but okay, the birds are up in 2 minutes.
I just wish one of these coaches would pick up like their fat wiener dog or something at the house and just put it on camera for everybody.
Yeah, just show us your dog.
Yeah.
Show us your fucking dogs. Hold on. This is nerve-wracking. Doug.
Hey, is that hair looking pretty damn good right now?
Yeah, it's looking voluminous. Look at him. He's happy. He's just happy. I think he's
Did you learn that word at University of Virginia?
I'm not sure. It took me a second to get there, though, didn't it?
Yeah, a little bit. There's a little bit of
That
hesitation.
right there, sir, is why Carson's pretty fucking good. You don't have to say a word.
And Greg really came on.
He did.
He works his ass off too.
Yeah, he used to torch us in on scout team.
Yes.
It's annoying.
We got the guy from TCU, I think.
The pick is in. You got Rager? How he's like, hello? Yeah, we got a fast guy.
How fast is this guy?
Fast. Okay, there's Jefferson. Well, Jefferson's on the phone.
Is he? Is it Jefferson?
I don't know. Well, it looks like whoever's with him is like. Rager. It's Rager.
Rager?
Yeah. Look, and
Yeah, I bet Jefferson goes to Minnesota next to replace Diggs.
ooh,
Good call, huh?
yeah. Yeah. I think New England takes Jordan Love. Let's go.
Man, you know what I'm jealous of? See all those trophies and jerseys? I had all my jerseys stolen that I collected over the years.
By who?
A few years ago, this Philly apartments right by the my buddy was staying there, and he ended up leaving, and I was going over there to pick my stuff up that was at his house, and all that stuff was gone. Never heard from him again. Had Bonds, Jersey, Kerrigan, everybody I played against.
The thing that I really covet my jerseys, man.
Yeah, I do too. It really pissed me off, so I may need some help.
If you're listening to this live stream and you took Lane's jersey,
Tell him I'm pissed, and I want him back.
kick rocks, man. All right, let's see.
Hey, what do you think those words per minute can be done on that iPhone right there, son? By general manager today.
Oh, Howie?
Oh yeah,
The storm.
all of them, man.
Oh yeah. The pick is in.
The pick is it.
Okay, don't go to commercial.
Thank you again for 21st pick. With the 21st 2020 NFL Draft, Philadelphia Eagles select Dianna.
Let's go. Let's go.
Where's Waxahachie?
Waxahachie? It's in Texas. I think it's by Louisiana.
There's
What did I say?
rattlesnakes there, huh?
What?
There's rattlesnakes there, huh?
Yeah, they got some freak athletes too down there.
Yeah.
South of Dallas. I was wrong.
Well, you got your fast guy, man. Kid can really get it.
Man, look at that.
Yep.
Look at this dude.
Yeah, he's not going to get tackled either. Exactly. He didn't run that well, so he ran like at home at his pro day and lit it up.
Yeah, he didn't run well. He only ran a full 4.7.
Yep, but he went home and ran better.
Out there plucking them apples.
Whoop. Yeah, I like the pick. I do.
I do too.
For what you got, I really like the pick.
I do too.
I wouldn't have been mad at the linebacker from OU, but I think that's fine. And look at Doug. Man, that right hand looks heavy. What you got on
It
that?
does.
Yeah. What do you think how he's doing? He's shutting down.
Hey, you think he's left that room at all today? You think he left that room at all today?
No, not at all.
No question.
Mm-hmm. Good for y'all, man. Good pick. Well, Lane, I appreciate you joining me, big dog. I'm going to let you go. I'm going to let you get back to watching Broken Arrow.
All right. Or what's the movie with his dad?
Broken Arrow.
That's the one your dad's in?
Oh, yeah.
Broken Arrow it is.
Start with Broken Arrow, and then we'll work our way into the rest of the catalog, okay?
All right. Okay.
Okay, buddy? Hey.
Sounds good.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
Let's go, baby.
All right. See you, buddy.
See you.
So we got Ninkovich coming on soon. Let's see. Ninkovich is coming on soon. Ready to log on for any Pats fans on here. Yeah, I don't hate the pick. I'm seeing that on Twitter. I'm hearing that people are mad at the Eagles for taking Jalen Reagor. I really like the pick. And honestly, this draft can't move fast enough the rest of the way. There's my dad in Broken Arrow. Yeah, put that bad boy up right there. I mean, look at that jawline, dog. Should be illegal. Riding in the Hummer with John Travolta there. Broken Arrow, check it out tonight. Netflix, maybe is it on Netflix? Somebody said he was evil in that. Somebody said Broken Arrow wasn't that bad of a movie. We weren't having the conversation under the pretense that it was bad. Anyways, we got Ninko coming up soon. Yeah, somebody said Reagor ran a 4.22 at his pro day. Listen, 4.22. Somebody said young Travolta there. Yeah, it is crazy. Travolta bald, older is one of the weirdest adjustments, like over the span of an actor's career. Like, does not look like John Travolta anymore. But yeah, Reagor ran a 4.22 at his pro day, whatever that's worth. You can't technically have a lot of people standing around you to corroborate that time right now, but it was reputably timed and noted, evidently. And a guy that can run like that, a guy that looks like he's still solid at the actual wide receiver stuff, not just running a straight line. He's going to be a guy that can help Carson stretch the field, and I think that's a good pick. Somebody says official, the Vikings get Justin Jefferson. And again, I love this for them. I think that, Kirk has a bit of a ceiling, but you surround him with enough talent, he can take you on a deep run. He ran into a buzzsaw this year. He won in New Orleans, okay? That team won in New Orleans. And I understand that Kirk has limitations, but is he good enough to win? Yeah, he's good enough if you got a really good team around him. He ran into a buzzsaw in San Francisco. Obviously, they had a really special year. And quite frankly, it was just a bad matchup for them. The defense got their ass kicked in that game as well. So I think that you surround Kirk with weapons. Diggs won it out. You got a boatload of picks for him. And you've parlayed it, I don't know if that's the pick they got or not, but let's see. Should it have been? I think that's the pick they got from Buffalo. And in that case, good for them. I think it's a good pick. I do like Jefferson. I think he's a slot guy. And I think I don't know that he would have been the right fit in Philly. I'm not sure, but time will tell. And I can guarantee you that one of two fan bases will be looking back at this 2-pick sequence. I'm not saying both those guys have to be bad, but one's definitely going to be better than the other, Rager and Jefferson. And we'll see how it pans out. But, I mean, back to back, just like that. Somebody said, "Where's the weed?" I'm not smoking weed. I'm smoking. It's like a jewel. It's a jewel. Kurt Warner here with a Lowe's helmet behind him. Ask Rob about the backers to replace Hightower. I mean, Hightower is the engine on that defense, man, and they lost. Okay, Chargers trading up to number 23 overall with the Patriots, and I wonder what they're doing. Trades confirmed, so that'll be interesting. Oh, Roger Goodell is scolding in his basement. Cheerleader is not what he's good at. Good pick. Toughest QB I ever had to sack. And this is I thought about this a lot recently because he passed away. It's Tavares Jackson. I mean, he was one of the strongest dudes I played against. I mean, you would hit him, think you got a solid shot on him, and he just would not go down. He was a really, really strong dude. And I was super bummed to hear that he passed away recently. That was really sad. Okay, Chargers are up with the trade up. New look Chargers, new logo. Really like, well, not new logo, maybe a new logo. I don't know. They updated their uniforms, though, and they definitely won that sweepstakes out of all the teams. But we kind of expected that. The Browns did a good job with their unis. They went back to the old school stuff. Patriots swing and a miss, I thought. I thought the Patriots should have gone all the way back to Pat Patriot in the red tops. Oh, there we go. Whoa, my guy.
Jesus, I almost fell.
What are you doing, man?
Hold on, I'm coming downstairs. Ow, stepped on some shit.
Joining us now is Rob Ninkovich, and he has arthritis or something.
No. I just tripped over a freaking – look, dude, I don't even want to show you my basement right now. It's ridiculous. If you look at just toys, just shit everywhere.
Oh, my God, this guy's living in a war zone.
Look at this. This is what kids do.
This guy's under siege.
Look at that.
I see a puddle of urine on the floor or no?
Could be. I don't know.
How you doing, big dog? What do you think the Patriots? What do you think the Chargers are doing here? The pick is in. Have you heard?
I don't know. Chargers on the clock, right?
Yeah, they traded up and took the Patriots pick there. I was really hoping to see Jordan Love to New England.
You know what?
And maybe you still will.
Every single year with the Patriots, it's just you have no idea what's going to happen because of the fact that Bill is just completely off the rocker when it comes to like the way that most teams do it. He does it his own way, complete own way. So every year they trade down.
And Mike Zimmer's house. Did you see it?
Yes.
It looked like the clubhouse in Big Buck Hunter.
Yeah, like he does. It's just like everyone's draft room. I mean, come on.
Mm-hmm.
They got like multiple screens. Like Bill's just like
Zimmer had all the taxidermy up top.
Yeah, the tax. That's that's tough guy. It kills a lot of animals with no weapon. Tough guy, huh?
Zimmer definitely dips
Oh, 100%. 100%.
for sure.
100%. All right, let me get caught up. I was just okay. Pick is in. Did it come up yet?
Let's see who they say. Oh, Chargers get Kenneth Murray. That's a really good value at 23. And that makes sense that they would trade up to snag him. Now it makes sense why because he was definitely not getting to them.
So in the time, so where did the Patriots? The Chargers jumped up to get to Patriots pick, so the Patriots jumped back probably to add more picks. I knew they were going to do that.
So what do you think they're going to do with this pick later?
Honestly, I mean, the quarterback position to me, I think they're all set at the quarterback position. I think they're going to go with Hoyer this year. They're going to have Sidham behind him, learning. This offseason is completely different, right? Like, we have no idea what this offseason is going to be. So there's no OTAs, there's no mini camp. There might not be a training camp, right? So what are you going to – you can't have a young guy.
Not a young guy that's going to play right away. What if Love came in and you groomed him for a year?
I mean, that makes sense. That does make sense. But the way –
try to win 9 games with Hoyer.
I feel – but here, look, I feel like the mentality on Bill is he's got his list of people, and he's strictly going off the number one talent on that list, not necessarily Tom Brady is not our quarterback and we don't have a quarterback. It's what's the number one talent that's left out of this pool, and he's going to pick it.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's a defensive back, or if it's a D end, or if it's if it's
a safety, I think honestly,
100% safety.
I think it could be the kid from Bama.
I think definitely
he might not be there.
I think they need to go. I also think they need to go outside linebacker, but I'm sure they'll do that like in maybe a couple rounds later down.
Yeah.
But I don't think everyone's saying Patriots like screaming they need to find the next quarterback.
Right.
Bill's not thinking in his mind like I need to draft a quarterback high. You know what I'm saying? What are you looking at?
I'm looking at a tweet.
23 shipped out. Is that the one?
Yeah. Giardi.
If you can see that, your eyes are insane.
37 and 71. So they maneuver into the second round and
pick up an early third and add the trio of third round selections they already possessed.
It's crazy.
I wish I had
seeing eyeglasses.
No, my phone is not updating as quick as I would love.
Hey, where do you think Cam Newton ends up this year? You think he ends up with a job?
Yeah, definitely a job. Definitely a job.
I'm talking about a starting job.
If he's not in the mix right now to be like instantly, teams that want a guy right now to be the starter, that's already happened.
I just thought maybe that we get through the draft and see, but his destinations are
they're dwindling
at this point. Yeah, it's.
I mean, look.
Maybe Vegas. You could have 3 former essentially number 1 picks.
That would be pretty insane.
And just see who wins or ship one out.
Just see what happens.
Kenneth Murray is an absolute dog, and I think that's a great pick.
Yeah.
New Orleans, I don't even know what their needs are, honestly. A second receiver.
I think they're okay.
Defensive back.
Defensively, I mean, interior lineman potentially, offensive guard maybe. Offensive line they got to protect.
Yep.
Good old Breezy.
Yeah.
At the tackle position, they're set. They're good.
They are set.
They're set at tackle. So,
the guy's hyped for Kenneth Murray.
Yeah, it's pretty sick.
Hold on a second. I'll go back real quick. Yeah, it's like the Pats. This is going to be a weird year for fans because you're going to be able to. You're basically the whole time fans are going to be like, do something, be interesting, do something.
It's not gonna happen.
You're just going to be like, no, we're just going to do what we have to do right now, and it's not what you want us to do. Like, it's not going to be interesting.
They're
Just
not.
like what I'm doing right now, wanting them to take love.
Every single year, when everyone's like, "Oh, the Pats are gonna make a splash," it's not gonna happen. They have like $1 million in cap space, so they're gonna try and get as many young draft picks as possible. Like if you keep going back, you can just get all these not first round guys, but you get a couple. Maybe you get a few more second or a couple more thirds. Or they love the 5th through 7th, right? So you load up on all these young guys, and you hope if we got a big draft class, it's saving a ton of money, because if a couple of these guys potentially turn into big time players, you don't have to, their contracts are big,
you're
nothing.
Playing the odds, and you got the cap situation you got. What do you think about the Gronk trade?
I mean, they had to do it because that's value sitting right there. If somebody says, "Look, I'm going to come back and play," there's value if you trade me. I really don't feel like I'm not going to play for anybody else but Tom Brady. Basically, is what happened. Right. So if you're the Patriots, you're like, okay, well, there's value here in Rob.
Right.
You would think they might have got a little bit more, but he hasn't played football in a year. So, I understand that he's 30. He's going to be 31 years old soon.
I just think they know as well as anybody where his body's at. So they're not going to make a bad trade. They're going to get value they want to get for him. They also have to let him go or make it personal.
You have to, because at the end of the day, if Rob said, "Hey, I want to come back and play," and the Patriots are like, "It's either us or nobody," then that's not the way to do it. So I think that they did right by getting some value out of that, adding another draft pick, and then letting Rob go do what he wants to do.
Right.
I think that's probably the easiest and the best way. No hard feelings. Thank you for everything you've done. See you later.
Are you still under contract there?
I am. So
what's it going to take to get Rob Ninkovich?
I don't know. If I took my shirt off right now, I'd probably be there'd be no draft picks for this guy. I'm telling you.
If you take your shirt off, I'll give $1,000 to charity.
Are you $1,000 to charity?
You got to do the rest of the live stream shirtless.
What? That's $1,000. Look at this.
No, I said the rest of the live stream, bro.
All right. I'll stay here the whole time.
People are gonna be like, "Who's Chris FaceTiming and why is he talking to Russian dudes on Zoom?"
Who's this guy with the furry chest?
Oh my god, dude! Oh my god, this is amazing. This is amazing.
I mean, you can't see the belly button, so it's okay.
Hold on, you gotta see the rest of the fucking Zoom.
Oh, okay. How long is the Zoom for? I don't even know.
Well, to the Patriots pick, right? You said you were gonna stay for the Patriots. Oh my god, dude!
At least this angle's not too bad.
No, you actually look kind of jacked, man. Honestly,
I feel like I should go up a little bit. Go a little bit higher. Whoa! Look at this guy. He's never looked this good before, huh? How about that? C Long, my man, C Long.
Hey, dude.
Yeah.
We're so blessed to have you here.
I'm happy to be here. Shirtless.
Glory, with shirtless in your man cave.
This was $1,000 to charity, right?
It is. It's $1,000 you just donated to our Grub for Good fund here in Charlottesville, which is serving hungry people through local restaurants. So we're keeping people employed and keeping people fed. Thank you, Rob Ninkovich, for I think all the ladies on the live stream. I'm sure there's so many.
Okay, now I feel uncomfortable, but we can continue. This is all good. It's great. I'm trying to make myself feel strong.
Look at Sean Payton's "way too young for him" hoodie.
Yeah, he's trendy. I mean, he's.
Oh, look at his Jordans.
He's very trendy.
Oh my God.
He's. Look, when he had the little hiatus for a year, he came back. I think he got
Somebody in my production group chat just said, "Wow."
I mean, didn't you just say that this was a donation to charity to help people?
Sure.
I'm doing whatever it takes to help people in this situation.
That's what you're doing. Let's see if did my oh, you know what? Let me do it again. Okay, who's the pick here? Minnesota Vikings. Oh yeah, the center guard kid from is that Michigan?
You know what I need to do? You know what I'm having issues with? This Wi-Fi is not on. That's my problem. There we go. The speed.
You should put a Zoom background. You should put a funny Zoom background. Do you know how to do that?
Let's see.
Down by your microphone, you hit that between mute and stop video. You hit the up arrow.
Up and stop. I'm on my desktop though, like my computer, not my phone. Edit? Is it edit?
Is it edit? Yeah, no. You go down, you hit the up arrow, and then you go. No, maybe that's not it. To the right of stop video. To the right of stop video, there's a.
It doesn't say stop. It says. Oh, hold on. Maybe I can take this toolbar.
Somebody
now.
said $100 to Water Boys if you shave that chest sweater.
No, this is the man. This keeps me warm. Look at this. And I have a beard. You can't have a beard with a shaved chest. You look like it's ridiculous.
Yeah, you can't. No.
You can't. That's like. It just doesn't work like that. You know what I'm saying?
We're gonna get flagged.
Why is this bad?
No, some people are gonna be
invite
partial nudity in the live stream here.
No, there's no way. The up arrow, same as I see the up arrow. Test speaker, no.
So you go up arrow to the right of video.
Yeah.
And
video
see, you've driven the numbers up on this live chat, bro.
Good.
You know, and Ninko is doing this for charity.
I'm doing it for charity. So audio record. I'm on. It says I did the up arrow and now I'm in the setting.
And then it says choose virtual background.
Choose virtual background?
To the right of stop video, down at the bottom, there's an up arrow.
I see it.
And then you can choose virtual background.
This one just says camera settings, FaceTime HD, and then video settings. That's it.
I can't look.
That's all I got.
Yo, you know how many people are in this chat, bro?
How many people are in this? I have no idea.
3 million.
No, there's 3 million people in there?
Yes, because of Old Spice, bro.
I love Old Spice.
Yeah, this is sponsored by Old Spice. No, it's not 3 million, but there's 55,000 people in this chat.
That's fine. 55,000. It's great. Might as well be 155. It's all good. That's $1,000 for people that need to eat.
No, I was joking. This isn't. Actually, it's not sponsored by Old Spice. It's sponsored by Mercedes.
Oh, I love Mercedes.
All a joke, guys. All a joke. It's not sponsored by.
Is it sponsored by a man, like a manscaping company, like some type of?
No, but we did work with Braun earlier. But this particular segment is not sponsored by Braun. I don't know if Braun wants you as a pitch man.
Yeah, no, Braun would want me as a pitch man because of the chest fur situation.
Hey, bro.
Yeah.
Clear something up for the people at home. Does Tom Brady have chest hair?
Very little. It's odd. He doesn't have. See this? This is like pecs here. He doesn't have a pec. It's kind of just like a flat thing. He doesn't have muscle. It's like because when you're a quarterback like Tom, you want to be like water. You want to flow. So he doesn't really have muscle. He just kind of looks like a blob of flesh.
I can't, dude. I can't do it.
Hold on, what's back?
Somebody said this segment is sponsored by Barbasol. May your man sweater grow in nice and thick.
Hey, look, nowadays I've been seeing posts for like beard growing ads. That's all BS. If you can't grow it, you can't grow it. So stop trying, okay?
Vikings traded the pick to the 49ers.
Okay, pick is in. You know what? I think the Dolphins have had a really, really solid draft so far. And if this third pick is like a big-time guy, B-Flow is just killing it. So
he's killing it.
Miami's on the clock. If they pick somebody who I feel is just ridiculous, they just crush this whole draft because they got 3 guys who I love. I think
we got so many picks. His kids are up too late. How much do you think that painting costs next to Shanahan right there?
I couldn't afford it.
You missed it.
I couldn't afford it.
John Lynch has nothing in his office. Oh, look, his screen's in the reflection. If somebody could just like enhance, look at the reflection in the window.
John,
you get his entire big board. That's risky business.
John, get in there. All the guys that are over 30 in red, get them off the roster.
Ooh, we got it. Yep.
John Lynch can't have many things on the walls because he might start to get dizzy. I mean, John Lynch wouldn't have a job in today's NFL.
I know. He used to just torpedo people.
That's all he did. He put his forehead in people's freaking jaws. Like, the guy's, I mean, God bless him.
Hold on.
What's the pick? Is it up yet?
Wow. Yeah, this kid was a guy whose name's been buzzing. You can put your shirt back on.
It's chilly. I'm in the basement. I feel like I look pretty good right now. I'm not going to lie.
For somebody who presumably has not been working out in the pandemic,
I got
look at Torrey Smith's coming in. He's like, what the?
Torrey Smith. He's like, what the hell's going on right now? This was for charity. It was for charity. $1,000, okay?
Yeah, what's happening? What's going on?
For a G, he said he'd take his shirt off for the live stream for all the ladies out there. Not for the ladies out there. He's happy.
Oh, okay. I'm halfway between. I just look out the corner of my eye. I'm looking at the TV. I'm like, oh, my man stripping up.
We're like,
what's going on, man?
I clicked the wrong Zoom link.
Just the back going out quick.
Tori, Ninko, you guys have played against each other. Have you met before?
No.
On the field.
Yeah.
Quite the introduction. What do you think so far, Tori? Anything shocking you?
The receivers, man. I didn't think CeeDee Lamb would fall like that. The Cowboys actually taking him, is a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people don't realize them taking him is a big deal because it also hurt the Eagles.
Crushed the Eagles.
Best believe if he was there, I believe that would have been the pick. And the Eagles made out okay as well in terms of drafting for a need. But I think it's just been crazy. I think the 49ers have done a great job in this draft, being patient, drafting for need.
Dude, this kid might turn out to be the best one. I don't know. Like, he's got a shot at it. I mean, physically, this Ayuk kid.
Oh, my God. I just saw it go quiet. That's crazy, man.
His body type crazy. I like Kinlaw a lot because Ayuk's, like, shorter and, like, really powerful. That's 2 powerful guys at wide receiver they have now. 2 really stocky guys who are strong, on the ball, especially Ayuk. He's, like, got length, like he's 6'5", and he's a shorter guy. I trust everything the Niners do in the draft, man. They seem to have a little thing going. And so that's why getting Kinlaw picked that high kind of confirmed what I thought, which is that he was a really solid riser today. And then I guess the shock for me was also that the Dolphins actually took Tua. I was hearing so much noise that they weren't going to take him, that they would be afraid because, the whole thing with his hip and then the ankles and stuff. So credit to B-Flow for taking a chance.
Smoke screens, man.
You're right. Exactly.
With the 26th pick here, I'm like, if they get a guy that I'm really happy about, I think their first round selections have just been amazing.
Who?
Miami. I'm saying Miami. If they get a solid guy here, you get 3 first-round picks, like completely change the division. You get a quarterback, you get an awesome, like a tackle to protect that guy for a long time. And then if they get, I don't know, another piece here, maybe a receiver. I think maybe a defender, though. They might go to a defensive player right now at the 26th pick.
It does feel like 3 hours ago. It probably was 3 hours ago that the first pick came in.
Yeah, it's a
long fucking night.
It's a very strange draft. It's
telling you, dude. When I was like, yeah, let's do a live stream for the draft, and then like they were like,
Goodell's eyes look different. Like I feel like Goodell's eyes are uneven. No, like Roger Goodell when he was speaking, I'm like his one eye is really messed up. It's like off, like a 3-inch. It's like it's not right. I don't know. I go back to the tape. I was nervous for him. Maybe there's something wrong.
You know what else? He's been trying to like pump up the virtual fan.
Oh, he's killing me with that. Just like, guys, come on, guys.
Hey, come on, Lions fans in the computer.
Like, bro, you are literally in that room by yourself yelling to pump up the crowd. Like
in his basement.
Dude,
this thing is the most humbling thing because you have to like Roger Goodell, the face of football is in his fucking average looking basement. I mean, it's a nice basement, but it's like decoratively very pedestrian. It's
oak. It's white oak. I mean, come on. That's definitely 2001. Come on.
Yes, I mean that's some turn of the century construction.
He's got a $200 million contract.
Corey's got the background here. I like the fixtures, man. Like this is
it's a little empty, man, with no sweets in there right now, but
oh yeah, dude.
I'm
gonna eat a whole meal when I get off this live stream. I'm hungry as hell.
Chris, are you in an Irish pub right now? Is that where you're at?
No, I'm in my office, bro.
Oh, that's the green office. That's cool.
Yeah, it's my office. This is my little. This is good paint. This is some good paint, though. This paint was.
That's your favorite color.
I do love the color
the green.
Eagles green.
Eagle green.
Eagles green.
Good color.
Tori, tell the people out there how you're handling retirement.
And retirement for me, man, it's crazy because like there's a lot of transition that goes on in the league, so you're kind of used to it. So now I've transitioned out. I'm retired, and I went from being like my family's Uber driver to now there's no school. These kids are at home. Mm-hmm. So I'm really like a deadbeat PE teacher in a lot of ways. I've been on the Call of Duty half the time trying to get. I'm over here.
We got a. Are you on Xbox or PlayStation?
I'm on PlayStation where the men play. And I'll get my son. I'm being exposed as a bad parent right now. My son's 6, and we're on the game together, like online. He comes in like, "Let's get on Gunfight, Dad." I'm like, "Let's roll."
Yeah, you know, Waylon like walked by the other day, and I was playing Call of Duty. I damn near threw the controller. I was like, you don't need to see this. You can be.
It's crazy, man.
It's a really good game, though. The last
it is, and my son is he's nice. Like I'll pick my son to go.
What's his? I don't endorse this, but he plays along.
Mine is VA Boy 82, and then he's normally tagging along. So when you see me join a party, it's with him, and I trust him. Like,
is he good?
He's legit, man. Seriously, like it's not like this.
What's his KD?
It's not like this of a Texas team. I'm not. His is. I think it's Cam Ravens 11.
He's 6 though.
He's 6.
He's stuck.
But we have 2 PlayStations.
Okay.
So it originally started as like, if I want to play my game, they can go play Madden or Legos or something.
Hey, the pick is in official. They traded the pick. Somebody's giving me bad info.
I don't like that. I don't like it. They should have get 3 firsts.
Who would the Packers move up to take? Somebody that knows the Packers knows.
Is the running back going to go first round?
No, I don't think so.
Swift, maybe.
Swift is fire, man.
He's really good. Did the Packers just draft Jordan Love?
Has a tight end gone yet? I don't think a tight end's gone yet.
Bro, draft Jordan Love, bro.
You had to. You use that fifth round little tender they like to hold people hostage with. If you're gonna take a flyer on the quarterback, it has to be him at the end of the first, just out of control. Because if he hits based on his potential,
6 years, they can control you for 6 years. Like that's so insane.
I really like the kid, and Okay, somebody wanted me to ask if Claypool would be a good pick for the Ravens. The wide receiver for he's a wide receiver tight end for Notre Dame.
I think he would. Yes, they like that. He's a bigger body type guy. They like having multiple tight ends.
He wouldn't be a tight end there.
Yeah, they already had 2 starting tight ends. You traded away Hayden Hurst. I think if you're going to draft the offensive weapon, Marshall Yanda just retired, so you need some help on the inside. But if you're going to draft the offensive weapon, it has to be a different type of receiver or weapon than Hollywood. So, he does a great job, but they've actually been using him in the slot a lot. They need a steady presence outside. But I don't think they're going to do that in the first round.
I thought Jefferson would have been a good pick for them.
Yeah, he would have been a great pick. He would have been a great pick.
Didn't get there, obviously. I mean, they traded up to get here to 26.
Mm-hmm. I feel like who was the tight end they just lost? He went somewhere else, though.
Hayden Hurst
down to Atlanta. Who replaced Hooper, who went to Cleveland.
I feel like their offense, though, like for them to run the way that they like to do different things, is they have to have like a good 22, like 2 tight ends on the field at all time. So you would have to keep an extra tight end on the field, or just an extra tight end on your roster to be able to run those type of offenses.
Right. Yeah, you do. You actually do. But it wouldn't be him. It wouldn't be the kid from Notre Dame. It might be. I don't think you take him in the first round. Cole.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking. The
Jordan Love.
You think it's him?
It is.
Wow. That he's going to become Aaron Rodgers. He's going to sit behind Aaron Rodgers and become Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers ain't happy right now. He's pissed.
He is pissed off.
He's not doing that little halfway smile right now. He's just like,
how icy is the first meeting? Well,
my man was 5'6" in high school.
You need anything, let me know. Turns, walks away.
Oh.
Hey.
You need some good cheese? Let me know.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give you the cheese.
Oh, you need anything, let me know. Excited you're here.
Yeah.
How do y'all feel about that, though? Like, have you ever had someone drafted at your position?
Hey, we're 2 white D-hens, okay? Like, white D-hens. You see what they're doing to Kerrigan right now in Washington? Kerrigan had 13 sacks 2 years ago, and they're sweating. Like, oh, there's your D-line. There's your D-line. Like, and they list Montez Sweat and Chase Young. Nobody's taking a snap. Chase hadn't taken a snap yet. Kerrigan. I'll tell you the story. Okay, I get to Philly. I sign there. They're like, okay, you're our guy, UNBG, like blah, blah, blah. So I'm in Germany getting stem cell before the year because, I did the stem cell the last couple of years, try to keep my old joints working. And it's like, God, the time difference is 6 hours. So I go to bed and I know that I forget who the Eagles were supposed to draft in the first round, but I was like, it's not a DN. And I know I heard they like Barnett and this kid's like a total stud, but I don't think he's going to fall. I go to bed, bro, just trying to get some sleep. Charlotte Wilder's in the building as well. Charlotte is in the building as well, joining us for the tail end of the draft. I go to bed and I wake up to my phone just vibrating. I pick it up and I look at all the text messages like, well, Philly was a bad choice. I see they ended up taking that defensive end, didn't they? I had like 15 missed calls. It was terrible. So, Ninko, did you ever get one picked ahead of you? And Charlotte's here. Charlotte, are you – okay, you can hear us. Okay. Charlotte, we got Rob Ninkovich and Torrey Smith.
Hi, I'm so honored that you let a non-football player in here. That's so nice of you.
We finally have an athlete in here. All of us are just washed up.
I'm happy my shirt went back on because there was a
Rob had his shirt off earlier for charity.
Oh, I've been watching. I've been seeing what you guys are up to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so he answered the bell.
Every single year they drafted somebody in front of me, and then they'd be like, "Hey, Rob, you help this guy out, show him the ropes," and like. Dude, I was pissed when they signed Chris Long. I'm like, why are they bringing Chris Long in?
Let it all out. Let us hear it. Tell us how you really feel.
I was laying in bed. It was like midnight, and I'm like, I'm gonna find him on Twitter. And I hit him. I direct message him. I'd message him on Twitter. I'm like, yo, what's up, bro? Like, happy you joined. But deep down inside, I'm thinking, like, how many third downs am I off the field now? Because he's here.
Well, listen, the good news was I was 3 technique.
They put you inside.
Happy.
Yeah. Then once they put you inside and they were like, well, you got to hold up on the double team. I'm like, all right, well.
Were you surprised by that, though? Did they tell you that?
What, with Barnett?
No, about 3 technique.
No, they don't.
They didn't tell me that. But I also knew there was no like understanding of when I called Bill. And you're a Pats fan, right, Charlotte?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Pat's a local. So
sorry, Tori.
Yeah. So like when Bill called me for the first time, it was actually like 2 days after Waylon got out of the hospital, and I'm like thinking about retiring. I'm just like, I'm done. I've told you this, Rob, but like I'm done.
Yeah.
And I get a call, and I'm in the grocery store picking up beer, and all of a sudden I'm like, who the fuck is this number? Because I hate unlisted numbers or numbers that call me. If I don't have you saved, I'm like mad at you right off the bat. And all of a
You're
sudden,
like, who's this telemarketer?
yeah, I'm like, who the fuck is this asshole in like, Needham or Hingham or these places up there? And I hear, and I'm like, hello, whatever. Like, it's like, hey, Chris, Bill Belichick, and I'm like sprinting to the front of the grocery store because I got bad service in the back. But basically, he told me, he was like, hey, I don't know how we're gonna use you. I know we're gonna use you. I can't tell you how it's going to be. If that's a deal breaker for you, it's maybe not the place for you. And I go, no, it's not a deal breaker for me at all. I'm just like, he will find a place. Little did I know it was 3 technique, but it all worked out, Rob. I mean,
it all worked.
I was frustrated at the end of the year about but it all worked out. We got a ring.
The thing about it, I mean, a lot of people don't understand, like the Patriots are always they're not going to just put you in one position and say, this is what you are. They're always going to move pieces around. And there was parts of my career, like prime, that I'd be off the field on 3rd down and I'm like pulling my hair out. Like, why am I not on the field? But, that's just the things that you got to deal with when you play.
You were a lifer there.
The price of being great.
So he's So,
but it also sucks when it's your contract year and you just want to get like 10 sacks and they pull you off the field.
Yeah, for sure. So, Charlotte, you want to help us break down everybody's draft room situation? How did
you know? How did you know that's what I came here to do, Chris?
I don't know. The great minds. I know where your head's at.
I know. The brand is strong. I've been really impressed and really unimpressed with several. Did you guys you saw Cliff Kingsbury's Succession?
What is
palace?
Did you see his house, Rob?
How much does he make?
You guys.
It's crazy.
Yeah, no, it looks like. Did you see Parasite?
Yeah, it's like the Parasite house. It's like
the house. It's the nice house in Parasite. Like he definitely has a second family living in the basement that he doesn't know about.
Family in the basement. There's definitely a family.
He has like the fireplace where the fire's at, and there's no bricks.
Bro, if you have like yard-sized swaths of grass that are engulfed in concrete, and there's like a yard, you are rich as fuck. Or you live in a really low rent district and you built a beautiful modern house. I don't know.
I mean,
or both.
Arizona, you can get a price per square foot.
Get a nice house.
Pretty good, right?
That was definitely, Charlotte, I know you've been on the timeline more. What's the timeline saying about like who went viral tonight that we have no idea about? Because I haven't been looking.
Oh man, who went viral? It's been like a lot of people talking about the houses. Dave Gettleman, when he put the mask on.
The mask on?
Yeah. People were like, what is happening? They really like that. What else is there? Brian Flores' kids have been a huge hit tonight.
Yep.
They're very cute. They're very cute.
And B-Flow is a great dude. He really is. And Rob will tell you this. He's as cool as you want him to be. I was so happy.
Can you speak about Gettleman more? Because I was getting dogged on Twitter by someone telling me,
were you?
Wow, you're making fun of someone for wearing a mask. I'm like, he didn't have a mask on in the beginning, and then he put it on.
Right. It turned into like a backlash against the backlash. It was like people were like, well, he had cancer and he beat it, so you shouldn't be mean about it. And I was like, I didn't say anything about the mask. I think, do whatever you want. I just thought that his house or his basement, there's nothing on the walls. It looks, there are a lot of huge TVs and nothing on the walls. And then I was like, then a picture the Giants tweeted, or someone for some Giants account this week tweeted a picture, and it was that same setup, but there was a picture, like a small painting of the city of Charlotte.
So stock looking, like
right. It was like someone like took a picture and then they were like, man, it looks way too sad. We got to find some art.
Exactly. Like you bought some art at World Market and you were just like, fuck it, I got a draft tonight. I don't know why I'm at World Market. Here's Charlotte.
I would say your background, I feel really stupid because I can't read that.
Yes.
Oh no, guys!
I'm at those books, Charlotte.
I'm at my parents' house. Please.
Oh,
I'm in my parents' basement because I live alone in New York City, and I was like, I'm gonna go insane if I'm gonna be here.
Very smart.
So,
like, that's a lot of books.
This is not a bad time period for you right now, Charlotte. I mean, you're with the parents, like you get all the perks. Like my parents live 5 minutes away, so I can't complain. But
no, it's been really nice. My mom and I are cooking a lot. I'm playing with the dog. My dad like fixed my computer. It was really. I was like, why don't I just do this all the time? And then I was like, oh, because you're 31.
I just move in here all the time. I don't want to pay rent.
Detail. It's like the holidays in the weirdest way, and you just never. The Christmas weekend never ends, and you never get any presents, but you get dinner and breakfast, and
That's exactly it.
Jordan Brooks got picked by the Seahawks, and this was a guy that people thought would be one of the best values tonight if he got picked because they knew it would be late. He's a tackling machine. Bad team at Texas Tech. And I trust. There's another group I trust. So if they make
the Ravens trade out,
yep. If the Seahawks make a pick, I generally trust them. I don't know why.
Because Pete Carroll took his shirt off last year.
Yes, that might be it. That might be it. But they just find these guys who are just competitive ball players. They just really do. I really feel that way about them. And that's the whole atmosphere there. Huh?
You were raised in that division, man. What do you think about them, like in their culture? Like, are you a hater or do you appreciate it?
No, I'm not a hater because I don't really hate on anybody. That's not true. I hate on a couple people and teams. So I'll get to
Yeah.
We're all sitting here like, yes, for sure, Chris.
I've heard them hate.
Here's the way I felt, and we can run through this with our divisions here because we're all three different divisions here, and you can go through media outlets here, Charlotte. Because so if I broke it down, like I spent most of my time in the NFC West, which is funny because most people in this live chat probably just know me from Philly or New England. Like that's funny, but I mean NFC West is where I played football. So Seattle, you went there every year, week 17. They scheduled us the last game of the year at that loud-ass stadium. It was always the same weather. It was always cold. They always made a play on defense. It was loud. I was jealous of their rushers, Rob.
Interior push. I'm jealous of the Eagles.
That crowd noise.
If I played next to Cox, are you kidding me?
LOB. Well, try being 34 and playing next to Cox and being like, I really wish I was 26 playing like next to Fletch. But I guess Seattle, I didn't hate their fans, but I always felt like, I just don't think you guys have been here more than 10, 15 years. I don't picture you guys being in the Kingdom back in the day. I could be wrong. San Francisco fans are fucking nuts. I really respect the craziness of that fan base. And you played there.
I played in the new
stadium. I played in the Stick every year.
So the Stick was the real deal. Now it seems the new stadium has got, because like I remember the first game of the year, each year we thought we were like going to be undefeated.
Yeah.
My 2 years there, we played the Rams and we beat them twice and it would be packed. And then we just started losing like every game afterwards. But like their fans were like so passionate. But like I feel like when they switched from Candlestick to the Levi Stadium, it was more like corporate, like rich, like these dudes are like making $1 billion deals while we're playing football. Like it's not the same as the folks who like grew up on,
Yeah, they gentrified the franchise. So I also missed the Stick, and you would go to Candlestick, and you literally, and everybody knows this that played there. It was one of those I'll always remember was like walking in there because there's so much history, and you go into that weird back entrance down by the parking lot. Y'all know what I'm talking about. There's not like a big bus pull up. You pull up and there's some weird door and it opens and there's the locker room. And the locker room's small. The chairs are old. Like there's not a lot of room. There's no fucking hot tub, which drove me crazy. You go to play a game.
No hot tub. I don't get the no hot tub. I don't know.
That's a competitive disadvantage right there.
And you know what?
Are there usually hot tubs?
So for a new stadium,
Right.
I mean, you should have one. You should at least have some hydroculators or whatever they call them, the steel hot tubs that you turn them on. They're really loud.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But like a lot of places that are really old, like Candlestick, I don't even think they had anything. And you're trying to get ready for a game, and Toradol isn't enough sometimes. Just to be honest with you, when there's Anthony Davis, Alex Boone, and Ayupati and Frank Gore and Vernon Davis, and you're like, and there's no hot tub? Like, I can't even get fucking ready. In the NHL, they actually have a system. It's like almost an unwritten rule that there's a locker room with the bare minimum, a visitor's locker room in every stadium with the bare minimum, and there's one that it's outfitted with the expectations of like how it should be. And if you don't have a good locker room at home, you don't get to use the good locker room on the road.
That's the way it should be.
That's how it should be.
That's what I heard.
Worst locker room in the NFL is Buffalo. Like visit locker room, so bad. Terrible.
Dude, Kansas City, those little stools, they're like you buy them at a roadside antique store.
I tried to steal them and throw them in my bag, bring them back.
You think it's worse than Tampa?
I never played in Tampa.
I played in Tampa a bunch. I have no recollection. I have no recollection. Yo, Charlotte, you used to break down those Tom Times or the Brady Times. That was like one of your things you like to do.
You were on the team when he was making those.
Yeah, and I ended up on one. I thought about that the other day because I was looking back and I was saying, I wonder if Charlotte ever like reversed True Detective to find a clue that this was in the works the whole time.
So I finally got the guys who made it, Brady's social media guys. I've known who they are the entire time. And I kept I would just message them all the time, be like, will you talk to me? Like, will you tell me what's going on? And they'd be like, no. But I finally got them to tell me what happened. And they're like, oh yeah, we were basically just like bored in a basement and came up with it. And no, they had no idea that Tampa was even.
Essentially, his marketing team was on acid every week.
Yes.
And just randomizing animals and different things. Like the week I was on there, I was like, why am I even on here this week? It was like Tom draws your name out of a hat, and then he's like, yep, put Malcolm Brown and Chris Long on this week.
He's like, for sure. They told some good jokes in the locker room.
Yeah. Hey, did you ever end up on Brady's thing?
No, I never did the Brady thing. Like, a photo of you.
Really sad, bro.
Wow.
Oh, Calais.
Who we get?
They probably picked a linebacker.
Which one you think? Queen from LSU?
Yeah, I think he'd be a great pick, actually.
I have to confess something. When I tried to move my computer and I unplugged the TV, so I can't.
I don't have the TV on either. I don't
know what's happening.
I'm looking at my phone.
Well, okay, let me narrate. Roger Goodell is in his basement again.
Sloth eye.
Oh, he's talking about Walter Payton of the Year. I better not.
You about to make fun of his voice?
You know he makes like $200 million, like something.
I'm making fun of the fact that he's fully dressed up in his very turn of the century average basement, like
turn of the century suit too,
addressing virtual fans. Okay, Patrick Queen, backer from LSU.
They went backer. Is he inside or outside?
Yep. Okay, so when and why did Roger Goodell change? Did you see this, guys? Put this up. Look on your YouTube, your page.
Oh, yeah, I see it. He changed.
I actually kind of relate to that. Is that awful? I totally get it. Sometimes I'll go somewhere. I mean, I don't remember what it's like to go places, but when I would go places, I'd get there and 20 minutes in, I'd be like, I hate my outfit.
Hate my outfit, dude.
Do you think he just ran upstairs?
I totally hear you. I changed 3 times before I go out. When I used to go out.
Right. When we went places.
Yeah.
It's like blazer wasn't the move. Got to get the sweater.
I'll get downstairs and be like, oh, I got to go upstairs and I forgot something upstairs, and then I come back with a new outfit. Because if I tell her I'm going upstairs, I'm a big outfit changer.
Meg would be like, nope.
Yeah, exactly. She'd be like, get the fuck out of here. We're going out to dinner right now.
I like that you did. I like that the team things are all tattoos.
Yeah. You know,
Very you.
with every fan base, there's a tattoo. That guy's arm is getting ripped open by a blue fireball with the Titan logo on it.
That's gonna look great in 20 years.
What do you think the most tattooed 3 NFL logos are in the United States?
Oh,
Cowboys.
Star, yeah, the star.
Niners.
Who?
I bet New England. I bet Pat. Anyone who has a tattoo in New England, it's a Pat's tattoo.
Yeah, the flying Elvis.
And the Raiders.
Oh yeah, that's
Raiders have more tattoos than the black hole alone. Yeah, look at that guy. And on cue, no, they just changed it. I was like, I didn't know the Raiders. And then my dog.
The Eagles one for sure.
Yeah, Eagles one's up there.
It's like your birthright.
Especially lately, we probably got a bunch of new tattoos rolling.
You guys definitely did.
And I will say this, Tori, I've said your name 76 times this week. We haven't had a speed guy to help Carson Wentz since you. How is this kid going to help? And, you know, why is it to take a serious turn here? Why is it that Carson's, you know, potential isn't unlocked without that take the top off defense guy?
Yeah, I mean, when you have a guy that can stretch the field, even if they're not catching the ball, like it draws the attention of the defense. It helps Zach Ertz out more. You're able to spread the field. It helps the run game. You know, you have to be accountable. There's going to be eyes on you. I mean, Ertz, you know, he's one of the best tight ends in the game, and they have a lot of talent with their running backs as well. We just have to be balanced, man. If teams know that you're on a threat down the field, it makes their job easier.
Right.
And obviously, D-Jack is that guy,
right?
But he was hurt,
right?
You know, and then a year before, Mike Wallace was that guy,
but he was hurt,
and then he gets hurt. You know, so it's more so just bad luck than anything else. So I think Howie made the right move by drafting the receiver base that fits the bill,
right?
You know, in terms of his potential, because he can grow with them long term. It's not just about, you know, just one year and trying to like patch it up for a couple of years. Like let him grow, let Carson gel with them, and
yeah, because it's no guarantee that Deshaun stays healthy either. I mean, he's a year older, and you know, last year he was awesome for a few games. I was sitting there thinking, who's going to stop them offensively early in the year? I mean, even the Washington game, right off the bat, I mean, you could just tell they were different. But the minute he got hurt, and it was attrition, but that one domino was huge for them. And it's not like taking away that element for a guy who's more underneath all the time. I mean, you're taking away a guy who extends plays, that ability to extend plays and have somebody to throw to. So I think
Alshon's still hurt too.
Yep.
Remember, he had surgery. So, you know, if you don't go out and draft a receiver high, you're going to essentially have the exact same starters you had in the playoff. And with the hopes that, you know, I think D-Jack might have had the groin surgery on both sides, I think they said. So, I mean, that surgery is no joke. You think that surgery's okay? Like, I had it after my rookie year.
What's the name for it?
Well, it's called a sports hernia. It's not a real hernia. It's just like you tear your groin.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Adductor release? Did you do that one?
Yeah. I did it, and like I had to do so much to keep up with it and keep up on it. Like to this day, like when it's colder, it felt different. Like it's not like especially the first year out. It's not just like it's magically better. It's better that you can compete and all of that. He has time, thankfully. But
he has time, but I mean, you're talking about D-Jack?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
how old is he though?
He's older though, so like he can't afford a year where he doesn't feel 100%, which sucks. That's how it goes.
Older.
He's gonna have it now though.
Titans pick is in. Not a lot of holes there.
DN from Penn State.
You think?
I don't know. He's from Spotsylvania, the next county over from me, so I'm rooting for him.
Oh, really? He's from Spotsylvania? Really?
Yeah.
So
I went to Chancellor High School.
I think Logan walking is going to make them take a corner. What do you think about Trey's suit, Charlotte?
I don't want to say anything bad about anyone, but Trey, like, what are we?
Board for water boys.
I was just like, who? Actually, I texted Mike Golick Jr. and I was like, did you talk to Trey about his suit? Like the tie too. I mean, I think he looks great and he's doing a great job, but it's a whole lot. It's a move.
Trey said he was coming out swinging, man. He hadn't been doing a lot of TV.
I love it.
Okay, Goodell is addressing the virtual Titans fans.
Let's hear the boos. Let's hear it. Yeah.
They took the other Georgia tackle, replaced Conklin. I guess maybe they think they'll get a corner in the second. Somebody said, "Yo, is Mike Vrabel okay?" I think Mike Vrabel is really okay. Xavier McKinney is still on the board. Safety from Bama. I could see him coming off the board real soon. DeAndre Swift maybe at 32
for sure. He has to be the pick. But yeah. I don't know. What is nice?
Yeah, who else's house, Charlotte? Because we veered off, and I was really enjoying your house break.
Oh yeah, thanks. It's funny. I'm like, I used to get when I was little, I'd get mad when the neighbors would like put curtains in their living rooms because I wanted to see what their houses look like. So this you're
in heaven right now.
It's a really big night for me.
That's amazing.
Whose house did I like? Elway's house is like tricked out. He's got this whole like really nice brick wall or stone and tons of plants, and he's just sitting there in the corner and he was just like leaning back grinning. And
yes, you know what, it was pretty clean. I just would say though that tree, if it's a real tree, needs to get some sun, and you need to put that bad boy to the window, because that's a beautiful fiddly fig, which is a great big tree, but it needs sunlight. It's a favorite here in the Long household.
Tree guy Chris Long, I forgot.
Yeah, tree guy, botanist. Yeah, Vrabel, his house. Is
Vrabel recording his TV?
Who's the guy with the mullet? Who is the guy with the mullet behind Vrabel?
That's probably his son. He's got.
Oh my God! No, that is. Is that his son?
He's got a younger son, and he's got.
I respect it.
At the AFC. Oh no, the divisional round in Baltimore. I was the only person that like could talk to Vrabel after his press conference, and that was when the whole thing about the bet he made going viral. And I was like, I have to ask him about this, don't I? And it was like, I was like, this is not a moment I envisioned.
You know the thing?
Yeah, and his son was right over there. He's like, yeah, so you made a bet on a podcast about a certain body part, and he just like starts cracking up. He was like, I don't know what you're talking about. And I was like, Mike, don't do this.
Dude, Mike Vrabel, Tori, if you're wondering, said he would cut his penis off if they won the Super Bowl, right? If they won.
In order to win it. He was like, for sure.
There's no way. You're not making that.
He's already won a few as a player. Why would you do it as a coach? It's not as cool.
Well, I asked him, I was like, why'd you say that, man? And he was like, well, because I had to have fun. Like I went on their podcast. I think it was boring.
Who was on PMP?
No. It was Taylor and Wills. It was Bussin' with the Boys.
Okay, cool. And I've got that. Sorry, my production team is texting me. You know, we are hey there. We're getting deep in this draft here. I cannot believe how much I miss sports that I'm staying awake for this shit. I
thought I was only on for the Patriots pick. I'm ready to go to bed right now.
Dude. You can get off. Hey, Nico, you did more than your part tonight. You took your shirt off for charity.
But I gotta take a picture before you leave.
I'm ready.
Right.
Oh yeah, with you and Ninko.
Yeah, look at that.
Just a couple pictures. Look at us. Paul Rudd.gif.
Look at me. Look at me. Go ahead, get us all. Who would have thought? Let's bring it all together. All right.
Corey's got a really nice family room or kitchen.
I'm in the kitchen right now. I'm in the kitchen underrated right here. You see these arrows?
Look,
this is my wife was a teacher. And she's very creative, so now she's in her zone teaching our kids right now. Obviously,
you gotta be in your zone.
They created signs with germs, so you go out back that way. Well, it's facing out back. So when they come in the doors, they made a sign about why it's important to wash your hands. So they come in from outside playing, go wash their hands, and
That's
I didn't want to mess up the paint.
My
So
kid
did it.
can't read yet, so I'm a little disappointed. But,
He's
you know, we would make them signs. We make probably picture signs. Charlotte, I was telling Lane earlier, actually, you missed this. My youngest son, Luke, that we told you about,
Yeah.
he ate a stink bug the other day.
Nice.
Live stink bug. So just like looking right at his mama.
How did that go? What happened? What was he was he phased at all, or was he just like eating the bug?
Had bad breath. Oh,
Breath.
oh, look, somebody's connecting early. Me and Russillo are doing a pod right after this. So
Perfect. Before I leave, because I'm going to leave, I'm going to go.
yeah.
Behind me, Gronkowski had written me a little note on like a picture.
Yeah.
And I want you all to just see what he said to me, okay?
Please.
And it says,
Got to be something good.
hold on, it says,
It's not going to matter if you hold it up. We can't read that.
okay, it says,
I can.
It says, to Ninko, thanks for all the head bashes. A great teammate in person, a beast for what you got. A beast for what you got. I don't know what that is at all. Thank you for all the head bashes. So in like 20 years, when I can't remember anything, that'll remind me of all the head bashes I've had in my life.
A beast,
A beast for what you got.
That should be your Twitter bio.
A beast for what you got. I'm like, so that's like a backhanded comment. Like,
Yeah, that's not.
Russillo said we got audio on it.
Like a beast for what you are. It's like you're a beast for like kind of looking like a plumber. You know?
Man, like most athletic plumber I've ever seen.
You're the sexiest baseball historian I've ever seen.
Exactly. hey, and by the way, Rye, you missed our boy had the pecs out.
Oh, I took the pecs out. I don't want to show you the abs. I don't want to show you the abs.
My abs are coming in nicely. Just
when I put the towel on, I go above the hips and I keep it like just so you can see the pecs. That's it.
The top twos.
I've been saying for years, high-waisted is the best thing that ever happened to any of us.
That's it.
High-waisted football
if
pants.
high rise for girls is in, I want a high rise man pants.
Do it.
High.
Do it.
Every time I used to high above the belly button. When I was a kid, my mom would take me for pants and she'd put the pants above my belly button and say, "That's where you wear your pants." I'm like, "Mom, I don't wear my pants at my belly button, Mom. I don't wear these like this." And she's like,
"How you do, son?"
Were you Steve Urkel? Like, what's going on?
I was Rob Ninkovich.
Steve Urkel at the Super Bowl and did not recognize him, bro.
Oh, he's smooth. Isn't he smooth?
He's really like a real.
Steve Urkel?
He doesn't look like Steve Urkel anymore.
Well, yeah, he's not now wearing suspenders.
I got an incredible Urkel story. So back on the Martha's Vineyard days, I think Urkel and I are about the same age, and I was working the door at this spot that was like there was a pub, bar, and then there was a nightclub, and it was like the only spot, like the only nightclub, and it was right in the main drag. So the Vineyard really goes off in the summer. And Urkel came in deep with his crew, and he wasn't 21. And they were like, "Hey, it's Urkel." And I was like, it was
turn Urkel away.
No, and the manager's like, "I don't give a shit." And Urkel was like furious. I was like, "Are you serious?" But it was like it was always a weird thing out there. Like things were really strict for some reason. So yeah, they told Urkel peace.
Well, they didn't take kindly to celebrities on Martha's Vineyard.
No, they do. That's the whole thing. Is in the summer, it's all celebrities, man. You just see Oprah walking around middle of the day with an ice cream cone.
Oprah walks around Martha's Vineyard.
All those people, yeah, dude. So many people have houses.
Oprah's, like most of the kids there are worth more than all the celebrities. So what do they care? They're like, yeah, or screw you.
Not everywhere on the Vineyard, okay? Let's not do this Vineyard slander thing. There's tough.
No, that's all right. Just in the winter. Just in the winter.
All right, I'm leaving because I'm gonna go upstairs and I'm gonna.
Hey, Rob! Congratulations, you did good for what you got.
Thanks. I did my best with what I had.
Rob, we're so proud of you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. $1,000 for charity. Brought out the pecs.
Grub for good. It's going to Grub for good.
Bye.
Yeah, so we're Dolphins pick is in. There is a draft going on. We haven't really fucking talked about it in 36 minutes, but
talk about the draft. See you later.
Todd McShay's up, just bobbing his head. Or no, Todd's actually got recovering.
No, he's not.
Yeah. Mel Kiper's up, just bobbing his head, acting like he gives a fuck about the draft. Like no one cares what's going on. Picks 30 to 32. Do you care, Rye?
This has been so chalk I was kind of wondering about my boy AJ Epinesa. I just love that guy at Iowa. I thought he was supposed to go in the first round. He's still there. Whatever. I mean, there's a couple guys that just like watching in college. The D-back from Bama is still there. McKinney's still there. And then Clyde Edwards-Helaire. I thought maybe a team might go for it because he's just so good at catching the football out of the backfield. I mean, that's such a weapon to be able to line him up outside as a running back. But whatever, it's a running back, and he's not super fast. We knew it wasn't going to run fast.
Swift still might go.
Isn't Diggs there?
Huh?
Diggs is still out there, right?
Yeah, Diggs is still out there.
We got past up.
Taylor's still out there. Yeah, Trayvon Diggs still out there.
Not that nothing's been like shocking though.
No, just the receiver.
There's been some like, oh, okay, you did that, but nothing like, oh my god.
No huge reaches. There were one or two that I'm forgetting that I was kind of like, what the fuck, but not freaking out about it. I think some people were a little bit surprised. Stanford Steve was on, and he was shocked when Henderson came off the board at 9. But
I don't think so. I don't think that's
I think it was just fine.
Unless he just doesn't like him. But
I think the Jags might have had quietly, if not the best first round. If the kid from LSU pans out, that's a damn good first round.
I like that dude.
Yeah. I didn't watch enough of him until late, but I don't feel like anybody did. I think he was under the radar.
You're talking Chason? Yeah, he actually was. I liked him a lot before he got hurt, and he was he had like a real slow start to the season, and he kind of turned it on there late. But with those edge guys, you just you have in your head when they're this difference maker, you want to see him make a play it's so annoying for you guys. I get it. Everybody wants you to get a sack or a pressure on every single play.
Yeah,
you're talking Chason, right?
Yeah, I'm talking Chason, and
right.
Your guy,
Trayvon.
Yeah, I think your guy Epinesa might slide a bit. So,
I don't know, man. Well, he
doesn't want to get picked right now, anyways. He doesn't want to get picked right now, anyway. The best pick to be is the first pick of the second round at this point.
Yep.
Why?
Because of the tender. The pay difference is fully guaranteed, but when you're the first pick of the second round, it's the best way to go. You're almost right there when it comes to pay.
It's not quite to the level of the Mr. Irrelevant conversation, but you would much rather not get drafted if you're back there, because then you have a choice. You could be the first undrafted guy and have a choice, and you could work with your agent to find the best destination. You could end up
right
place, and you're the last drafted guy. No big deal. Nobody's gonna remember who was drafted and who wasn't. 5 years in at the tail end of the draft. So I didn't even know really much about this kid at all. So
who are we talking about now?
The corner from where's this kid from?
I didn't even see where he went to school. Auburn.
Oh yeah,
you watch a lot of SEC, right? I don't want
Yeah, I mean, I was so in love with all those defensive linemen. I mean, obviously, Derek Brown's probably my. I don't know if it's a stretch to say he's my favorite player of the entire draft. I just freaking loved him. And then the other kid, the other single-digit D lineman, who's supposed to be like a third rounder, Montavis. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it was just the uniforms.
You just like single-digit dudes.
Yeah, I mean, it's like Texas. Whenever they have like a tall safety, I'm like, oh, that guy's going to be amazing.
Yeah, he's got to be.
And anyway,
somebody asked Ryan, "What are you writing right now?"
Is that the worst question in the world?
No, it isn't. It's a fair one.
What are you writing, or what are you working on? When people are like, "What are you working on?" I'm like, "Oh, well, now I feel like
tell you." Yeah.
Or nothing, and I feel like an asshole.
Right, I'm scribbling. Actually, I'm just drawing 76,000 circles.
I'm writing my name over and over. Okay.
Draft.
I unfortunately I can't say it yet, but there is an announcement coming soon, so I'm pretty excited about it. But it was supposed to be, I don't know, whenever it happens, it happens. I'm not going to worry about it. Just the fact that there's going to be a positive announcement, I'm happy about that part.
I love that.
That's great. We need good news right now.
Yeah, Marlon Davidson. I don't know why I screwed up Marlon's name, but Montavious is the linebacker. Sorry, I just hate when I do that.
Well, I acted like I knew what you were saying. I was like, yeah.
No, sorry.
Story of my life. I'm always just like, for sure. Absolutely.
For sure. Hey, Tori, I want to give you a chance to plug the pod before we log off tonight.
Dude, man, you want to go and talk about whatever on my podcast? You know, we're there. Now, I started a podcast. I was inspired by Chris.
Nice.
No, seriously, we've
Ryan and Charles. So it's a
hey, see, it's a circle of life. No, but seriously, like, you know, when you're around certain guys and you have the opportunity to be more engaged and talk about deeper conversations, you realize there's a lot more to a person. Well, we know that within a locker room, there's a lot more to a person than just football. There's real life issues. There's all kinds of different things. So for me, I started a podcast. Obviously, I'm transitioning and in terms of retirement to Uber driver and teacher and media. Depends, man. You ask my wife, my Uber rating probably isn't the best because my kids get there right on time. She says I'm late. They're right on time every single day for school.
The most important part of the whole podcast plug, though.
I mean, the podcast, man, it's the Trending Thoughts podcast on every platform. And just talk about whatever is on my heart at the time. Obviously, it's been a lot with transitioning. I talked about my draft day experience this week. And next week, I have Ed Reed on talking about death, which is a big deal.
Love that.
Yeah, you know, I lost Ed Reed lost his brother and actually had to play in the game afterwards, playoff game the next day. And I lost my brother playing against the night before we played the Patriots. And it all came about this conversation. Obviously, people die every day. Like we know what's going on, what we're dealing with right now. There's death all around it. And I had a cousin pass away in a motorcycle accident. In a car accident 2 weeks ago. So to me, it was like just kind of a reminder of like, dang, it's like, man, you're worrying about this pandemic, but like real life's still going on. People are still battling cancer. People are still, you know, homeless and struggling with food and passing that way from starvation, literally in different places in this world. So for me, I felt like it was the appropriate time to talk about it and share with them because everyone goes through. We all deal with it one day. And
Ed seems like the most open dude to have a conversation with. Like when he came on the set, he was just so like I'd never met him, and he was just so like chill and wide open, answered any question I had about his career, and so he probably was a great guy to play with too.
Absolutely,
kind of a vet and all that. So I just I wanted to Trending Thoughts is the pod, and I'm actually looking forward to that. I'll be checking on that one. And then do you have anything going? I want to let you plug anything you got going.
From my parents' basement. What else? What do I? Yeah, I've got a whole lot going on, Chris. No, I started a few weeks ago at Fox Sports. On their digital team. Yeah, thanks. I'm psyched. And so I've been doing a lot of videos and writing some stuff. But it's been really fun. So I mean, you could follow me on social media if you want to see really dumb.
It's a good account. There are some bad accounts out there, but Charlotte's account is pretty solid. So
thank you, Chris. That is
no problem. Also, Ryan Rosillo and Tori Smith have good accounts. Tori is a volume tweeter. I'm a volume tweeter as well. I used to be a lot more of a volume tweeter. Tori is a volume tweeter. And Ryan's tweets are intentionally.
Retirement does that.
Ryan's tweets are intentionally vague.
Ryan's like a mysterious.
Oh, so mysterious.
Like a man of mystery, Twitter man.
He's like one of my best friends, and I'll read a tweet. I'm like, I have no idea what he's talking about. Like, no clue. I know it's funny. I know everybody else gets it.
Nobody gets it. Nobody gets stupid. I've had to almost pivot. I'm thinking about a pivot.
Do you know what I've recently learned?
What?
This took me over 30 years to learn, but when I used to not get something, I just assumed that I was stupid and I didn't understand. And now I've realized that sometimes when I don't get something, it's because it doesn't make sense and no one else gets it.
Not you, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's totally, these are real criticisms. And I've had some hard moments where I was like, that is so good. I'm hitting send. And then it's like 3 retweets and you go, no one. Like ice cold content. And like, I'll get 2 texts from somebody that'll go, oh my God, dude, this is amazing. And I'm like, but it isn't amazing. So I got to start thinking more of that, like middle of the road, AM talk show, sports radio, yuck fest
Yeah,
that middle America stuff plays, man.
And
that's why Leno was on for 30 years.
And pick more and do more. You gotta keep. You can only keep one memes. You can only keep three.
Pick
you know,
three.
buy your starting.
Yeah, no,
line.
just buy your starting line.
Picture of the square
Right.
grid here and be like, you can only keep three.
But I've thought if I were better at like meme building, I've thought about all of these terrible things. Like I asked the Ringer, I was like, can we do a thing where it's like build your team and you only have $15 and I want the top row to all be $20 guys and have people be like, what the?
He's just all day with these.
You're just trolling.
Right. I don't even think it's trolling because honestly, like when you're the seventh person to do the you can only pick three, it's just not like but it plays. So that's my point. Like Chris is the only guy that I know that's on air that doesn't want anyone to ever listen to anything he says. I'm a not as bad version of like, well, I'm bad in a different way. I wouldn't say I'm not as bad. I'm just bad in a different way. And that like, that's the game, the interaction, all that stuff.
Yeah, he
resists
that. He resists that. And I don't like, it's true. I don't like hearing that a lot of people listen to my pod. It's like a weird thing. Like if you have a successful pod, it scares you that so many people heard it.
I have to pretend that anything I do online, no one sees. My dad got an email from their insurance person the other day that was like, hey, follow your daughter on Twitter. And I was like, no, that's terrible.
No.
I was like, don't tell. I was like, tell him not to. Tell him not to do that.
There's been a few eye-opening moments for me this fall, my first fall podcast, and I call Ryan like a shrink and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, this is terrible. I'm terrible. Like, this is also like not enjoyable. I hate this shit. Like, I'm going to quit. I'm going to go back and play football. I hate podcasting. And then I do like pod after pod after pod. So I'm figuring it out. Ryan's figuring me out in the pod game. Guys, thank you so much. Again, Trending Thoughts, Fox Sports, new career path, maybe a little bit over there.
Me?
Okay. Yeah.
Oh,
you doing anything different there?
More video. So that's fun. Hopefully some audio stuff, but figure it out.
Good. We closed it out with Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Nice. 5 LSU first rounders.
Yep. Good for you, Ryan. Congratulations. Ryan's such a congratulations. So Ryan and I are going to do a pod real quick. So anybody listening, we're going to shut this thing down. Me and Ryan do a pod. Hey, Charlotte, Tori, thanks so much.
See ya.
Thanks so much, everybody, for listening and hanging out. Had a lot of fun.
Hey, see ya.